Welcome back to Echoes Audio, where light-hearted yet captivating detective stories await you. Today, let's continue our journey to discover death on a train. Part 2 by Anita Davison, a mysterious case with unexpected twists and turns right on the train.
Frederick never considered it, although Francis came close once. Ah, well. Anyway, they run the hotel very well between them. This hotel you own? Flora hoped her contrived innocence wasn't beginning to pall. Arnold had been right about the old man being sharp, although he seemed happy to talk about his family. I know Bloomsbury well. I might have heard of it. The Dahlia Hotel. Named it after their mother's favourite flower. Ah, no, I don't know it. Flora fidgeted and ducked her head to her notebook. Your younger son appearing after all this time must have been unexpected. It was, though he found the twins first, and they brought him to meet me. He steepled his fingers beneath his chin. The lad's a bit rough round the edges and dresses like a dandy, but I'll make a gentleman of him, given time. I'm sure you will. Flora stared at her hands, reminded that the real Leo had already been a gentleman. It was unlikely the man at the Dahlia had been anywhere near Marlborough College. Will Leonard take a role in the hotel? He's expressed no desire to, although he'll inherit a third of it when I go. Of course. He eased forward in his chair. Between you and me, my dear, he lowered his voice, although there was no one to hear him unless Toombs had a penchant for eavesdropping. I'm hoping Leonard might rein the twins in a little. They inherited their mother's tastes and spent too much on the renovations. I had to call a halt. No more money until the place starts to pay its way. He balanced his cane on the floor, both hands crossed over the polished end. Talking about Leonard. Odd thing. I had a visit from a police inspector recently. The chap tried to tell me Leonard was dead. How awful. She adopted a suitably sympathetic expression. Whatever made him think that? Something about a body on a train and a witness. This policeman chap admitted the body had no papers on him, so they couldn't be sure. Fella got it all wrong, and I told him so. Leonard is perfectly healthy. I'm glad to hear it. How could the police have made such a mistake, though? Ah, incompetence, I imagine. His disdainful snort told her all she needed to know about his opinion of the police. I can't recall the chap's name. Madley, Masham, or something similar, anyway. Maddox, she said without thinking. At his start of surprise, she added, We've met. He's quite tenacious about his cases. I'm sure he'll get to the bottom of it. Cases, you say? His eyes sharpened with intelligence, reminding her he might be elderly, but there was nothing wrong with his mind. Yes, I've had some dealings with the inspector in the past. She groaned inwardly, so busy trying not to reveal her suspicions, she had blundered into territory she had hoped to avoid. I hope to make a name for myself in crime reporting. Strange occupation for a girl. His bushy eyebrows knitted together in a mixture of bemusement and suspicion. I would have thought there were more genteel ways to occupy your time between the schoolroom and marriage. Do they have any idea who the victim might have been? Flora attempted to divert him from his views as to a woman's natural role in life. None at all. This inspector said they found the body on a train at Paddington, would you believe? He snorted, as if the location were as unbelievable as the crime. He wanted me to go and identify the body, but I put a stop to that. Sent the chap off with a flea in his ear, too. He burst into loud laughter, making Flora's pencil jump in her hand, leaving a long mark on the page. I feel sorry for the poor chap they found, of course. His eyes clouded as he pondered the question. Odd, that inspector chappie thought it was Leonard. I gather you've seen your son since the policeman called, Flora asked, carefully. For your peace of mind. I mean, what? He jumped slightly. Oh, yes, of course. Freddie and Leonard dropped round last evening for a nightcap. I told them what the police said, and we had a good laugh about it. The Colonel settled back in his chair, his eyelids drooping. Flora debated whether she could ask another question or withdraw discreetly when Arnold reappeared at the door, an "is everything all right" expression on his face. Flora nodded, returned her notebook and pen to her bag, and rose, pressing the old man's hand on the arm of the chair. "Thank you for agreeing to see me, Colonel." He jumped and stared round, as if he had forgotten where he was. "What? Oh, not leaving already? Shame. I've taken up far too much of your time, and I promised Arnold I wouldn't monopolise his afternoon." "Oh, please don't get up," she added, when he tried to lever himself up with the stick. "I'm sure Arnold knows the way out." "Nice of you to call." He reverted to a clipped manner of speech, as if full sentences tired him. "Good luck with your career." "My what? Oh, yes, of course, thank you." "Well," Arnold prompted, once Toombs had shown them back onto the rope walk, "did you find out what you wanted?" "Partly. There are still some unanswered questions. Maybe I could come to tea again when this is all over, and I'll explain it to you." She didn't relish the idea of recounting what promised to be a very sad story, but she owed it to him. "How did you get on? Has Toombs sorted out your boot polish problem?" "What?" His brow furrowed for a moment. "Ah, no, I made that up. Good thinking, eh?" "Very good thinking, and thank you again, Arnie, for being so obliging. This must strike you as a very odd way to behave." "Not at all. I find it exciting. I always believed I'd make a good detective. I always had plenty of time on my hands to think things through." "You could well be right." Chapter 20. Flora was several feet from the motor car when Ed poked his head out of the window. "Well?" he demanded. "Did you find out anything?" "You could at least let me get inside first before questioning me." She slid into the seat beside him and waited for Timms to close the door, an automatic reaction, but a redundant one. Their chauffeur knew almost as much as they did. "Nothing we didn't know." She adjusted her hat in her reflection in the window. "The Colonel is charming, although he's adamant his son Leonard is alive, well, and living at the Dahlia Hotel in Bloomsbury. I might call on Inspector Maddox to see if he's found out anything more about the man on the train." "Oh, I wouldn't do that. I'd rather go straight home if it's all the same to you." He eased his collar away from his throat, swallowing. "We don't want your inspector knowing I left the house without permission. Besides, don't you and Bunny have a wedding to go to later this afternoon?" "Oh, yes. I almost forgot you are under house arrest, and we do indeed have a wedding, but there's plenty of time, as the ceremony isn't until later. And he isn't my inspector." Flora tapped the chauffeur lightly on his shoulder. "You heard his lordship, Timms. Back to Eaton Place." "As you wish, madam." Timms pulled into the heavy traffic moving towards Hyde Park Corner, the silence in the motor car broken by the chunter of the engine and clatter of hooves from carriages and tradesmen's carts that crowded the road. "Albany is a strange, unique place, isn't it?" She could do without insulting Arnold's home when he had been so obliging. "Though I wish you'd told me about that odd rule of silence regarding other residents." "I'd forgotten it, actually. But it turned out all right, didn't it?" "What did you think of Arnie?" "I really liked him." She fully intended to raise the subject of the photograph again, while they were inside the car, so he couldn't avoid answering. "What an intelligent young man he is, and so talented. Those photographs he took are excellent. The one of the cross-country race presentation particularly interested me. Strange that you weren't in it. I remember distinctly your mother telling me how hard you trained for it all through the Easter holidays." She sneaked to look at him, but he continued to stare straight ahead, his profile impassive. Flora." He tugged his collar away from his throat, but still did not look at her. "Before we, or rather you, do anything else, there's something I need to tell you." "Go on." "I'm listening." Her senses prickled, the motor car swaying as Timms manoeuvred into the traffic flowing swiftly past Green Park. "I wanted to tell you before, but—" His gaze slid to the windshield and widened. His lower jaw went slack, his eyes widening as he yelled, "Look out, Timms!" A Harrods delivery van had taken a sharp turn and cut right across their path. Muttering a colourful curse, Timms braced his arms on the steering wheel and stamped down on the brake. Time seemed to slow as they sped towards the van, the company name growing larger with each drawn-out second as the flat side of the van loomed inches away from the motor car bonnet. The driver of a hansom approaching from the opposite direction gaped in horror at the van coming straight towards him. At the last second, before a collision between all three vehicles seemed inevitable, the cabby hauled on the reins. Ed gave a yell of fury and frustration, at the same time throwing himself at Flora, who gasped as his arms closed round her, pinning her to the seat. She made a grab for the leather handle above the window, just as the screech of brakes and the grind of wooden wheels were followed by a hard jolt, as Timms had expertly steered the motorcar between the van and the hansom. Braking hard, he brought the car to a shuddering halt at an angle in the road. The hansom rumbled past them with a clatter of hooves. The horse's fearful snort scattered foam flecks on the grass, before the driver halted 20 feet farther along the road. The van carried on in its chosen path, as if nothing had happened, the driver oblivious and staring straight ahead. Goodness, that was close. Flora unclenched her fingers from the grab handle and brought them against her bodice to still her thumping heart. The crazy driver, he didn't even look. Ed glared at the miscreant through the rear window. There should be rules about people like him being on the roads. "Are you all right, Timms?" Flora asked as the van disappeared round a corner. "I'm fine, madam." He twisted to face her, one arm spread across the back of the seat, his face pale. "Is anyone hurt?" "Not me. What about you, Ed?" Though her inquiry was perfunctory, as Ed continued to complain loudly. "A bit shaken, but not hurt, and well done, Timms. Excellent driving." "Thank you, my lord. I'll just check to make sure the hansom driver is all right." He slid out of the driving seat and loped across the road to where the hansom stood. The driver had climbed down from his perch and was busy calming his spooked horse. Several passers-by stood to watch the small drama unfold, some of whom shook their heads at Timms, as if the fact he drove a dangerous contraption must put him at fault. "Are you sure you're all right, Flora?" Ed's gaze roved Flora's face and came to rest on her forehead. "Did you hit your head?" "I'm all right." She fingered a sore spot above her left ear, but decided it wasn't worth making a fuss over. After exchanging a brief word with the cabby, Tim circled the motorcar, aiming the odd kick at a tyre and polishing a fender with the sleeve of his jacket. Apparently satisfied no damage had been incurred, he retrieved the starting handle and yanked the engine into life again. "Is the horse all right, Timms?" Flora asked. "The cabby seems to think so." He climbed back into the driving seat and released the brake handle, slowly pulling back onto the road. "The poor animal had a fright. I think he'll be finished for the day." "Good. I worry about those poor animals. They always look so tense and far too thin. Their life on the roads is so hard and many die too soon." She picked up her bag from the floor where it had fallen and settled it in her lap. "I agree." Ed propped his elbow on the sill and stared out of the window. "I think horses should get fat on hay and run free in green fields, not be forced to dodge the traffic in city streets." "Quite. Now, what did you want to say to me, Ed?" "I beg your pardon?" Ed's bemused frown was almost comical. "You were about to tell me something." "Was I? Ah, well, it wasn't important. Forget it. We're almost home now." While Ed joined Timms in a final check to see the motorcar had sustained no damage, Flora let herself into the house, where from the hall table she retrieved a lilac envelope addressed to her. A series of rapid footsteps across the hallway tiles announced Stokes's arrival. "Mr. Harrington asked for you, madam." He gave the closed study door a long, knowing look. I wasn't sure what to say with regards to your whereabouts. Flora's stomach lurched. She had hoped she and Ed would have got home before Bunny returned. Ed bounded up the front steps, but had only 1 foot across the threshold when Flora shoved the letter hurriedly into her bag with one hand, grasped his arm with the other, and propelled him towards the stairs. Go upstairs quickly. Bunny's home. Lawks, how did that happen? Ed shoved his coat into Stokes's waiting arms just as the study door opened. Too late. Flora held her breath as she watched Bunny stride along the hall towards them, his furious gaze aimed at Ed before sliding to her. Stokes ducked his head and made a discreet withdrawal. I wondered why the staff avoided all my questions as to where you were this afternoon. Bunny's voice was tight. You have them well trained, Flora. Thank you. I mean, no, I've done no such thing. And before you get too angry, she began, taking a deep breath, I needed Ed with me today, but we were discreet. She removed her coat and hung it on the row of hooks in the vestibule. You'll never guess where Colonel Hunter Griggs lives. Well, you might, but I claim sole credit for having thought of it first. However, without Arnold Baines, we would never have— Who the devil is Arnold Baines? Bunny interrupted, his eyes hard behind his spectacles. He's a friend of Ed's. Flora widened her eyes. Bunny never used such language, especially in front of her. A friend, eh? Bunny's uncompromising gaze shifted to Ed. One you admit to knowing, or did you denounce him too? Cripes, Ed muttered from beside Flora, easing behind her as Bunny withdrew an envelope from an inside pocket. This one, a thick, creamy bond. This arrived in the second post. It's quite enlightening. He paused, his gaze going to each of them in turn. Don't you want to know who it's from? He opened out a page covered with bold, looped handwriting on evenly spaced lines, the hand of a man of confidence. All right, we'll do this your way. Flora swallowed, taking in her husband's set jaw and stiff shoulders. Who's the letter from? Funny, you should ask. He adopted a false, sarcastic tone. It's from Reverend Bell. Ah. Ed stared at the page as if it might bite him, his face drained of colour. Perhaps I'll go upstairs and leave you two to talk. He sidled past them towards the staircase. Oh, no, you don't. Bunny's free hand fastened onto his shoulder. You have some explaining to do, young man. He jerked his head towards the sitting-room door. Better do as he says, Ed. Flora gave him a push before following. Bunny took up his master-of-the-house pose beside the fireplace, while Ed chose the sofa the farthest away, his forearms on his knees and his head down. Would someone explain? Flora broke the tense silence. Who's Reverend Bell? He's my old headmaster at Marlborough. Ed sneaked a look at Bunny, who raised a sardonic eyebrow, adding, Our old headmaster. He's no longer headmaster, Bunny said. He retired a couple of years ago. I wrote to ask if he could tell me anything about Leo Thompson's time at Marlborough College. How long have you known Leo Thompson went to your old school? Flora regarded Bunny steadily. She had only found out herself an hour ago. Had he been keeping secrets from her? When Maddox was here last, he asked if the words Deus dat incrementum meant anything to us. I remember, Flora nodded. In fact, I was going to ask you about it, but something distracted me and it went out of my head. Why? Is that significant? It's the Marlborough College motto, he replied. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 6. God gives the increase. It means, Ed muttered, shifting his feet, that we all do our part to make things grow, but at the end the improvement is down to God. What a strange concept, Flora shrugged. Why make any effort at all when the final result is decided at the whim of, that's irrelevant, or irreverent, whichever you prefer. Bunny cut her off with a sartorially raised eyebrow. What matters is that the chances of anyone other than a Malburian having that particular verse on his person is unlikely. That's how I knew. Leo must have had it written somewhere among his things. Leo also said something about a spark. Did he have that written down too? Flora asked as memory returned. I've no idea, but, and according to Reverend Bell's letter, Bunny waved the paper briefly while enunciating each word in an effort to control his anger. Ed and 3 other young reprobates caused Leo Thompson a good deal of trouble at school. When Flora made no comment, he raised an eyebrow in inquiry. You don't look very surprised, Flora. I'm not. But I didn't find out until this afternoon that Leo and Ed went to Marlborough. As for trouble, perhaps Ed ought to tell us what he did. We didn't do anything, Ed insisted. Nothing serious, anyway. We played jokes on each other, hiding Leo's books and sports kit, that sort of thing. He did the same to us. Ed clenched his fists on his knees, his boyish indignation dissolving beneath Flora's stare. I tried to tell you in the motor car just now, but lost my nerve. Go on, Ed. We need to know all of it. Bunny placed one foot on the fender, his arms folded across his chest, and the incriminating letter dangling from one hand. It's not as bad as you think. Ed loosened his tie, keeping his gaze averted. Leo was 2 years ahead of me and had a reputation for treating the first years like his personal servants. It's called fagging, Ed. Bunny interrupted him. It's normal. We all did it. I know that, but some prefects treated the commoners worse than others. Leo picked on one small, skinny little chap, got him carrying things he could barely manage. Some of the other boys and I decided to do something about it. That sounds pretty noble to me. Flora held Bunny's gaze in challenge. Did you make smaller boys work for you? For simple things, like cleaning my shoes, running errands, that sort of thing. Bunny shrugged. It's traditional, reminiscent of the relationship between squires and knights in medieval days. It symbolises service between ranks. Everyone has to go through it. Exactly. It's medieval. Flora shuddered at the thought of Arthur having to endure being treated that way at school by some smug, entitled aristocrat's brat. Yes, well, sometimes boys tend to get carried away. Bunny had the grace to blush. I never caned mine, although some of the other chaps did. That's what I meant, Ed interjected. Leo pushed it too far. He made his fag clean his boots at midnight when he should have been in the dorm. Got him a detention for it too. I have to agree, Bunny said, chastened. That was above and beyond. Why didn't the boys complain to the housemaster? Flora asked. Get punished for being a sneak, Ed snorted. Not likely. Oh. Flora fell silent, for fear of compounding her ignorance of what the English upper class regarded as a normal childhood for their sons. Not that daughters had a better bargain, as once released into the world, men still had the upper hand. I expect Ding Dong told you all about the race. Ed stared at the page in Bunny's hand. Flora bit her bottom lip to hide a smile at the nickname attributed to their former headmaster. Why don't you tell us about the race? Thompson organised the cross-country race on Sports Day, which is when he decided to pay us back for all the japes us chaps played on him. Ed twisted his hands in his lap, reverting to the habit of referring to other pupils by their surname. He fixed it so Stinky, another 2 boys and myself would start. Pettigrew and Farley, in case you're interested. Not particularly, Bunny snapped. Keep talking. Leo must have arranged to have the signpost change, as we were sent off on a longer route over rough ground. His upper lip curled. Very rough ground. I see. If Leo's treatment of younger boys was anything to go by, Ed should be applauded for not ignoring it. Had one of these young men chosen to take their revenge years later? What happened next, Ed? Exactly what Thompson hoped would happen. We got lost and walked in circles for hours. Pettigrew fell into a gully and sprained his ankle, so we had to carry him. It started to rain, and by the time we got back to school, we were wet, cold, and exhausted. And, because we were out after curfew, we missed supper. His voice notched up an octave at the memory of this final humiliation. "That's why you acted so strangely when I pointed out the photograph at Arnold's," Flora said. "When I asked you why you weren't in it, you couldn't leave the room fast enough." "What photograph was this?" Bunny demanded. "Arnold took it after the race, which is how I discovered they went to the same school. And if you had explained the motto thing, I would have known sooner." "I wasn't sure at that stage, which is why I wrote to Belle," Barney said apologetically. "Yes, well..." Ed ran his hands up and down his thighs. "We were still clambering over fallen trees and climbing ravines when that photo was taken." "There aren't many ravines in Wiltshire, if memory serves," Barney interjected. "Chilmark, perhaps, but it's miles from Marlborough. It jolly well felt like it when we were soaked through, freezing cold and covered in nettle stings." "Topography aside, let's get back to the other night," Barney said, losing patience. "When Inspector Maddox said the man on the train wasn't Leo, why didn't you speak up and contradict him?" "How could I? I had already claimed not to know him." Ed slipped further down into the sofa squab, as if he wished himself invisible. "What possessed you to lie?" Bunny snapped. "You must have known the truth would come out." "Maddox already thinks I'm a murderer. If I had told him about the feud at school, he would think I had a reason to kill Leo." "Because of a race?" Flora said, aghast. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And what do you suppose he'll think of you now?" "I don't think," Ed mumbled into his hand. "Is that what happened on the train, Ed?" Bunny asked. "Did Leo laugh about the way he had sent you and your chums through mud and undergrowth until you were exhausted, bleeding and lost? It must have been frightening in the dark, miles from anywhere, with an injured comrade." "It was," Ed shuddered. "But we found our way back eventually." "I don't think you're being very fair to—" "Let me finish, Flora," Bunny interrupted. "Ed needs to hear this. It must have rankled that Thompson shamed you in front of the whole school. I'll wager he let everyone know what a dog's breakfast you had made of a simple race. A bitter defeat when you had always been good at sports, always top of your class in academic subjects too." "Yes." Ed rocked back and forth on the edge of the sofa. "All right, it was hard." He looked so despondent and beaten, Flora longed to comfort him, but Bunny would only criticize her for taking Ed's side. "We stopped the tricks and practical jokes after that, so Thompson got what he wanted." Ed lifted his chin, defiant. "He stopped bullying the smaller boys too, so it was a victory all round. Neither of us bore a grudge." "Perhaps that was true, until you saw him on the train. Then the day of the cross-country race came flooding back. You didn't intend to lose your temper, but Leo goaded you. You snapped, picked up a sharp instrument someone had left behind on the seat, and plunged it into his chest." "Bunny!" Flora couldn't help herself. She had never seen him so lacking in empathy. "No! That's not what happened!" Ed rose from the sofa, his fists clenched at his sides. "It's quite understandable," Bunny continued, as if oblivious to Ed's distress, "a sudden, uncontrollable and isolated impulse. You were shocked by what you had done, but he was obviously dead. The train had arrived at Paddington, so you slipped the spike into your pocket and positioned him so he would look as if he slept." "I cannot believe you're saying this." Ed held his arms out, palms upwards. "Bunny, please stop," Flora began, but he ignored her. "When the guard accused you, fear made you bolt, but you knew who to go to for help. Flora knows something about murder investigations, and I'm a solicitor. We couldn't possibly think you capable of murder." "That's enough." Flora slid closer to Ed and wrapped an arm round him. "Sit down, Ed." Bunny's voice softened. "And Flora, I know this is upsetting, but I know what I'm doing." "How can you say that?" She brought her head up to stare at him, horrified. "Look at him, he's shaking with fear." "Necessary, I'm afraid." "Look, Ed." Bunny placed a gentle hand on Ed's shoulder. "I know you didn't murder anyone. But don't you see, if this gets to court, The prosecution will subject you to far worse than this." "Court?" Ed gasped. "I'll have to appear in court. But I didn't do anything." "I know." Bunny straddled the arm of the sofa. "Now, Ed, what did happen on the train? The truth this time? All of it." "Apart from claiming not to know Thompson, everything I told you was true." Ed sighed and tugged at a loose thread on his shirt cuff. I recognized him straight away, but felt awkward seeing him again. I was debating whether or not to move carriages when he saw me. He stared at me for a moment, then laughed. He said he remembered the state we were in when we stumbled back to school with our clothes torn and covered in mud. He asked me how much running I had done since, and when I said none, we both ended up laughing like drains. After that, it wasn't awkward at all. We even shook hands. In fact, Ed broke off and swallowed. When I think of what happened afterwards, I'm glad I had the chance to apologize to him. "Oh, Ed, I'm so sorry." Flora hugged him closer. No wonder he had been so distressed the other night when she visited his room. "I didn't mean it to get so serious. It never occurred to me anyone would really think I had killed him, so when Maddox asked if I knew him, I kept quiet. I just didn't think." "You didn't think murder was serious?" Barney demanded. "No, I mean, yes. When I saw him slumped against the window, dead, I panicked." "Which is how it all begins, Ed. You tell one lie, which leads to another until no one will believe anything you say." Barney closed his eyes and massaged his forehead with one hand. "What a mess." "Do you have to tell Inspector Maddox about Ding Dong's letter?" Ed asked. "Yes, we most certainly do." He brought his fist down on a lamp table at his elbow, almost toppling a Meissen figurine. "And don't keep using that name. He's a respected man and doesn't deserve to be made fun of." "I'm sorry," Ed sniffed. "Didn't think." I'm sure Ed only kept silent this long because he was afraid to tell us. Flora discreetly moved the china ornament out of Barney's reach. "But he has admitted it now, and—" "It's not good enough, Flora." Barney interrupted. "I'm professionally bound to pass on any information coming into my possession." He patted the pocket where he had placed Reverend Bell's letter before sitting down. "We solicitors rely on the goodwill of the police." "Do you have to tell Inspector Maddox straight away?" Flora began carefully. "I mean, he probably knows by now Ed went to Marlborough, and nothing has really changed." "And I'm still a suspect," Ed muttered. "I'm afraid so." Barney sighed. "Leo's body is on the slab in the mortuary, and you were the last person to see him alive." "We're not obliged to do Maddox's work for him if it makes matters worse for Ed," Flora said. Barney bit his bottom lip, which indicated he was considering her words. "Only for a day or so," she wheedled, "until we find out more about the man at the Dahlia who is pretending to be the Colonel's youngest son." "Please, Barney," Ed pleaded, "give me a chance to clear my name." "I've an awful feeling I'm going to regret this," Barney sighed. "All right, but just for a day or so." Chapter 21. Once Ed had retreated to his room, Barney came to stand behind the sofa where Flora sat, his hands braced on the upright behind her head, one hand resting on her shoulder. "You realize you verbally abused a Viscount and accused him of murder?" Flora twisted on the sofa to face him. "I'm only glad his father wasn't here to witness it. He would have had you horsewhipped." "I found it strangely satisfying, actually. And how many members of the nobility does a solicitor get to harangue?" "More than you might imagine, I should think. And I'm sorry for taking him out of the house without telling you." She slid her hand over his and squeezed. "You're forgiven." He planted a swift kiss on her temple. "I'm angrier with Ed for lying than I am with you. When I read Reverend Bell's letter, even I started to wonder." It certainly made things more complicated. Flora didn't like to admit Bunny's tirade had shaken her own confidence in Ed's innocence, if briefly. Bunny rested his forearms on the sofa back, his gaze level with hers. "Was he really about to tell you the truth? Or was it another of his inventions? No, I think he was about to, but then... She pushed their near miss in the motor car away. This means that the man calling himself Leonard Hunter Griggs at the Dahlia is definitely not Leo Thompson. And what do we do with that information without getting Ed into further trouble? Hope Maddox will find it out by himself? The Colonel said... Wait a moment. Barney straightened. You've spoken to the Colonel? Yes, that's why I took Ed with me. He came to live at Albany when he returned from India a few years ago. Ed's friend has a set there, so I asked him if he knew the Colonel. Ah, yes, Arnold Baines. Ed has mentioned him. I think he's going to ask Earl Trent if he might have a set there when he leaves university. That was clever of you to think of that, Flora. I don't understand the attraction. The place is like an army barracks, and the sets are tiny. They discourage women, too. That is the attraction. What's he like, this Colonel? A really nice man, if ridiculously old-fashioned. He was obviously devoted to his first wife, although had little to say about Sylvia. No wonder she left him, taking young Leo with her. Incidentally, he squatted lower so his eyes were level with hers. How did you get a stranger to talk about his family? I expect he took a shine to me. I can be charming when I choose. His steady stare unnerved her, and she gave in. I pretended to be a journalist doing an interview about the army, but that isn't relevant. She slid her arms round his waist and rested her head on his shoulder. Oh, Bunny, it's so sad. He was thrilled Leonard came to find him after Sylvia died. It gave him a chance to get to know him again. I sat 6 feet away from him, pretending to take notes about some spurious article, knowing his real son lay on a mortuary slab, and whoever is masquerading as Leonard at the hotel is an impostor. It's the price you pay for digging into people's lives. Bunny hugged her tighter, his breath warm on her forehead. We tend to unearth a lot more than we really want to know. You're sure he said Leonard came to find him? Not the other way around? She pulled back enough to look up into his face, nodding. One of the twins brought them together. Frederick, I think he said. Interesting. He adjusted his glasses with one hand. What else did the Colonel tell you? A little about his time in India and how Sylvia hated it, which might have been her main reason for leaving him as he stayed there for some years afterwards. In fact, I have a theory. She patted the vacant space on the sofa beside her, inviting him to sit. No, don't look at me like a solicitor about to cross-examine me. Listen. Barristers do that, not solicitors. Barney skirted the sofa and took the seat Ed had vacated beside her. I stand corrected, but you can stop scowling at me. We know Sylvia had no contact with her estranged husband, but when Leo grew up, it's reasonable he would want to know about his father. Even if Sylvia told him he had died? More so, I would have thought. Amory Hunter Griggs was a soldier. What young boy wouldn't want to know everything there was to know about him, especially if his mother had woven some elaborate story for his benefit? It's possible. Would Sylvia have known he had returned to England? She might have, if the bank who paid her allowances had informed her. Even if she didn't tell Leo. The twins were 8 or 9 when Sylvia left, old enough to be aware Leo existed. They could have gone looking for him. I think I know where this is going. Barney's brow creased in thought as he threw his analytical mind into the riddle. I knew you would. She snuggled closer, resting her head on his shoulder. The Colonel was seriously ill last year and was encouraged to sort out his affairs. He probably wrote a will, or he rewrote one. The twins discovered they might lose part of their hotel to a half-brother they hadn't seen for years. A hotel they had spent all their money renovating and worked hard every day to make successful. I can see how that might create resentment, Bunny mused, frowning. Even so, to kill off their half-brother is pretty extreme. Families are tricky at the best of times. When inheritances are involved, they can be malicious. Suppose the twins employed someone to impersonate Leonard in order to charm the old man into believing he was his son. To what end? Barney shrugged. If they planned to dispose of the half-brother, why use a substitute? They've simply replaced one problem with another. Besides, Sylvia Thompson knew Leo was the rightful heir. True, but Sylvia wouldn't be a problem if she was already dead, Flora said. Suppose the twins sent that woman to the shop to cut Sylvia's hand. Ah, we're back to your lady in the red coat, are we? Sylvia Thompson died from blood poisoning. Had Dr. Gray suspected the injury was a result of foul play, she would have insisted on a post-mortem. If you remember, she suggested one be carried out, but Leo refused. Sylvia died at Christmas, and Leonard came to live at the hotel in January, so they might have prepared the way for him to take his place at the Dahlia. But Leo wasn't killed until April. Why did they wait so long? A good question. Flora had to admit there were holes in her theory, but she wasn't prepared to let go of it just yet. With Sylvia dead, no one would connect Leo Thompson living in Cheltenham to a Leonard Hunter Griggs in London. Everyone we have spoken to insists that Leo had no idea his father was alive, therefore he wasn't likely to come looking for him. Strangely, that makes a sort of convoluted sense. Bunny relaxed his head against the sofa back and stared at the ceiling, deep in thought. Something must have changed, making the real Leo a threat. Flora chewed her bottom lip as she ran through scenarios in her head. Maybe he discovered his father was alive and arranged to come to the Dahlia to meet him. I'm following thus far. Go on. They already had a Leonard Hunter Griggs staying at the hotel and didn't want another spoiling their plans. Therefore, they had to get rid of the real one. Strangely, that all makes sense, but it's still speculation. Nor can we take to Maddox's unfounded theories as to what might have happened. Like my lady in the red coat. Exactly. Barney's lips curled into a wry smile which fell short of outright dismissal. Her enthusiasm dissolved. He was right. She had taken a few bare facts and twisted them into a conspiracy. The door clicked open and Stokes appeared in the doorframe. "Would you and Madam require afternoon tea, sir?" "No, thank you, Stokes. We've no time." He grasped Flora's hand and pulled her to her feet. "You need to get changed, Flora. Had you forgotten? We have a wedding to go to later." Chapter 22. Flora curled her fingers over the edges of the roll-top bath and relaxed in the silky water, scented with rose oil. A fire had been lit in the grate of the generously proportioned bathroom, making the room so comfortable that the tension left her neck and shoulders. She released a contented sigh, intent on enjoying Lydia's wedding without a head crowded with murder, metal spikes, and an amiable colonel whose heart would inevitably be broken. The water had grown almost cool, and her fingertips wrinkled when she left the tub, patted her skin dry with a towel, and slipped on a silk negligée. Tugging the clasp from her hair, she let it flow over her shoulders and entered the bedroom. The house of Joel had delivered her gown for the ceremony, which Sally had hung on the front of the wardrobe door. Flora admired the full skirt that flowed in gentle folds from a pinch-waist bodice in fabric so fine the layers beneath glimmered through in varying shades of blue and lilac. The full-length sleeves and high neckline, with a row of tiny covered buttons, fashioned from matching coloured lace, gave the impression it might float away on a puff of wind. Flora had rarely experienced such heady anticipation at owning such a dress before. She hoped the afternoon would remain mild, so she could discard her coat and show it off. Her gaze fell on the drawstring bag, which Sally must have brought up from the hall table, where Flora had left it earlier. As she moved it to the dresser, a rustle from within reminded her of the letter she had put there on her arrival home. Upending the contents on the bed, she picked up the mauve envelope and slid a thumbnail beneath the seal and withdrew 2 pages of closely written handwriting. Dear Mrs. Harrington, she read, in a spidery, sloping script. What a surprise to receive your letter, and naturally I remember you from your time at Cleeve Abbey, having a passing acquaintance with Lord and Lady Trent. I hope you have fully recovered from the dreadful murder of Mr. Maguire 3 years ago, an event which I believe altered your circumstances considerably. How gratifying it must be for you to be received as part of Earl Trent's family. Flora smiled at her way of saying she had graduated instantly from butler's daughter to Lord Trent's niece. Sylvia Thompson and I were indeed close friends, the letter went on. However, she was always reluctant to discuss her life before she came to Cheltenham, so forgive me if I am unable to provide you with the information you seek. Being a military widow myself, I often like to reminisce about my dear, late husband, whereas Sylvia preferred not to discuss her years overseas at all. What I do know is her husband served as an officer somewhere in the tropics, but I never learned exactly where. I believe he died of fever when their son was a toddler, prompting her to return to England, where she resided with her parents in the Gloucestershire countryside. Her father died within 2 years, which is when she and Leo moved to Cheltenham with her mother and purchased the shop, which they ran together until that lady's death. A delicate creature, Sylvia had always been ill-equipped for life, emotional and inconsolable at the simplest of crises. Nor did she handle illness well, so I'm afraid, at first, I failed to treat the injury she suffered last year with sufficient seriousness. Thus, I was as shocked as anyone when she contracted blood poisoning. However, I digress. As you asked specifically about Leo, a young man of whom I am very fond. Leo was very close to his mother and always deferred to her. She suffered greatly when he went away to school, which seemed odd when we have one of the best day schools in the town. Once, she lamented at having no choice but to send him to boarding school, a statement which puzzled me a good deal. Leo is a charming young man, but he did not enjoy the same affluence as his boyhood contemporaries. Perhaps he harbours a certain resentment which prompted an interest in politics, which Sylvia strongly disapproved of. I believe they had some disagreements about it, and the fact Leo had embarked on what she referred to as his foreign studies. Not being a political person, I could shed no light on what any of this signified. It wasn't until I received your letter did I realise I hadn't seen Leo since early February. I called at Thompson's haberdashery yesterday, only to be told by Mrs. Drake that he had left for London again and planned to be away for a while. I will happily mention your inquiry to him when he returns, and, of course, give him your condolences in respect of his mother. Yours very sincerely, Catherine Tilney. Flora summoned Sally, then refolded the letter, uncomfortable with the knowledge Mrs. Tilney would never be able to fulfil her promise. Despite the length of her reply, she had not revealed anything Flora didn't already know, apart from a vague reference to Leo's political interests. The knowledge that Leo's schooldays might have been tainted by Ed and his friends sat like a stone in her chest. Ed had always been a sunny, generous child, which had not changed as he grew into a young man, making his behaviour so much harder to believe. Barney often spoke of his happy days at Marlborough College, and always said, when Arthur was old enough, they would send him there as well. Flora had found the subject easy to avoid with their son still a baby. But what of the future? What if his classmates discovered his mother had once been a governess? Being Earl Trent's niece might compensate to some extent, or would her past become something her son would come to be ashamed of? Her troubled thoughts were sharply interrupted as Sally burst into the room, breathless from 3 flights of stairs. "Sorry for being so long, madam." She dropped the pile of towels she carried onto the bed. "Abel had a slight mishap with a saw when he was cutting wood for a vegetable frame." "Oh dear, I hope he isn't badly hurt." Flora placed the letter in a drawer and slid it closed. "The blade slipped and sliced his forearm," Sally added. "Clumsy great thing." Flora grimaced. "That sounds painful." Sally removed the muslin covering, lifted the dress from the hanger, and held it out by the shoulders. "Oh, madam, this dress has turned out lovely. Now, best be getting you into it, or you'll be late for Miss Lydia's wedding." "Has Abel gone to the hospital?" Flora stepped into the cornflower blue silk, her back turned, while Sally fastened the long row of covered buttons. "Ha! Not him. He'd rather be fussed over by me and Mrs. Cope. Me with the water and bandages, and her with the tea and cake. In his element he was. Who would have thought a strapping young man like Abel would be such a baby about a bit of blood?" Sally kept up a stream of enthusiastic chatter over Flora's shoulder. "Not that he would keep still so I could clean the wound. I told him, I did. Soiling cuts is dangerous. All sorts of fairy creatures use the garden as their privy. But would he listen? Would he, heck? Squirmed about like a kid with earache. Shall I tie the sash in a bow at the back, madam, or would you prefer it draped round your waist and pinned?" "Draped and pinned, I think. Trailing sashes always make me feel like a schoolgirl." Once Sally had finished arranging the gown to Flora's satisfaction, she took her place at the dressing table. "Madam?" Sally met her eyes in the mirror, hairbrush in hand. "Is there something funny going on at that hotel you went to?" "Why? Has Tim's been gossiping over cups of tea in the kitchen?" It shouldn't surprise her that hers and Bunny's activities would cause interest among their staff. She would have to suggest Bunny have a quiet word with them to ensure none of it went beyond the house. "Tim's don't gossip as such, but I heard Mr. Bunny ask him to see what he could find out before you went. The dahlia, wasn't it?" Her focus appeared to be on winding conker-coloured hair round her fingers into sausage curls on her head. "I'll tell you, but only to stop you eavesdropping," Flora began, resigned. The two owners and their father might be involved in the murder, but it's by no means certain. I'd like to take a closer look to see if I can find out more." "What do you want to find out?" Sally's hand stilled, a curl held in mid-air. "They ain't hardly likely to admit anything to you, are they?" "I'm not sure. Mr. Frederick didn't strike her as a killer, but there was always his brother, Francis, whom she had not yet seen." "Lots of interesting things happen in hotels. What about the chambermaid Tim spoke to? She might be up for a bit of extra dosh in exchange for some idle talk." "Did he tell everyone in the servants' hall?" Flora inwardly groaned. "Course not, madam. He knows you and I do these things together, so it stands to reason he would tell me. Only, the minute you start poking about in a hotel where you have no business, someone is going to notice and ask what you're up to." "I could pretend I'm a chambermaid looking for work." "What? You, madam?" A wry smile tugged at her lips. "You'd have to dress down a bit. Pretty chambermaids aren't popular in posh hotels as they cause trouble." "What sort of trouble?" she asked, appreciating the compliment. "Attention from men. Those what like it and those what don't. Both of them trouble in their own way." "I see, I think." Flora frowned at her reflection. Even after 3 years in her service, Sally's turn of phrase could be confusing. "I'll go and hang about the back door chatting to the chambermaids if you like. A few shillings might loosen some tongues." A kind offer, but absolutely not. Flora recalled the trouble they had got into the last time she had involved Sally in an investigation. A villain had drugged her and locked her up on a barge, intent on selling her to a brothel in Kentish Town. Fortunately, she and Bunny had rescued Sally in time, but she didn't want a repeat of the horror she had felt at being responsible for Sally's fate. "How's about we make up a story and ask one of the staff to help us?" "What kind of story?" "We could say your husband is having it away with the girl, and you want to catch them at it." "Sally, what are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting nothing, but the chambermaids would sympathise with a jealous wife, if you see what I mean. They must see that sort of thing all the time." "I'm not sure the Dahlia is that sort of hotel." "All hotels are that sort," Sally sniffed. "Some aren't so blatant about it, but most turn a blind eye to a well-dressed woman going to a gentleman's room, never to be seen again." "Would Inspector Maddox be interested to hear about this?" "Not likely," Sally shrugged. "Chances are his lot takes backhanders to keep out of it." What a cynical view of the police, Sally. Flora bit her lip to prevent a laugh at the idea of Inspector Maddox taking a bribe. Or was she being naive? You don't know the half of it, Sally muttered, and Toms make good coppers informants. How else can a Whitechapel girl raise herself out of the gutter? Isn't that a contradiction? Flora bent her head so Sally could fasten her necklace. She had a pretty good idea what Tom meant, but refused to ask Sally and show her ignorance. Doesn't that sort of work lower a woman's status in society? Depends which way you look at it. The tip of Sally's tongue appeared between her teeth as she concentrated on the fiddly clasp. A girl on our road worked for 4 years as a Tom, then she packed it in and bought a share in a tea house in Clapham. I had no idea such a trade was so lucrative. Flora met Sally's knowing eyes in the mirror. You'd be surprised. Not all girls ply their trade on street corners. She worked the hotels as well. The porters take commission, and the girls don't even have to provide the room. Sally stepped back. Her head tilted as she studied the finished effect. You look beautiful, madam. Thank you. Flora adjusted her hat a fraction of an inch. Remind me never to dismiss you, Sally. You make my life so much more colourful. When I marry Abel, he might not want me to carry on working, especially a lady's maid hours. Is this your way of telling me I work you too hard? She checked the clock, and realising the time, collected her bag and gloves. Bunny would be pacing the floor in the hall. He hated being late. Ask yourself. Sally swept a pile of discarded linens from the floor and made for the door. Why would I want to help undo your corsets at midnight, when Abel could be undoing mine? Flora laughed softly as Sally left, but she had a point. Short of booking in as a guest at the Dahlia, how could she wander round in the rooms without being challenged? Chapter 23. In the muted gold light of a late spring afternoon, Flora strolled the short distance to Eaton Square on Bunny's arm. St. Peter's Church dominated the west side of the square, its ionic columns, white Portland stone facade, and neat clock tower like a painted toy at the end of a railed garden. Timms, handsome in his uniform cap, had been waved off by the kitchen maids, a buttonhole pinned to his lapel by a blushing housemaid. Bunny's motorcar had left an hour before, having been pressed into service to transport the bride, the bonnet artfully festooned with sprigs of cherry blossom, white freesias, and pink sweet pea tied with white ribbon. Either were very early, or Harry's family carried out their threat not to attend. Flora slid into a pew on the left side of the nearly empty church to the faint strains of organ music. Posies of ruffle-headed carnations and foliage were attached to the end of each pew, their heady scent making her nose twitch. It would be a poor show if they did. Bunny flicked up the flaps of his frock coat and sat, nudging aside a prayer cushion with his foot. His glance slid to the parcel wrapped in tissue paper on Flora's lap. What did you say we had bought them for a wedding present? I didn't, because you never asked. She rolled her eyes. And I bought them a silver-pierced marriage box. Ah, yes. Frowning, he leaned closer. What exactly is that? Flora tried not to sigh. A trinket box engraved with their names and today's date. Harry will appreciate the reminder, no doubt. Bunny grinned. I'll be sure to react accordingly when she thanks me. By the way, Inspector Maddox called when you were having your bath. That spike I handed over was the murder weapon. He's sending an officer round to collect Ed's jacket. Do you think that will make things worse for him? It doesn't make it any better, put it that way. I didn't mention Reverend Bell's letter to him, but don't assume he hasn't discovered for himself that Leo Thompson was the real Leonard Hunter Griggs, or that Thompson and Ed attended Marlborough at the same time. Inspector Maddox isn't a fool, despite his smug attitude. He'll be trying to find out who the imposter is at the Dahlia. Either that, or he thinks he's got enough evidence to convict Ed and won't look any further. No, Flora shook her head. He wouldn't do that. It makes sense the imposter is the more likely suspect. But without more evidence, there's no proof Ed didn't do it. Then we'll have to find some for him, won't we? Flora glanced back down the aisle to where a group of guests had entered the church. Looks like the Flynns have arrived. Barney followed her gaze to where a gaunt woman with dead eyes and a mouth puckered in disapproval strolled slowly down the aisle, a single white ribbon tied round the crown of her hat, the only relief in a deep purple gown. She looks as if she's wearing mourning. Perhaps she is. Barney's chuckle was abruptly cut off by Flora's nudge to his arm. Flora craned her neck to get a view of a portly, bald man who strutted at her side, leaning heavily on a cane. Lydia has spoken about them, Flora murmured into his sleeve. We've never met. It looks as if I was spared an unpleasant experience. Those anemic-looking creatures are Harry's sisters. Barney referred to two girls in their late teens, both dressed in pastels, which leached colour from their already pale faces. They barely acknowledged anyone. Flora observed the group take their places at the front of the church. Perhaps they're still suffering from shock that their son is marrying a schoolteacher, Barney said. Lydia's not just a schoolteacher. Flora's hackles rose on behalf of her friend. She's the head mistress of a prestigious ladies' academy. She has 3 earls' daughters and those of several members of Parliament among her pupils. They should admire her achievements, not be so critical. You don't have to convince me. I'm a staunch advocate of Lydia. In fact, any woman who forges a career... Flora shot him a look, and he shrugged. Not in that way, obviously. She's very accomplished. Like you, but not as beautiful, naturally. Good recovery. Flora resumed her study of the groom's family, who had spread themselves out across the pew as if to discourage any interlopers. In a previous murder case of Flora's, Lydia's long-standing friendship with the victim's fiancé had blossomed into love, a development which surprised no one. The groom, an attractive young man with fair hair, twisted in his seat to greet his family. His glance swept past them and caught Flora's eye, gave a delighted start, then waved. His parents and sisters exhibited no curiosity at this exchange and sat with their backs rigid, their gazes fixed stoically to the front. Harry looks happy enough. Flora waggled her fingers at him in a restrained wave. As do they. Barney tapped Flora's shoulder, his chin cocked towards the church door, where William and Alice had paused in the porch, where an usher consulted a list. Alice wore a wide lapel jacket in a shade of olive grey over a primrose gown. A matching wide-brimmed hat with a primrose sash wound round the crown in soft folds, arranged at an artistic angle on her ash-blonde curls. Released from the usher's attention, the pair progressed down the aisle arm in arm. William's intense, penetrating stare alighted for a few seconds on each face, making the men nod in approval, and the women dimple prettily at being the focus of his attention, if briefly. Alice glided rather than walked, her ankle-length gown swaying gently, a shy smile directed at those who acknowledged William's greetings. Looks like your plan to get them here together worked. Barney's lips twitched. More Lydia's than mine, but they do look good, don't they? Flora watched them with possessive pride. Alice's gaze swept the half-empty church before she paused beside their pew, her head dipped to brush her lips against Flora's cheek. Where is everyone? Dissension among the families, Barney whispered, his hand thrust out to shake William's. This union has not received the seal of approval from the Flynns. My favourite kind of wedding, William said, as they settled in the pew behind them, plucked Alice's hand from her lap and laced his fingers with hers. Will it get interesting later? I sincerely hope not. Heat suffused Flora's face, and she swung back to face the altar, strangely uncomfortable with their easy intimacy. An emotion which confused her when she had worked so hard to bring them together again. What are you thinking about? Bunny said. "You've gone all wistful." "Having to witness my parents behaving like moonstruck youngsters." She flicked a look behind her, but the pair seemed engrossed in conversation. "I was, just thinking about the woman in the red coat." "I'm not even going to tell you how I feel about that subject," Bunny said. "You just have." Flora flicked him a wry look. "I know it might sound obsessive, but the coat keeps nagging at me. We'll not solve this case by chasing redcoats. We ought to concentrate on finding out how the imposter knew about Leo's connection to the Hunter Griggs to perpetrate his fraud. I've given that some thought too." Flora didn't like him to think she focused on the trivial and ignored everything else. Perhaps Sylvia told the woman who helped her when she hurt herself? "What brought you to such a conclusion?" "It's not a conclusion. Just an idea. Dr. Billings said Sylvia appeared near hysterics when she arrived at the surgery. Maybe the woman with her tried to calm her, put her at ease by mentioning she lived in London, and Sylvia may have said what a coincidence, her husband did too, but she hadn't seen him for years. Sometimes people reveal things in a state of high emotion they wouldn't normally. She might have mentioned in passing that her husband had been in the army, and this woman was devious enough to wheedle more out of her. And this woman, whoever she is, uses this snippet of information to devise an entire scheme to deprive Leo of his inheritance? It's very tenuous." "Perhaps not a chance encounter, then?" "Could a relative of the Colonel's, we know nothing about, be greedy enough to dispose of the son of the disapproved-of second wife to clear the way for the elder two? He said he had a sister in Sussex." "Who is most probably dead by now." Bunny's sceptical, almost comical sideways look made her shrink back against the pew. "Oh, all right. I agree it's far-fetched, but I'm speculating, and I wanted to hear your opinion." She winced as the organist played a wrong note. "I think you're letting your imagination run wild, Flora." "All right, dismiss this aspect for the moment, but whatever is going on, I'm convinced it's connected to the hotel." "The Aspidistra?" "You know very well it's the Dahlia. Sometimes I think you aren't taking this seriously." "I'm taking it all very seriously, but could we forget it for one afternoon? We're at the wedding of two friends who have been through a great deal to reach this day. Could we simply enjoy their happiness?" "What a sentimental soul you are, Bunny Harrington." Smiling, Flora bumped his shoulder with her own. A teacher Flora recognized as being from the Harriet Parker Academy paused to exchange greetings and small talk on the way to her seat. She had barely passed on when a young woman from the Suffragist Society meetings Flora infrequently attended in Victoria Street stopped to ensure Flora intended to go to their next meeting. Flora having promised to be there, the woman moved away, and Flora's thoughts returned to the former problem. We still don't know how this imposter found out Leo was Colonel Hunter Griggs's long-lost son. No one knew, not even the woman who worked for Sylvia. Bunny sighed. "If you insist on discussing this now, and evidently you do, then I suggest you ask yourself how frail is the Colonel? In your opinion, is his demise impending?" Now there's a thought. I cannot be sure. His skin did look sallow, and his mind wandered a little at times. He almost fell asleep when we were talking as well. Do you think the plan is to kill him too? Not necessarily. They might not have to. Whoever the killer is, he could simply let nature take its course, then no one will be suspicious when the imposter claims his inheritance, as he has already staked his claim to the family. Bunny clapped a hand to his forehead. Now, look at me. Even I've lumped the twins into the role of murderers. But what happens to the imposter? Do they pay him off or kill him as well? Flora sighed. The more she thought about it, the more questions she came up with. Inspector Maddox isn't likely to tell us if the fake Leonard was seen on that train. We'll have to find out for ourselves, and don't ask me how. I have no idea. I'll have to think about it more. Well, we cannot spend any more time on it now, Bunny said as the opening bars of Wagner's Here Comes the Bride echoed through the church. The bride has arrived. Chapter 24. The couple's exchange of vows was intimate, emotional, and quite lovely, marred only by the stoic faces of Harry's parents and sisters, all of whom refused to crack so much as a smile throughout the ceremony. Harry made his declaration in a firm voice, while Lydia's responses echoed clear but soft in the sunlit church. Her blonde delicacy was enhanced by a cream silk gown, her petite figure laced into the fashionable S shape, accentuating her tiny waist. Gigot sleeves puffed out at the shoulders, tapered to points over her wrists. A garland of yellow and white flowers, intertwined with spring greenery, encircled her head like a fairy queen. A wedding band collar embroidered with rows of tiny seed pearls, so rigid it was a wonder she could bend her head at all. As the Reverend delivered his sermon on the sanctity of marriage, Bunny groped for Flora's hand, his grip strong and almost painful. Taking their seats again amongst shuffling of feet and muffled coughs, Flora met his gaze, unsurprised to see his eyes were wet. With the register signed, the smiling newlyweds sauntered back down the aisle to Mendelssohn's rousing wedding march, emerging onto the porch in a hail of rice, rose petals and happy laughter, where a photographer struggled to marshal guests into specific groups before the light faded. The guests adjourned to the reception on foot in a good-natured, chattering crocodile of colourful hats, flowing skirts, and handsome men in frock coats, a procession the groom's family declined to join, and instead sat bolt upright in their carriage and stared ahead as they swept past. On their arrival at Lydia's neat villa in Kinnerton Street, the guests filed into the parlour and formed into groups in a room where yellow and white flowers, with hints of mauve, filled the ground floor with the scent and colours of spring. China pots and glass jugs of all sizes had been pressed into service along a long table, in the centre of which stood a two-tiered cake of pristine white sugar paste, topped with a swathe of artfully arranged yellow freesias. Once the speeches had been performed, and the cake cut, Lydia was freed to mix with her guests, making a beeline for Flora. "I do so hate being the centre of attention." "How could you not be? You look exquisite." She brushed her lips across her friend's cheek. "Are you sure my entering the church alone didn't look strange?" Lydia asked. "My father died years ago, and it seemed wrong for anyone to take his place." "Not at all," Flora replied, and meant it. "Anyone who knows you would understand perfectly." "That makes me feel better. And by the way, Flora, I love your dress. Such a simple yet elegant cut, and I've never seen such fine stitching." Lydia's grey gaze swept the cornflower blue confection with open admiration. "If I didn't know you better, I would think you were trying to outshine me." Flora sought her reflection in the oval mirror over the fireplace and took a few seconds to preen. "I thought today warranted something special, but no one should be talking about my clothes to a bride as lovely as you, Lydia. Your own gown is exquisite yet understated, much like you." "It is rather lovely, isn't it?" Lydia glanced down at herself. "Harry insisted I engage this dressmaker his cousin frequents in Bond Street. He said he wasn't going to let his mother heap more criticism on the fact we had chosen to have a simple wedding." The way society weddings appeared in the press in such lurid detail was well known, and Flora sympathised with Lydia's aversion to having her history being the subject of journalistic fodder. There was also the unspoken issue that Harry's two sisters would have made the ugliest bridesmaids in England. "We plan to hold the reception at the new house in Kensington," Lydia interrupted Flora's train of thought. "Only the renovation isn't finished, and Harry refused to postpone again. He said we had waited long enough." "This house is lovely, and perfect for the two of you." Flora gazed round at the neat little house, which had benefited from some decoration since her last visit. "You'll be working at the academy most days." "Which is yet another aspect of my life the Hon. Darnley Flynn and his wife disapprove of." Lydia's smile wavered as her gaze went to the groom's parents, who huddled in a corner, staring into their champagne glasses as if suspicious they might have been poisoned. They wanted me to resign, but the academy has never been in such demand, and I refuse to hand it over to a less dedicated headmistress." Lydia's gaze strayed to her new husband, who stood amongst a group of sleek, well-dressed young men that included Bunny, all of whom exuded wealth and privilege. "Do you think Harry might have been happier with Evangeline?" "How could you even think such a thing, especially today?" Flora suppressed a groan. She had hoped they had buried the spectre of the sainted, beautiful and wealthy Evangeline Lang some time ago. The Flynns wanted him to marry an heiress, not an orphan whose father had once been employed in a Bermondsey factory. Fate evidently had a different plan, Flora insisted. Harry was being the dutiful son when he agreed to marry Evangeline Lang. He's grown up since then, and so much happier with you. "I certainly am," Harry appeared, his face wreathed in a wide smile, apparently having heard her last remark. Behind him, Bunny gestured with his glass to indicate Harry might have imbibed a little too much, confirmed when the groom swayed into one of the hired waiters, putting a platter of sandwiches briefly at risk. "The custom of marrying only inside one's social circle is ridiculously outdated," Harry declared. "Bunny here is a prime example. Look how happy you and Flora are." He slapped Bunny's shoulder, threatening to spill his champagne. "I regard Flora as my equal in every way, Harry, and always have." Bunny placed his glass in his other hand and shook droplets off his fingers, lowering his voice to a whisper. "You might be wise to change your perspective, or you might find yourself an exceedingly unhappy man." "Don't take me wrong, old boy." Harry frowned, genuinely perplexed. "I couldn't imagine life without Lydia now, but we must acknowledge times are changing. The classes should mix more. We have so much to learn from each other." His glance shifted to a point over Bunny's shoulder. "Ah, I spy my Uncle Randolph over there." His waving arm swung his glass a fraction of an inch from Bunny's chin, sending him back a pace. "I must introduce Lydia to him. He's stinking rich and a bachelor. I need to inform him he's been selected as godfather to our firstborn." As Lydia was borne away, she turned and mouthed an apology over her shoulder. "Don't think too badly of him," Bunny said in response to Flora's frown. "The best man just told me he was so nervous he was sick 3 times before the ceremony." "Were you nervous before our wedding?" "Of course not." He paused. "I only threw up once." Even so, it's not like Harry to be so careless with his opinions. Maybe the champagne has made him uninhibited enough to voice his true feelings, Alice said from behind them. "Alice, I didn't see you there." Flora turned to where Alice stood, her cheeks suffused with high colour. "I doubt Harry did either." Alice drained her glass and set it down on a nearby surface without checking where it landed. "You weren't offended by Harry's remark about marrying beneath him. He didn't mean it. If I thought he did, I would have had something to say to him myself. Their entire courtship has been a trial for both of them, what with his family objecting so strongly, for Harry especially." "Flora, hush. You don't have to defend him." Alice cupped Flora's chin gently. "He's only saying what most people still believe, that you should never marry outside your social class." Flora frowned. "You don't think people will think the same about you and William, do you?" "It's ridiculous, I know, but I cannot help it." Alice clamped her lips together, distress not far away. "I'm hardly a prime candidate for an earl's brother-in-law. A former lady's maid who bore him a child 25 years ago, married another man to salve my reputation, and then ran away, leaving that child. They'll say he's only being kind to me now for your sake." Bunny's cheeks flushed red and he backed away. "Excuse me a moment. There's someone over there I need to... Coward," Flora mouthed as he retreated. She grasped Alice's hand and pulled her to one side, away from the curious looks they had begun to attract, although, unlike Harry, at least Alice did not appear affected by the champagne. "I hope this isn't a bout of self-pity on your part. It doesn't become you." Is that any way for a daughter to speak to her mother? Alice's eyes sparkled with mischief. I've never cared much what people think of me, but somehow things have changed. I worry, too, that William has been a bachelor too long to consider marriage now. You've discussed it already? Flora asked, but it's only been a few days. Seeing as it's a day for secrets, she slid her hand into Flora's and squeezed. I'll let you into one of mine. Another one? Flora raised an eyebrow. You seem to have a penchant for those. Alice's eyes darkened, and Flora added quickly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I wouldn't blame you if you did. Alice's smile held no malice. A week or so after the end of the child abduction case, William saw me coming out of your house at Eaton Place. He saw you? Flora inhaled sharply. Their careful plan to ease Alice back into William's life slowly had gone awry. What had she just said to Lydia about fate? I'm afraid so. Alice's eyes glittered above her sheepish smile. He waved down my hansom and said he knew it was me immediately, but had to make sure he wasn't imagining things and speak to me before I disappeared. He climbed in beside me and ordered the driver to circle Hyde Park 3 times. It was all quite romantic. Are you telling me my surprise dinner party was no such thing? At her slow nod, Flora gaped. Why didn't you tell me? I wasn't sure how you would feel, or even how William and I felt. And besides, we didn't want to spoil your evening by admitting we had been meeting for some time. Now I know why you've been so happy these last months, and I thought it had something to do with me and Arthur. You know I'm thrilled to have you back again. I have a beautiful grandson, and the handsomest, kindest son-in-law anyone could imagine. Naturally I'm happy. And now there is William too. A smile played round her mouth. Since seeing him again, he's all I can think about. Does that sound ridiculously sentimental for a woman of my age? Before Flora could respond, Alice nudged her. Look out, Lydia is coming back. Remember, for now, it's our secret. I had to come and apologise for Harry. Lydia insinuated herself between them. He never drinks, but that oaf of a best man plied him with brandy as he was shaking with nerves. Bunny told me, Flora said, and honestly, Lydia, there's no need to explain. My first wifely lecture will be a stern talk about inadvertently offending his guests. I might do that myself, Flora said, eliciting a laugh from Lydia. There's no need. Either of you. Alice pleaded through her watery smile. Let's not spoil such a lovely day with things which don't matter. You're very gracious, Alice. Now I've been dying to ask you how the dinner party went. Flora glanced at Alice, who shrugged. Oh dear, have I been indiscreet? Lydia brought her hand to her mouth. Did it not go well? Only I assumed... You assumed right, but it turns out it wasn't as much of a surprise, Flora said. We were talking about William just now, in actual fact. You know, I couldn't help noticing how comfortable you two are with each other, Lydia said, laughing. Therefore, I'm not in the least surprised. You've met my friend Lydia, haven't you, Alice? Flora laughed. Not much gets past her. She's a better detective than I am. It doesn't take much more than intuition. I've seen the way William looks at you. Lydia swept a glass of sherry from a tray offered by a passing server. He's quite a different man from the overly serious diplomat I met when Flora first came to London. I agree. He is, Flora said. William has always regretted allowing his sister to persuade him not to marry Alice, and I'm not making that up. He told me himself. He's worth waiting for, and I'm not saying that because he's my father. I've got to know him this last year, and he's a very special person. He always was. Alice's smile held a world of past memories, and maybe even some more recent ones. I've known Harry for years, and yet I still had to convince him we were suited, Lydia said. Men tend to find change unsettling. It's up to us women to tell them what we want, and they'll capitulate, rather than risk change to the status quo. Not all men are like that, Flora said, feeling slightly smug. For months after the SS Minneapolis docked, Bunny bombarded me with letters, flowers, and gifts, saying he couldn't live without me, and we must become engaged as soon as possible. Then he's the exception. Harry needs persuasion for most things. Lydia sighed. He prevaricated about joining the Labour Party for so long. I told him that if socialism was too far to jump, he should join the Liberals. She gave a sly wink. I'm easing him into it. Talking of politics, Alice began, taking a sip of champagne, I was thinking of joining the National Union of Women's Suffrage Societies. I assume you both attend meetings? The look she gave Flora dared her to dissemble. Not as often as I should, Flora admitted, sheepish, but Lydia is a dedicated member, and if anything important happens, she'll keep me informed. Aware this was yet another subject Lydia's in-laws would count against her, Flora cast a nervous glance at where they had formed a tight circle near the front bay window, alert for any interlopers. They can tut over me all they like. Lydia drained her sherry glass. My activities are nothing compared to Harry becoming a Liberal. Alice choked on her drink, and Flora slapped her back hard. I'm a little disappointed in our society, truth be told, Lydia said when Alice had recovered. Millicent Fawcett has been campaigning for over 40 years, but with over 40% of adult men in this country having no right to vote, no wonder the politicians feel women's rights are a low priority. Perhaps we should concentrate on male suffrage first, and let society evolve naturally to include women. It will take a war to do that, which isn't something we should wish for. Flora regretted having broached such a subject, at a wedding of all things, but William's talk of the situation in Russia had stayed with her. Maybe revolution wasn't as far away as they hoped. War aside, I agree things must change. Lydia placed her empty glass on a tray, carried precariously by a passing server. There's such poverty in London, and the child mortality rate is scandalous. 2 out of 3 children born south of the river die before their first birthday. It's a disgrace. Alice nodded sadly. It's something St. Philomena's has been fighting for years. Until something is done to ensure they have clean air, clean water, and children of 10 don't have to work 10 hours a day in a factory, nothing will change. Harry's concern for the plight of the less fortunate is what I most admire about him. A majority of his class simply don't care. Lydia's eyes shone with pride for her new husband, then darkened, his ability to handle alcohol notwithstanding. Flora joined in with the resultant laughter, but her thoughts remained squarely on William. If only she could be sure he would stay out of harm's way, for Alice's sake now as well as her own. She drained her glass with a shaking hand, but barely tasted the excellent champagne. Chapter 25. Extricating herself from a one-sided conversation with an elderly relative of Harry's, Flora went in search of William. She found him in the walled courtyard, his hands in his pockets, and a glass of wine balanced on a bench beside him. Pots, urns, and metal buckets, crammed with spring flowers, crowded the flagstones of the tiny but immaculate yard where vines and early flowering plants hid the red brick walls. You look quite lovely today, Flora. His gaze travelled from her feet to her hair, finally settling on her face. Harry's great-uncle appears to have put colour into your cheeks. I saw you talking to him just now. He aimed a brief nod at the room behind her. Is that who he is? He waylaid me to expound an opinion on women's role in the world. He thinks Harry should rein in Lydia like an unbroken filly now they are married. He regards the female sex as being too intellectually weak to be trained to do anything more taxing than count linens or mix cake batter. You have to make allowances. He was born before the old queen came to the throne, in the days when Chartists were transported. You might have stepped in and saved me. She gathered her skirt round her, prepared to take a seat on the bench. Hold on a minute. William held her off with one hand, moving his glass to one side with the other, and drew a handkerchief from his pocket and dusted off the slats. Thank you, Flora sat. Have you forgiven me for springing Alice on you the other night? She held up a finger in mock surprise. Oh, that's right, I didn't. You've been seeing each other since last year. Ah. His lips drew back in an embarrassed grin. Alice told you, did she? I'm sorry, but we weren't sure how we would feel about it, and neither of us wanted to get your hopes up. Things didn't end well when we last saw one another. I'm no longer a child, and I'm delighted you and Alice have found a connection again, but neither am I unrealistic. You haven't seen each other for over 20 years, so I had to be prepared for a less than satisfactory ending. True, but there are some things in life which never leave you. A flash of sadness flitted across his features, but was gone in an instant. We took tea together at the Prince's skating rink last week. You took me there once, during the Lang case. Do you remember? I do, which made taking Alice there in some ways symbolic. New beginnings and all that. Did she tell you why she ran away from Cleve Abbey all those years ago? She did, and also how she discovered you last year during that child abduction case. She said she told you everything, which must have been a shock for you, Flora. It was. She summoned a shaky smile. Having everything she had always believed about herself swept away was still hard to accept. When she mentioned Lydia and Harry had invited her to their wedding, it made practical sense we should attend together. Practical? Flora sliced him a sideways look. Is that how you choose to look at it? Maybe not. His eyes softened, and he stared at his feet with a ghost of a smile. Bunny will be horribly smug when he finds out. He told me not to meddle. I'm sure he'll not dwell on it. Bunny never crows. Now, lovely as it is to chat with my daughter, I suspect you sought me out for a reason. William retrieved his glass and took a sip of champagne. I suspect you want to ask me what I was doing at the Dahlia Hotel. Ah, you did see us? She twisted to face him, taking care not to pull the sheer fabric of her dress on any stray splinters. I hoped we had been discreet. Ha! The pair of you shot out of there in such a hurry I could hardly miss it. His right eyebrow rose a fraction. Do I make a good Russian? Possible, at least to anyone who doesn't know you. I shouldn't ask, especially if it compromises your work, but I assume it has something to do with the Congress? It does, but I fail to see your interest. Wouldn't anyone be wary of a group of foreigners gathering in London? The newspapers blame Russian emigres for everything from unemployment to growing slums and the breakdown of society. Some scandal sheets claim those bomb-throwing anarchists you told me about exist on our own doorstep. She broke off as a group of guests entered the courtyard, their voices raised in enthusiastic chatter. Inflammatory rubbish! William's upper lip curled in disdain. I agree the sweatshops and slums south of the river attract activists and propagandists, but they aren't violent. They want what any reasonable working man wants: enough food, education for their children, and a roof over their heads they can afford. Most of them aren't interested in deposing the government. And Vladimir Lenin? What does he want? At his sharp look, she added, Bunny pointed him out to me. Since she had first heard of a foreign revolutionary on British soil, the concept had fascinated her. You understand, I can't say too much. He gave the group of guests a swift look before continuing. He's a militant political activist, determined to bring down the Tsarist regime. He's here with his wife Nadia to discuss with members of their party how to formulate a strategy. Goodness, and I thought you would refuse to tell me anything at all. That sounds serious, even historic. It is, but hasn't happened yet. The Okhrana sentenced Vladimir to prison for 3 years in Siberia, which is probably the equivalent of 10 in an English prison. And that's all I'm prepared to say about him. Who are these whatever it is, people? Okhrana, the Department for Protecting the Public Security and Order, William recited in a monotone. The Russian secret police who monitor the activities of their revolutionaries abroad. Lenin is a serious threat to the imperialists, and he's watched constantly. By the sounds of it, they're justified. although any government organisation operating in secret strikes me as sinister. She shuddered. I agree. Lenin sees their spies everywhere, for good reason. It wasn't easy getting him to accept me into the party. How did you manage that? No one she knew was more sartorial or upper class than William. Strangely enough, it was my expertise with printing presses. Printing presses? Flora frowned. I had no idea you had any experience of those. I don't, but I received some fast tuition before setting off for St. Petersburg. He took another sip from his glass. The party newspaper is being published here in London. Newspaper? Flora murmured, a memory returning. What's it called? Iskra. It's taken from a poem, I believe. Something about the spark will kindle a flame. Lenin calls his elite group of comrades the spark as well. He lifted his glass away from his mouth. Why do you ask? I'm just interested, that's all. A thrill of excitement ran through her. Could that have been the publication Inspector Maddox found in Leo Thompson's luggage? Then there was Leo's mention of a spark, which Ed had repeated. Could Leo have been a member of the Russian Socialist Party? I assume the Russian government would prefer this newspaper didn't exist. Definitely they do, William snorted. They destroy the presses whenever they find them, and anyone connected with them is imprisoned. Having them printed here keeps them out of Okhrana hands. It also makes it easier to supply our government with copies. I see. Do you provide the Okhrana with copies as well? Not exactly. He glanced away quickly, mildly uncomfortable. We're more inclined to let them find out for themselves. It's called diplomacy. With the way things are going in Russia, our government must appear neutral in order to leave us free to negotiate with whichever regime prevails. Appear neutral? That's so duplicitous. And suppose this Lenin person finds out you're as English as crumpets. Someone you know might see you. I did. I'm being careful, I promise. He massaged her shoulder gently. Now, why are you asking me all these questions? Did you read about the body found in a train compartment at Paddington earlier this week? She hesitated, recalling Bunny's warning not to mention Ed, but if she wanted William's help, she had no choice. I did. He nodded slowly. Stabbed, as I recall. The newspapers didn't identify him. He had a copy of Iskra on him. William eased closer, his shoulder pressed against hers, forming a close circle of intimacy between them. Are you saying this chap's death might have something to do with the party? Possibly, but I'm still tossing ideas about at the moment. Maybe Inspector Maddox has found out something more substantial to explain it. Good Lord! Maddox is conducting the investigation? At her nod, his expression darkened. I could do without the inspector crashing through the hotel in his size 10s, making everyone panic. If he sees me, things might get a bit sticky, to say the least. Which is why I thought you should know. I appreciate it. So, tell me, how are you involved with a dead body at Paddington? This isn't one of your amateur investigations, is it? My amateur investigations usually turn out very well. But no, this one is a little different. She hesitated, debating how much to reveal. The young man discovered bent over the body when it was found is the police's main suspect. Sounds like a reasonable assumption to me, but if Maddox is handling the case, why not leave it to him? Because... Flora hesitated. I suppose you'll find out before long. The young man is Edward. My sister Letitia's Edward? William almost choked on his drink. How is that possible? Shh! She flapped her hands to quieten him. It's complicated, but I assure you he didn't do it. I should think not. He pushed a hand into his hair, creating narrow partings in the carefully applied pomade. "And Ed is implicated? I cannot believe it. The poor chap must be scared rigid. How's he holding up?" Frightened, frustrated. She had no intention of mentioning the fact he had almost sabotaged his own story. "Inspector Maddox has been quite amenable so far. Ed's allowed to stay with us at Eden Place until further inquiries are made. But if no new evidence comes to light in the next couple of days, he'll have no choice but to arrest him." My God, poor Edward. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I gather you and Bunny have taken it upon yourself to find out who the murderer is. Did you think we wouldn't?" "No." His eyes softened. "And I'm sure my sister will appreciate any efforts you make. I appreciate it. But what led you to the Dahlia?" "Before he died, this man told Ed he was going there, although the staff at the hotel claim they weren't expecting him." "I see. Doesn't sound as if you have much to go on." "We don't. But your mentioning this Iskra makes me think the victim might have had something to do with this conference you're involved with. He had a copy of Iskra in his luggage and was planning to stay at the Dahlia. Or rather, he is staying there." "I'm sorry, I don't follow." "It's complicated, but if I could establish a connection between this man and the conference, I might get somewhere. Could you find out for me if he was on the delegate list?" "The chap who was on the train?" At her nod, he added, "Of course. If it helps prove Ed is innocent. What was his name?" "Leo. Leo Thompson." "Thompson?" William's eyes widened. He started to say something else, but broke off, his face splitting into a wide smile as Alice glided towards them. "There you are. I might have guessed I would find you two together. The bride and groom are preparing to leave. You must both come and say goodbye." Chapter 26. Flora joined the crowd of wedding guests who spilled into the street like colourful butterflies, who crowded round Harry's motorcar to bid the happy couple an enthusiastic farewell. Someone had arranged for a local chimney sweep to shake the groom's hand and offer a token, and kiss the bride to guarantee the couple's future prosperity. Neighbours smiled from their doorways, while children gathered up dropped rose petals and scrambled for the handful of coins Harry had thrown through the motorcar window as they pulled away. Declining William's offer of a ride back to their house, they chose to take the short walk back to Eaton Place. The evening air was cool, but not uncomfortable, as dusk fell slowly in a mackerel sky to the sound of birdsong in Belgrave Square. Flora loved the city at this time of year, when the damp, oppressive fog was long forgotten, and blossoms appeared in the garden squares, peppering the verges with tiny pink and white petals. "You were right about William," she said, linking her arm with Bunny's and leaning into him, her head against his shoulder. "He is working at the Russian Socialist Labour Party conference." "I guessed as much. I must say he blended in well, especially when some weeks before he had dined in imperial palaces. He speaks good Russian, too. Did you know the word Iskra means spark, which is also the name of the Russian Socialist Party newspaper?" He finished for her. "You already knew?" She glanced up at him, frowning. "You aren't the only one good at this detecting stuff. After seeing William at the Dahlia the other day, I asked a few questions at my club and picked up quite a bit of interesting gossip about the Russian Labour Party. Iskra was probably what Maddox told us Thompson had in his suitcase, or why would he ask us about it?" She was about to accuse him of keeping as many secrets as Ed, then remembered she too had done her own share of working behind the scenes. "You remember I was going to write to Mrs. Tilney?" "Sylvia Thompson's friend?" Bunny halted to let a cat streak across their path into a nearby garden, followed by a scuffling in the hedge. "The one Amy Coombe told us about?" She nodded. I received a reply today, which I meant to tell you about earlier, but we were distracted. Anyway, she didn't have much to tell me, other than Leo spent a good deal of time in London and Sylvia disapproved of his politics. They had reached the house, where Barney opened the front gate which brushed against a lilac bush, releasing the evening perfume into the air. Which indicates he could very well have planned to attend the Congress. He stepped aside to let Flora through first, onto the multicoloured mosaic pathway. Maybe he was already a party member. "Good evening, sir." "Madam." Stokes bowed them into the entrance hall, where he divested them of their coats. "You have a visitor, sir." "Really, Stokes? At this hour?" Barney frowned as he adjusted his spectacles. "Who is it?" Ed must have been awaiting their arrival as the sound of footsteps brought Flora's head up to where he clattered down the stairs. "It's Inspector Maddox," he said, slightly breathless. "He's been here half an hour. I thought it best to wait until you got home before speaking to him." "You mean you've been hiding upstairs out of his way?" Flora's smile hid unease. Had the inspector come to arrest Ed, or did he have some more evidence to share? "I wasn't hiding. Waiting." Ed tapped a fingernail repeatedly against the barometer on the wall, until Flora wanted to slap his hand away. "Come on, then. We'd better get this over with." Barney herded them both along the hallway, one hand on Flora's lower back and the other gripping Ed's shoulder. Inspector Maddox occupied Barney's chair, a studded leather contraption with a mechanism which allowed its occupant to half recline. Maddox had taken full advantage of this facility and sat with both feet inches off the floor, his slender, almost feminine hands folded flat over his midriff. "I see you are having a knot garden installed." He swiveled the chair a half-turn away from the window, facing them. "Quite an authentic design, if I may say so. Unfortunately, it's too late to enjoy the spring flowers, but perhaps the summer display will be impressive. They'll no doubt delight us next year." Barney's expression tightened, as if he resisted the urge to order the man out of his chair, a liberty even Flora hesitated to take without permission. Since Barney had learned Napoleon III had owned a similar piece, he was especially proud of his custom-made possession. Almost as proud of it as he was his motor car. "My, you look very elegant this evening, Mrs. Harrington." Maddox's gaze travelled slowly over her cornflower gown. "Nice to see the reappearance of lighter clothes in springtime colours. Quite lifts one's spirits after a cold winter." Thank you, Inspector." Compliments from the inspector? Whatever next? "We're sorry you had to wait, but we've been at a wedding." She rubbed her upper arms at a sudden chill, debating whether to summon a maid to lay the fire, but decided against it. Hopefully Maddox wouldn't stay that long. "No matter." Maddox smoothly set the chair in its upright position. Too smoothly, which told Flora he had been experimenting during their absence, as the thing always stuck on first try. "Ah, Lord Trent. Do join us." He smiled and gestured to Ed, who stubbornly remained by the door, an act of defiance not lost on the inspector, whose eyes glinted with amusement. "What have you come to tell us, Inspector?" Barney asked, taking charge of the conversation. "I assume this isn't a social call." He, too, pointedly remained standing. "It is not." Maddox cleared his throat. "Firstly, the body on the train has now been formally identified as that of Leo Thompson, who was born Leonard Hunter Griggs." Ed cleared his throat, and Flora chewed her lip nervously, not daring to look at Bunny or Ed. "I'm sure I don't have to explain to any of you what this means." The policeman directed a speculative look at each of them in turn. "The man staying at the Dahlia Hotel is an imposter," Flora replied, relieved to be able to say it aloud. "Exactly." Maddox shifted on the lever, making it creak. Since his mother's death, Mr. Thompson must have decided to revert to his birth name. Or he didn't, Flora said. It was the imposter who was using it. Leo never did. Precisely. His steady gaze swiveled to Ed. Do you still maintain you were not acquainted with Mr. Thompson, sir? I have an apology to make, Inspector. Ed inched forward. I haven't been as straightforward as I should have been. He licked his lips nervously. We weren't what you might call friends, but we both attended Marlborough College, and it was there an incident occurred which... Maddox held up a hand to silence him. If you are referring to a certain cross-country race, I already know about it. You know? Ed gaped. But how? I'm a professional, my lord. I have my ways of... It was the Marlborough College tie, wasn't it? Flora interrupted what she suspected was going to be one of his lectures about their being amateurs. You said a colleague recognised Mr. Thompson was wearing one when he was found. That's how you made the connection. Yes, well, as I was saying. The inspector cleared his throat. My line of inquiry included a visit to that establishment, where a schoolmaster recalled a long-standing feud you had with Mr. Thompson. It wasn't a feud. Well, not really. Ed's scowl displayed more shame than disapproval. It was 2 years ago. Even so. Maddox raised an inquiring eyebrow. Are you sure there existed no lingering resentment between you when you met again by chance last Tuesday? Not at all. We even shook hands that day. On the train. Shook hands. Scepticism stood in the policeman's eyes. After the dreadful prank he played on you, sending you and your friends off on a false trail so you got lost for almost an entire day? The way I heard it, when you and your chums finally returned, it was to open ridicule from the entire school, which lasted the rest of the term. Not the entire school, Ed protested. Only our year. Flora sighed, irritated that Ed still felt the need to keep secrets, as he had made no mention of that. Did the 3 schoolmates who shared your fate have the same opinion? Maddox rocked gently back and forth, making the chair creak, oblivious to Bunny's clenched jaw and his careful study of the ceiling. Or, Maddox began in an attempt to extract every ounce from Ed's humiliation, one or more of your friends sought their own revenge on Mr. Thompson? Perhaps I should ask them. You can't question the other chaps about this. Ed's voice rose in panic. I'd never live it down. Besides, they weren't involved in Leo's murder. How could they have been? I was the only one on the train. Is that a confession, my lord? He dragged out Ed's title in open disrespect. Of course not, Ed gasped. I've already told you I didn't kill Leo Thompson. Inspector, Bunny interjected, surely you don't suspect this was a conspiracy between 4 young men to murder an ex-schoolmate over a prank? I cannot say, Mr. Harrington. Maddox narrowed his eyes at Ed. I've already been misled as to the details of this case. Therefore, I intend to examine every possibility. Are you going to arrest me? Ed backed against the wall beside the door, as if preparing for a physical onslaught. Not yet, but believe me, I will if I have to. What about the man at the Dahlia Hotel? Flora demanded. You know he's an imposter, so why haven't you locked him up? A small thing called proof, dear lady. I need to put the imposter on the train with Mr. Thompson to make a case for murder. At the moment, I can only charge him with fraud and deception. Isn't that enough? Bunny crossed his arms over his chest, frowning. Surely you aren't going to risk this individual getting away. Have you even interviewed him? Flora fidgeted. Do you know his real name? No, on both counts. Maddox sighed, evidently unaccustomed to being questioned. And to make things more complicated, This man has an alibi for the day of the murder." "Is it a strong one, or can it be broken?" Bunny asked, with the confidence of someone who knows how the police operate. "Not without showing my hand." Maddox shook his head. "The person calling himself Leonard Hunter Griggs was recovering from a heavy bout of late-night revelling on the day of the murder. The staff all claim he didn't leave the hotel all day, and the chambermaid who cleaned his room said he was sleeping. Which means he couldn't have killed Leo." Ed's shoulders slumped in disappointment. "Which still leaves me as the main suspect." "For the time being, it would appear so. However, I have more inquiries to make. Inquiries with my former classmates, which will embarrass me no end when this gets out. A situation of your own contrivance, my lord." "Are the Hunter Griggs twins aware this man is pretending to be their half-brother?" Flora interrupted, her frustration mounting, though she had some sympathy for the inspector. He couldn't ignore Ed's part in the affair, even if he wanted to. "Not as yet. He's done a thorough job of ingratiating himself with the family. They formed an attachment to the man. It won't be easy convincing them he is not who he claims to be." "You might find it easier than you think, Inspector," Flora said, "especially if they have employed this man to impersonate their half-brother." "Employed him? To what purpose, Mrs. Harrington?" Maddox heaved a resigned sigh. "The Colonel cut off the money they wanted to renovate the hotel. Perhaps they thought bringing the Colonel and his youngest son together again after so long would soften him towards them, to make him more amenable to their demand for money." "I shan't ask exactly how you obtained this information, Mrs. Harrington. However, we have no evidence Frederick and Francis Hunter Griggs are involved, any more than is the Colonel." He released a slow breath, slapped both hands on the chair arms, and pushed himself to his feet, signalling the interview was over. "I apologize if you think we've interfered, Inspector." Flora rose, blocking his path to the door. She suspected he had got what he came for, an admission from Ed, and had no intention of sharing information with them. "But please understand, Ed means a lot to us, and we couldn't just stand by and let this misunderstanding ruin his life. I understand you have your own methods, but could you answer me this? How did this man know Leo Thompson was Colonel Hunter Griggs's son if the family had no contact with him for years? Ed didn't know. Did you, Ed?" "No." Ed splayed his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I knew him all through school as Thompson. We all did. In all honesty, we're still puzzled down at the station, although it's possible this case is far simpler than you imagine." Maddox adopted a familiar patronizing tone, which infuriated her. "In my experience, villains are like magpies. They see something shiny and reach for it without paying too much attention to the consequences. This man saw a chance to pass himself off as a wealthy man's long-lost son and took it. Sylvia Thompson might have told her son about his father, who in turn told others." He narrowed his eyes again at Ed. "And in case you believe you have this entire crime solved, I'm still not convinced his lordship didn't have a personal grudge against Mr. Thompson, which turned into a fierce argument on that train." "That's ridiculous. I told you how our meeting went. It was quite amicable." Ed placed his foot on the fender of the tiny fireplace and glared sullenly into the empty grate. Flora was about to defend Ed again, when Bunny's warning look and the slight shake of his head changed her mind. "We understand you have procedures to follow, Inspector," Bunny said reasonably. "But we hope you understand this affair involves family. Therefore taking a pragmatic stance is not easy." "Which is perfectly understandable, Mr. Harrington." Maddox nodded. "However, I assure you I will employ every resource at my disposal to find out the truth of this matter." He turned towards Flora. "Perhaps your time would be better employed caring for your husband and baby, Chasing round the city looking for criminals is my job. You've made the same observation before, Inspector. Flora enunciated each word through a clenched jaw. I shall pay it as much attention now as I did then. His wry smile indicated he knew exactly how his advice had been received. I'll bid you all a good evening. With a sad shake of his head, he headed off down the hallway to where Stokes had positioned himself beside the open front door. The three of them followed like a family of agitated geese and watched him descend the front steps to where a young constable stood beside a waiting hansom. Do you think he paid any attention to what we had to say? Ed asked, despondent as the cab pulled away. Or has he made up his mind? Don't underestimate him, Bunny replied, gently, one hand raised to wave, and an amiable but false smile on his face. I'm sure he knows far more about this case than we do, but isn't prepared to reveal it to us. He still regards us as amateurs. Which we are, I suppose. Flora sighed as the cab disappeared round the corner. By the way, where did that cab come from? It wasn't there when we got home. He probably told the driver to park in the next street in case we took one look and stayed away for the rest of the evening. Bunny sniggered. Which wouldn't surprise me. He's the most frustrating man, Flora snapped. I need a sherry, Ed mumbled as he stomped back into the house. Anyone care to join me? Good idea, Bunny replied, though Ed had already disappeared into the house and he addressed thin air. You have to admit he's good at his job. Bunny encircled Flora's waist with an arm. I suspect he's being pressurized by his superiors to make an arrest, but he's holding off as a favour to us. I'd like to believe he's being so obliging, though perhaps we should have showed him Reverend Bell's letter. No. Bunny guided her back to the sitting room, where Ed had made himself comfortable in one of the wing-back chairs beside the fireplace. He has all the information we do regarding the school. He's also made it clear we weren't to do his job for him. I notice he didn't tell you to go back to your legal papers and leave the policing to him. He wouldn't dare speak to a man like that. You unsettle him, Flora. You always have. He likes to think of the female sex as delicate flowers in need of protection from superior, more capable men. Not crime-fighting termagants. And I'm not a termagant. Shivering in the cool evening air, she took the sofa closest to the fire, which Stokes had thoughtfully set while they were with the inspector. You're a force to be reckoned with, Bunny laughed. Maybe his wife is a mousy little thing who does as she's told. He's not married. And I hope that isn't envy in your eyes. Still smiling, Bunny strolled to the sideboard, an eyebrow raised at the full glass in Ed's hand. I hope you don't mind. Ed took a large gulp of Bunny's vintage Fino. I found that rather stressful. Don't take it to heart, Ed. Bunny poured for himself and Flora. If Maddox really thought you were guilty, he would have arrested you by now. I wish he would hurry up and find out what really happened. Ed slung one leg over the arm of the chair, making it creak. I'm a bag of nerves these days, waiting for the axe to fall. I believe Inspector Maddox is closer to a solution than we think, Ed. Otherwise he would have been far angrier at your deception. My guess is he's working on how to prove this imposter killed Leo and managed to give himself an alibi. His glass in one hand and the evening paper in the other, Bunny lowered himself into the twin of Ed's chair with a sigh. I know you don't believe in coincidences. Flora took a sip of the dry sherry, savouring its yeasty, nutty undertones on her tongue. But suppose Leo planned to attend the conference at the hotel without knowing anything about the Colonel being his father. Then why did the imposter have to kill him? Ed asked. Fear of being found out and having all his plans disrupted? He couldn't take the risk that even if Leo was ignorant, he might not stay that way. There is another scenario, Bunny interjected. Maybe someone didn't like the idea of Thompson spreading Bolshevik propaganda among the good folks of Cheltenham and decided to dispose of him. He was carrying a copy of Iskra, if you recall. What's Iskra? Ed's brow furrowed. Maddox said something about that the first time he came, but it made no sense. It's the Russian Socialist Party newspaper, Flora replied. It's being printed here in London by the Russians to avoid the scrutiny of the Okhrana. What are you talking about? Ed peered at her over his glass and slung one leg over the chair arm. What does all this have to do with Leo? Never mind. Flora caught Bunny's warning expression and winced, almost forgetting her promise not to tell Ed about William's involvement. We might be getting sidetracked. I wish your policeman would get on with it and not keep me hanging. Ed broke off, flushing. Sorry, slip of the tongue, but you know what I mean. I'm going to my room. I might as well get used to being confined for the immediate future. He launched himself from the chair, which creaked ominously, giving Flora some concern for the strength of the furniture. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Bunny slapped Ed playfully with his folded newspaper as he passed. There's still a good chance we can solve this, provided there's nothing else you've kept from us. I've told you everything now, I promise. Ed halted and looked back at them from the door. Look, I know I've been pretty stupid about all this, but it was only because I was scared. We understand, Ed. Truly. Flora rested her head on the back of the sofa, her neck arched to look at him. I'm so selfish. I didn't even ask how the wedding went. You didn't get much chance, Flora said, softening towards him. Lydia was the perfect bride, Harry drank too much, and your Uncle William was the handsomest man in the room. What about me? Bunny peered at her over his newspaper. I spend hours having my suit fitted in a tiny, draughty room in Savile Row. Some appreciation would be in order. You always look handsome. Flora blew him a kiss. I'm glad. Ed smiled for the first time since they arrived home. You both deserve to enjoy yourselves. I want you to know how much I appreciate what you're doing. I didn't mean to bring all this trouble to your door, and I would be in a cell right now if it weren't for you. That's enough apologies, Ed, and you're welcome. See you in the morning. He waved him away, releasing a long sigh as the door closed behind him. I do hope his faith in us isn't misplaced. As do I, Flora murmured, biting her lip. Was Maddox right, and this affair was simpler than they imagined? Her theory that the Hunter-Griggs twins might willfully deceive their elderly father in such a way would be unnaturally cruel. Despite her only having met him once, she couldn't help liking Frederick, and was reluctant to assign him to the role of a killer. Perhaps his brother Francis, whom she had yet to meet, was the more ruthless of the two. As she had discussed with Sally, she would need to pay the Dahlia Hotel another visit. The answer had to be there. Chapter 27. Flora propped her elbows on her dressing table, her chin cupped in her palms, as she stared at her reflection. Weariness settled on her as she listened to Bunny humming to himself in the dressing room next door. Where was the enthusiasm for the chase she had always experienced in previous cases, together with the anticipation of unearthing facts which threw light on an otherwise confusing puzzle? All she felt now was despair that a member of her own family was immersed in a murder, one which they were no closer to solving. She couldn't even fathom who was guilty of what. Murder, impersonation, or both? She reached to unfasten her diamond pendant, but her fingers wouldn't grip the slippery gold clasp. Here, let me. Bunny emerged from next door and rushed forward. The chain slipped from round her neck, and he dropped it into her open jewellery box. Don't lose hope, my love. He massaged her shoulders firmly with both hands. Remember, you aren't responsible for what happens to Ed. The pressure of his fingers on her knotted muscles was painful at first, but rather than discourage him, she gritted her teeth. As the knots in her neck loosened, she relaxed, melted into his touch, and rolled her neck in a circle. I know, but we're involved now, and to fail would be the worst thing to happen to us. To all of us. You, me, the Trents, not to mention Ed. Inspector Maddox is more than capable of unearthing the truth. He'll get to the bottom of this. You'll see. I do hope so, but it's so much more than that. I've never been this baffled by a case before. My theory doesn't even make any sense. Why would the twins kill their half-brother only to replace him with a fake? Is it about money or something else? Perhaps Colonel Hunter Griggs expressed a wish to see his son before he died, and they came up with the deception because they didn't know where to locate the real one. More likely, it's about the old man's estate. Didn't you say he wasn't well last year and put his affairs in order? He did say as much, yes. Perhaps the twins think they can pay off this chap when it's over. And by that, I mean when the old boy dies. Although I don't fancy their chances if their tame villain gets greedy and won't go quietly. Which is what I'm afraid of. She arched her neck to look up at him over her shoulder. They'll simply claim they had no idea he was an imposter, renounce him to Maddox, and he'll hang for killing Leo. Then they will still inherit all their father's estate. Or Maddox is correct and the imposter was working alone. Alone how? He would have to know all about the Hunter Griggs' family situation. As far as we know, no one did. I still think the twins arranged it. I thought you said you were baffled. Bunny laughed and picked up a letter from the bed he had brought upstairs and broke the seal of an envelope with the words Burlington Hotel beneath an embossed emblem of a square building. It's from Mother, he explained in answer to her inquiring look, angling the pages towards an oil lamp placed on a chest of drawers. Oh dear, I know that tone of voice. Flora slowly removed the pins from her hair and dropped them onto the surface of the dresser. Is she not enjoying the delights of Eastbourne? Something of the sort. He lowered the page and closed his eyes briefly. I knew there would be trouble when Cousin Arabella proposed a holiday of bracing walks on the seafront. Does Beatrice dislike walking? Flora's hairbrush halted in mid-air. Huh! Mother hasn't been on a bracing walk since next door's dog chased her around the garden when I was 10. Flora smiled at the image this conjured inside her head. Who goes to the south coast in April anyway? The weather is bound to be awful. It's not the weather she's complaining about, for once. It seems the company is not what she had hoped. But she and Arabella share a house in Chiswick and get on famously. Flora frowned, uncomprehending. I've never heard your mother complain about her before. Not Cousin Arabella. The pair of them are cut from the same cloth. Mother says here, and I quote, There are insufficient persons of consequence staying at our hotel. I would insist we move to the Cavendish, had that awful pianist fellow and his paramour not taken up residence there. What awful pianist fellow? Flora asked. And who says paramour these days? He read further down the page. Debussy, apparently. That Frenchman who ran off with the wife of some Parisian banker. Her son was once his student. Claude Debussy isn't a pianist, he's a composer, and a very good one. Flora corrected him. Didn't his wife stand in the Place de la Concorde and shoot herself when he left her? Did she? He stared at her briefly. Odd thing to do. She lived, Flora said, but the scandal alienated Debussy from his friends. Which, I suppose, is why he's now ensconced at the Cavendish Hotel with his mistress. I'm surprised Beatrice didn't relocate to the Cavendish immediately instead of shunning the place. Bunny chuckled in agreement, his gaze scanning the page. Oh, here's something interesting. Listen to this. That dreadful Lady Egerton is here with one of her young gamblers. They monopolise the dining room straight after supper and play card games into the night. Lady Egerton? I've heard that name before, quite recently. Now, where was it? Flora tapped the hairbrush against her opposite hand, thinking. Mother seems to know everyone. She goes on to say, At least this particular suitor has the decency not to flirt with Lady Egerton openly in public, not like that Eric Page character who stole a family heirloom from her at one of her parties and disappeared. He glanced up from the page. I've no idea to what she refers. I've never heard of a Lady Egerton. I have, Flora gasped. In fact, her name has come up twice. Arnold Baines told me Lady Egerton was at the cross-country race. Her nephew went to Marlborough. There was something about a diamond bracelet being stolen. At the race? Barney frowned at her reflection in the mirror. No, not then, but a while ago, if I remember correctly. She twisted on her stool to face him. Lady Egerton is one of these society ladies who likes to entertain young men. I'm surprised your mother has never mentioned her before. She tends to home in on titles like a bat. Are you calling my mother a bat? Barney glanced up from the page in mock horror. As if I would dare. Flora smiled at him in her reflection and pulled the brush vigorously through her hair as she trawled through the snippets of information they had thus far, looking for connections. Leo being killed by vengeful schoolboys was no more credible than by someone who objected to his political leanings. Or had the Soviets regarded him as a threat to the Bolshevik Party? Stabbing a man on a train was the sort of thing a Russian activist would do. This case gets more complicated by the day. Barney refolded the letter and stuffed it haphazardly back into the envelope. What with Russians, schoolboy revenge pranks, and imposters in hotels. Now mother's gossip about jewellery robberies. I don't know what's relevant and what isn't. A pity, really. Flora held his gaze steadily in the mirror. I was getting quite excited about a jewel thief who might have turned to murder. Well then, let's not waste it. He tossed the letter over his shoulder, caught her hand in his, and hauled her off the stool and onto the bed. She gave a half-protesting squeal as the silk coverlet slid halfway onto the floor on impact and bunched beneath her hips as she landed, face up. Bunny, quiet. Ed will hear us. She slapped him away, but there was no real conviction behind it. Is this really a good time? I don't care. He laced the fingers of her left hand in his and nuzzled his lips into her neck, nipping gently at the skin behind her ear. As for Ed, let him hear. He might learn something. At breakfast the next morning, Barney had already left for the office when Stokes entered and handed Flora a note. This came by messenger just now, madam. Thank you. She replaced her butter knife on her plate and examined an envelope which bore no markings other than her name on the front in William's writing. She slid a thumbnail under the seal and withdrew a thin sheet of paper. Flora, it began, in his flowing, masculine script, I have some information for you. I'll be at the Flowery Place later this morning. Don't ask for me. I'll find you. W. Who's it from? Ed asked, through a mouthful of sausage. Nothing important. Flora folded the page and slipped it into her pocket. I might pay another visit to the Dahlia Hotel and see what I can find out. Not a bad idea. You could seek out this Leonard and trap him into revealing himself. It's not as if your inspector chap is trying hard to establish my innocence. You shouldn't underestimate Inspector Maddox, Ed. He has rules to follow, whereas we don't. We shall have to tread carefully. Not that she planned to confront the impostor, simply take another look at him. I'd like to take a discreet look round, see if I can take a closer look at this Leonard chap. I might take Sally with me. It wouldn't do to be visiting an hotel on my own. I'd attract too much attention. I'd be more used to you than Sally. Ed wiped butter from his lips and threw his napkin onto the table. I'm more likely to spot suspicious persons than she is. Actually, Sally has a talent for reading people. She can spot what she calls a wrong-un on first sight. Besides, Barney is already annoyed with me for allowing you out of the house. You'll likely be bored anyway. Oh, come on, Flora. Since when did you ever do what's expected? I remember when we had the heaviest snowfall in years and you and Jocasta wanted to meet friends at the pump rooms. Everyone said it could be dangerous. But you both went anyway. How did you remember that? You couldn't have been more than 8. And it was mainly Jo's idea. She talked me into it. We came out to find all the trams had been cancelled due to ice, and we had to walk most of the way home in a blizzard. My dress was frozen solid from my knees, and Jocasta caught a bad cold and was sick for days. She propped her chin in her hand as she recalled the memory. I never saw snow as romantic after that. There, you see? Rebel Flora. He grinned. She softened, though at the same time was aware she was being manipulated. Then an image of William dressed as a Russian suddenly floated into her head, and she straightened. No, Ed, I can't risk it. I'll tell you if I find out anything when I get back. I can see you've made up your mind. He drew a fork over the tablecloth, creating indentations on the linen. Will Timms drive you? Nope. Enough people in this house know my movements already. I'll take a hackney. If you would like to be helpful, perhaps you could ask Stokes to order one for half an hour's time, while I pay a visit to the nursery. Excuse me, madam. Stokes hovered at the door. You have a visitor. I explained it was too early for morning calls, but it's quite all right. Who is it? Flora hadn't even heard the doorbell ring. A lady, madam. Name of Billings. She claims to be a doctor. I imagined such a case to be unlikely and asked her to leave, but she became quite insistent. I would say strident. Stokes, you're going to have to move with the times. Flora pushed back her chair and rose. She is indeed a doctor, and an excellent one. Please show her into the sitting room. I'll be there directly. If you say so, madam, he murmured darkly as he withdrew. Ed, you stay here and finish your breakfast while I go and talk to her. I wasn't going to suggest anything else. Ed spread a thick layer of butter on another roll. This is an unexpected pleasure, Dr. Grace. Flora glided forward to shake her visitor's hand. Please excuse my butler. He's a little old-fashioned where women are concerned. There are times I, too, feel his disapproval. Most gentlemen of my acquaintance are the same. I'm in London for a couple of days to attend a meeting of the British Medical Association. Dr. Grace resumed her seat in the wing-back chair, in which she looked immediately at home. Her business-like skirt and jacket were a soft grey, and plain to the point of masculinity, the hard lines softened by a white, high-necked blouse and a string of pearls. I see you have eschewed the dark brown and forest greens prevalent in so many houses these days. Her shrewd gaze surveyed her surroundings like an auctioneer. This wallpaper is delightfully light and pretty. Is it hand-painted? It is, yes. Flora stared at her in mild surprise. It's based on a Morris design called Hyacinth, but not quite so busy. She loved the soft blues and greens of the intertwined flowers and leaves. She had even asked the artist to add a few birds for interest. Might I offer you some coffee? No, thank you. I enjoyed a very satisfactory breakfast at the hotel. At Flora's look of inquiry, she added, Since your visit to the surgery the other day, I haven't been able to get Sylvia Thompson out of my mind. Your questions made me rethink what happened. Knowing I was coming to town, I got your address from Kitty Tilney. I hope you don't think I intended to cast doubt on your abilities as a doctor by questioning you about Sylvia's illness. No, not at all. Dr. Grace held up a hand, silencing her. But when you re-examine what appears to be a simple case, all sorts of nuances spring to mind. I've been over my notes several times since your visit, and there's something not quite right about the whole incident. About Mrs. Thompson? Flora eased forward on her seat, her pulse racing. Not so much Sylvia, but the woman who accompanied her to the surgery that day. Now I think about it, Sylvia showed more anger than distress. Anger? Towards the woman? Yes. Her remark about being clumsy wasn't directed at herself, I think, but the woman with her. I only wish I had pursued it at the time, or at least asked the woman's name. I doubt she would have revealed it if she was up to no good, or not her real name, anyway. Ah, that hadn't occurred to me, but you are right. Did anything else about this woman strike you as odd? Not really. She frowned. Except, Well, you recall I told you Sylvia's hand was bound when she arrived? At Flora's nod, she continued. The cloth she used didn't belong to Sylvia. When I cleaned and redressed her hand, I offered it back to her. Sylvia denied it was hers and said to throw it away. And did you? I'm afraid I did, yes. I didn't even examine it properly, as it seemed unimportant at the time. I see. I wish I knew if it's relevant or not. Only... She shuffled closer. You might think I'm being fanciful, but is it possible this woman might have injured Sylvia deliberately? By cutting her hand? Her eyes sparkled with bemused laughter. If I was going to hurt someone, I would have aimed for something far more vital, like an artery. Sepsis can occur anywhere in the human body, can't it? Not necessarily in a vital organ. Ah, now I know what you are getting at. She fell silent for a moment. The cloth. But why would anyone wish Sylvia Thompson harm? She was the proprietor of a haberdashery shop and lived a quiet life. It wasn't her present life which mattered, but her past, Flora said, half to herself. Dr. Grace, does it not strike you as odd that in a town where Sylvia is known, both her son and her assistant are coincidentally absent when she is hurt, leaving a stranger to come to her aid? I have no real proof, but... And I haven't brought you any. I'm so sorry. Do you think this same woman was also instrumental in Leo's death? What with it happening so soon afterwards? I suppose 4 months isn't noteworthy. Dr. Grace's face fell, and Flora rushed to reassure her. But this might simply be my misinterpretation of events. Sylvia Thompson's death could easily have been an accident. Not that she believed it for a moment, and Dr. Grace's presence in her home showed she didn't either. I was in 2 minds whether to repeat this, but your mention of Sylvia's past has decided me. Dr. Grace cleared her throat. Mrs. Tilney visited the surgery yesterday for no other reason I could see than to gossip, as she has always enjoyed rude health. During our somewhat protracted conversation, she said you had written to her, asking about Leo Thompson. Yes, I did. I hope it didn't put you in an awkward position. I don't see why it should, unless things have changed since we last saw one another. Initially, there existed some confusion about the identity of the young man on the train. Confusion? Ah, I see. Dr. Grace pondered a moment. That could explain what Kitty told me, with some relish. I might add that Mary Drake was summoned to London to identify Leo's body. She was sworn to secrecy because the police appeared reluctant to release his name to the public. The police were being cautious, but as it turns out, Leo is dead. Murdered. The inspector in charge of the case feels if the villain became aware of the details, he would disappear and be almost impossible to catch. Then perhaps it's as well I didn't mention our concerns about Sylvia's death to Kitty. She is not the most discreet of persons. Dr. Grace tore her gaze from Flora's with a small sigh of relief. Is Lord Trent still a suspect? Officially, yes, although more facts have come to light which made the situation complicated. Well, Dr. Grace sighed. I don't pretend to understand what's going on, but I hope everything is sorted out soon, for the young man's sake. What was it you were about to tell me about Mrs. Tilney? Flora reminded her, mildly impatient. Oh, yes, of course I was. Dr. Grace set her capacious handbag on the floor at her feet. Since hearing of Leo's death, Kitty recalled an incident she had not included in her reply to your letter, but now feels she should have mentioned it. And yet she came to tell you specifically. I certainly got the impression she wanted to tell someone. A doctor's office does tend to encourage confidences. I'll recount her story and let you decide if it's relevant or not. Dr. Grace eased forward on her chair, creating a sense of intimacy. It happened about 4 years ago, when Kitty took Sylvia to Bath to visit Kitty's eldest daughter and her husband. Whilst there, they went on a tour of the assembly rooms, where something happened which Kitty said struck her as exceedingly odd. Those were her words, not mine. In what way odd, exactly? A rather grand lady arrived with her maid and a group of friends, all talking very loudly and attracting the attention of everyone present. You know, the sort of thing. The grand lady greeted Sylvia in a loud, booming voice, claiming to know her. Sylvia was mortified, apparently, which at first Kitty put down to her being shy, and this woman was rather overbearing. She claimed they had met in Bombay while their husband served in the army there. She also asked Sylvia about her son, Leonard. She said he must have grown into a handsome young man by now if he was anything like his father. Did Mrs. Tilney say how Sylvia reacted? That was the strange part. Sylvia denied knowing the lady at all. Quite rudely, I understand. Now that is interesting. Sylvia and her husband were estranged, but he is still alive and lives here in London. I met him the other day. Goodness, you do surprise me. Well, as I was saying, according to Kitty, Sylvia became very upset, almost hysterical, which was not uncommon for her. She insisted they return to Cheltenham the same afternoon. Did Mrs. Tilney know who the grand lady was? Not at first, but she apparently made it her business to find out. The woman was disarmed at having upset Sylvia and sent her maid out to apologise. Kitty overheard her say that Lady Egerton is very sorry for having upset her. Dr. Grace's mouth curved into a coy smile. I can see by the look on your face this means something to you. More confirms something I had already suspected. Flora mused. The pieces of a frustrating puzzle had begun to come together, though they still didn't quite fit. I don't suppose Mrs. Tilney remembered the maid's name. Actually, I think she did. The woman introduced herself to Sylvia. Now, what was it? She tapped her lower lip with a finger. It began with an A. Anne, perhaps? Or it might have been Agatha. No, sorry. It's gone. She glanced up at the ormolu clock on the mantel as it chimed the quarter hour. Goodness, is that the time? I must go, or I shall be late for my meeting. Gathering her bag and gloves, she paused to adjust her hat in the mirror over the mantelpiece. Since Mrs. Garrett Anderson's retirement, I'm the only female doctor at meetings these days. I like to shock them when brandy and cigars are distributed after dinner when I light my own. How I would love to witness that. Flora's admiration for the good doctor increased tenfold. I do appreciate your coming to see me, especially when you could have put this in a letter or even called me on the telephone. As I said, I was in town anyway, so a small detour proved to be no trouble. She slung her bag over one arm and made for the door. Perhaps you'll call again when you're next in town, and hopefully not because I have a murder to deal with. I should love to. It will give me an opportunity to appreciate this beautiful house. She gave the room a sweeping glance before striding purposefully into the hall. That's quite all right, my man. She waved off Stokes, who had arrived to show her out. I'm quite capable of finding my way to the front door. However, if you wish to be of use, you might direct me to the best place where I might locate a hackney. Chapter 28. Flora perched on the edge of the forward-facing seat in the hackney that took her to Coptic Street, her bag gripped tightly on her lap, into which she had placed a small revolver. Their previous case had culminated in her and Bunny being threatened by a murderous doctor whom he had disarmed, after which the gun had been forgotten. Flora discovered it at the bottom of a drawer in Bunny's study, and sought out a discreet gunsmith in Bond Street from whom she purchased ammunition. The proprietor had admired the compact Webley bulldog, even showed her how to load and fire the weapon, a skill she hoped she would never need. She had debated endlessly whether or not to bring it along, but if whoever killed Leo was at the hotel, either alone or with the twins' cooperation, she would be prepared. "Are you sure you won't require me with you, madam?" Sally had inquired for the third time while helping Flora dress. Not this time, Sally. She met her maid's disappointed face in the cheval mirror. The next time I visit Bond Street, I'll be sure to take you with me. A note had arrived from William an hour before, asking to meet her at the hotel, with the information she had asked for at the wedding. "That's kind of you, madam. I should enjoy that." The maid's reply was innocuous enough, but her frown persisted. Sally could be discreet when she chose, but Flora did not want to have to explain what William was doing at the hotel, dressed as a Russian Bolshevik. Before the hackney had rolled to a complete halt in Coptic Street, Flora eased forward on her seat and grasped the door handle, only to have it yanked out of her hand as the door was flung open. Ed's smiling face appeared at the window, sending her back in her seat. "Might I be of assistance, Mrs.?" he said in a mock East End accent, his free hand extended to help her down. "What are you doing here?" she gasped. "How did you get here so quickly? I left you back at the house." Perhaps I shouldn't go into that." He tugged his collar away from his neck. "You will tell me, or you can get into this cab and I'll take you straight home." "Oh, all right, but you mustn't blame Timms." "Timms? What? Oh, no, you took Bunny's motor car." Several scenarios occurred to her at once, none of them less than a disaster. "Ed, suppose you had crashed, or hit someone, or—" "I didn't. I'm an excellent driver. Now stop panicking. The Berlier will be back in the mews in an hour or so. Bunny will never know." "I cannot believe Timms simply let you take it." She waved him aside and climbed down onto the road, slamming the cab door behind her. He didn't exactly let me, but I left him a note." At Flora's horrified stare, added, "Don't panic, Flora. It's quite safe. I parked it round the back of the hotel. Look, I'm here now, so let me come with you." "I don't even know what I'm looking for." She groaned, aware that making him take the motorcar back to the house could be equally hazardous. "We could look together," Ed pleaded. "I'm good at talking to people." Flora huffed a breath, defeated. "Since you're here, you can pay the driver." That could be a problem. I gave my last shilling to the boy I asked to mind the motorcar." He made a show of rummaging through his pockets, shrugging. "I don't suppose—" Flora rolled her eyes, withdrew the appropriate coins from her bag, and dropped them into his hand, pushing the revolver into the bottom with her other hand. The man tipped his hat in acknowledgement, and with a cheery, "Walk on," the horse pulled into traffic with a rumble of wheels. Ed took her arm and guided her over a crossing cleared of manure and rubbish, dodging carts and horse-drawn buses that approached at speed from both directions. "If Maddox reaches the same conclusion you have, he might arrive to arrest this imposter chap. If so, he won't be best pleased to see us." "You've given this some thought, then? You didn't simply steal Bunny's motorcar on impulse." Flora summoned a smile for the benefit of the doorman, who sprang forward to open the Dahlia Hotel's double doors. "I borrowed it, which is entirely different. I've been thinking about Leonard's alibi all night. Perhaps we could talk to that maid?" "What maid?" Flora thought for a moment. "Oh, the one Maddox said gave Leonard an alibi. Good thinking, Ed, but we have to be very careful. The police don't take kindly to having their witnesses harassed." "I wasn't going to harass her. Suppose she got the time wrong, or she could even have lied about seeing him that day." "As long as you are careful. Making accusations won't get you very far." The lobby was crowded, but there was no sign of William or any Russians. She hoped, if he saw them first, her father was as good a diplomat as he claimed, and would keep out of sight. "Ed, while we're here," she whispered, "we need to be discreet, so promise to do what I say. If I tell you not to look at something, you obey me. Understood?" "If I'm already looking at something, how can I unsee it?" Ed handed his hat to a bellboy, along with one of the coins Flora had provided. "Never mind, just do as I ask." Ed could be infuriating. Even when he was in serious trouble, he found time to answer back. "All right, but you aren't making much sense." He halted inside the main door and stared round at the opulent entrance lobby. "This isn't quite what I imagined. All this silver and black is most unusual. It's exotic somehow, a bit like some Turkish bordello." What do you know about Turkish bordellos? She cast him one of the sideways looks she had perfected during her governess days, but he appeared not to have heard her, his attention caught by something. I say, is that an ascending room over there? I wouldn't mind taking a ride in it. What are the chances, Flora? We aren't here to entertain ourselves. We came to find evidence which might clear you. I know that, but seeing as we're here, it wouldn't hurt to look around. He set off towards the gate, leaving her to follow. She had only taken a few steps when she spotted William beneath the curve of the cantilevered staircase. His height and build tended to mark him out from the crowd, even without his unshaven chin and oversized coat that flapped round his ankles. He had not yet seen her, his focus on the man whom she assumed to be one of his Russian associates. Not Mr. Lenin this time, but a smaller man, with sandy hair squashed beneath a soft canvas cap. He appeared to be doing most of the talking. William nodded at intervals, but contributed little to the conversation. "I've got it," Ed exclaimed suddenly. "If Maddox turns up and demands to know what we're doing here, we can say we're going to the Trafalgar exhibition." "What exhibition?" Flora grabbed his arm, so he had no option but to halt with her. "The one at the British Museum to celebrate the centenary of the battle. I read it in the newspaper. I haven't had much else to do these last few days but read." "Perhaps your temporary incarceration has done you some good." Still holding tight to his arm, she eased him firmly round in a half-circle, so his back was towards William and his companion. William caught Flora's eye over Ed's shoulder, cocked his chin at a door to his left in a gesture so swift he barely interrupted his conversation with his companion. Ed?" Flora placed a hand on his arm to get his attention. "I could really do with a cup of coffee. Would you mind sorting out seats for us and ordering?" "Oh, all right. What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take advantage of their facilities." "What sort of facilities?" "This hotel provides comfort rooms for ladies." It still surprised her how the innovation of ladies' conveniences confused, and in some cases, annoyed most men. Possibly because they resented the fact women could spend more time in the outside world, as opposed to being confined at home. "Oh, yes, of course." He broke off with a contrived cough. "I'll see you back here in a few moments, then. Or however long it takes to, Ed, just go." She gave him a gentle push, her gaze on his back as he strolled past the end of the staircase. When she was confident he was unlikely to turn back, she hurried towards the door marked "Private." Flora entered a windowless hallway decorated in yellow paint and chocolate-brown skirting. A row of gaslights hissed at head height, casting an incipient gloom in marked contrast to the stark electric lighting proliferating in the public areas. The hairs on her neck prickled as a figure stepped from the shadows. She gripped her bag tighter, comforted by the weight of the small revolver. "You got my note, then?" William loomed in front of her. As well as the long black coat, a misshapen black leather cap and a faded woolen scarf completed his ensemble, despite the mild weather. She took a slow, calming breath and tried not to wrinkle her nose at the stale tobacco smell emanating from him. William never smoked, not even cigars after dinner. "The flowery place?" She raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Too obvious, eh?" He scratched his chin. "I was trying to be obscure in case that nosy maid of yours read it." "I doubt our boot boy could have failed to crack that code. What's this information you have for me?" "We can't talk here." He gave the hallway a swift but thorough glance. "This way." He guided her through a door marked Function Room, which held a square oak table surrounded on four sides by rows of chairs Flora assumed were used by the Congress for their meetings, the air heavy with the smell of beeswax, overlaid by the tang of old food, indicating the Russians ate in there. What's the idea of bringing Ed with you? Isn't he supposed to be under house arrest? He pulled out a wheelback chair and gestured for her to sit. I couldn't stop him. He's scared and angry, so he wants to be a part of clearing his name. A half lie, but she wasn't going to admit Ed had outwitted her. I can appreciate what he's going through, Flora, but I'm not simply passing the time here. This Congress is important to our government. These men are incredibly suspicious. If they discover you're my daughter and he's my nephew, I could be in trouble. Instead of taking a chair, he straddled a corner of the table, his arms folded across his chest. Isn't the fact he's a murder suspect equally important? Yes, of course. He lifted the unflattering cap and scratched his head before replacing it. How's the investigation going? Watching him, Flora squirmed at the idea of what the cap's previous owner might have left behind. I believe the twins employed someone to impersonate their brother, but when presented with the possibility of their real brother arriving at the hotel, they killed him. Ed was unfortunate in that he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Half-brother, eh? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I think I've seen this chap strutting round the hotel. Everyone calls him Mr. Leonard, then casts him evil looks behind his back. Have you an idea who he really is? Possibly, but I need to prove it before Maddox arrests the imposter, or they'll get away with it. Her confidence did a small dip, but what her mother-in-law had said in her letter seemed perfectly logical at the time. Why would the twins put a fake in their half-brother's place? Wouldn't disposing of him have been enough? William asked. Bunny said the same thing. It puzzled me, too, but Maddox said criminals weren't the cleverest of people, so perhaps their mistake will be what exposes them in the end. If Maddox knows about this imposter, why isn't he here instead of you? I'm not sure Inspector Maddox trusts my theories. Anyway, I'm here because of your note. It was a lie, but if he knew she had come to reveal the man masquerading as Leonard Hunter Griggs as a killer, he would send her home immediately. Maddox is a good policeman and can be insightful at times. William stroked the stubble on his chin with one hand before transferring it to her shoulder. But you are better. He gave her shoulder a squeeze, which sent warmth through her. I don't know about that. No, I mean it. And you were right about Thompson. I checked the delegate list, and Leo Thompson was expected to attend the Congress as you suspected. He was a member of the Russian Labour Party. He wanted to be. William ran his hands up and down his thighs, both feet splayed. For 2 weeks in March, Leo stayed at the King's Cross lodgings of a woman called Apollinaria Yakubova and her husband. I'm pretty sure I would have remembered a name like that had I heard it before. Who is she? A Marxist revolutionary and one of Lenin's acolytes. Rumour has it, Lenin asked her to marry him at one time, but she refused. He subsequently married Nadia, but she and Apollinaria are friends, or they used to be. She and her husband fled from Russia and have lived here in London for the last 5 years. Poor Nadia. It can't be comfortable for her to have this woman present, knowing her husband's feelings for her. Flora had never met her, but any woman who did not command her husband's heart earned her sympathy. She doesn't need your understanding, Flora. William seemed to read her thoughts. Any woman who escapes from a Siberian prison and travels the 7,000 miles to London undetected is, in my opinion, strong enough to take care of herself. She and her husband hold debates in the East End on the principles of Russian socialism. Thompson attended some of them and had been distributing Iskra both here and in Cheltenham, which explains why Maddox found a copy in his luggage. Should we inform the police about Leo's loyalties? I'd rather not have any of the delegates questioned until it becomes absolutely necessary. Not until we have more evidence he was involved in... William broke off, jumped to his feet and opened the door a crack, his free hand held up to warn her to be silent. Flora's heart thumped uncomfortably in her chest as a male voice called out, followed by another, then the sound of a door being slammed, and finally, silence. "It's all right. They've gone." William relaxed again, closed the door gently, and resumed his seat on the table. "Are we likely to be discovered here?" Flora asked, concerned. "I hope not. It would make things exceedingly awkward for me to have to explain your presence." "I'm beginning to think Bunny's right, and this case is too complicated. Sometimes it looks straightforward, but what with Thompson's involvement with Mr. Lennon, maybe I should leave it to Inspector Maddox." "This isn't like you, Flora. I thought you loved to get your teeth into a good mystery." "I do, normally, but there's more at stake here for Ed, and now you. I'm worried the responsibility is too great." She couldn't believe what she had just said. Barney was always telling her the same thing, but she never listened to him. "Don't lose confidence now." William massaged her shoulder gently with one hand. "I wish I had taken more of an interest in Leo at the time. He was supposed to arrive here on Tuesday, when we might have learned more if—" "He hadn't been murdered," Flora interrupted him. "I know. What else did he do apart from handing out newspapers?" "He took part in a protest a few weeks ago in support of the new Aliens Act." "The Aliens Act," Flora repeated slowly. "But that restricts immigration. Thousands of Russians came here to escape the pogroms in the 80s, so why would they want to prevent that? And don't stare at me like that. I'm not totally ignorant." "I didn't say you were, my darling." His eyes, which had resembled scraps of flint as he talked, softened. "Foreign workers are paid less than their English counterparts, which squeezes the labour market. The Labour Party here would like to protect jobs for our own countrymen. The Tory factory owners, on the other hand, take full advantage of cheap labour. The protest caused a riot outside a church hall in Southwark last month. 3 people died, and 35 were taken to hospital." Leo sounds like quite the rabble-rouser. I assume he was learning to speak Russian, too. At William's inquiring look, added, "Why would he have a copy of Iskra in his luggage unless he could read it? But whether we disagree with his politics or not, he didn't deserve to be stabbed to death." "No, he didn't," William sighed. "There's also a possibility that our own government was aware of Thompson's activities and viewed them as detrimental to our country." "What are you saying?" She lowered her voice to a fierce whisper. "That our own government might have disposed of him?" He shrugged. "It's not unknown for the authorities to deal with potentially embarrassing situations. Why hold a public trial which could be embarrassing when a problem can be solved by simpler methods?" "I see." Flora refused to contemplate the full meaning of what he was saying. Could a former governess ever be cognizant of what went on in the hallowed halls of government to keep the population safe? Did she want to know? Probably not. The Bolsheviks are more than a few fanatics throwing bombs at carriages. My task right now might be straightforward information gathering, but there are those in positions of power who would welcome the collapse of the imperialist regime. It could take years, but eventually there will be a revolution in Russia. An American financier called Schiff has already provided the party with substantial funds to be used for propaganda. Germany is also making encouraging noises towards the socialists. And the British government? What's their stance on this revolution idea? He held her gaze for a long moment, but before she could discern what sat in his eyes, he removed his watch chain and consulted his half-hunter. "I ought to go. Vladimir will wonder where I am. We're meeting at the Crown in Clerkenwell later. I'm not looking forward to it, as I'll have to feign enthusiasm for his turgid diatribes against the imperialists." At the sound of voices from the hall outside, William straightened and slid off the table. Flora joined him at the door, their heads cocked to listen. "Have you seen a young woman in a blue coat and a hat?" Ed's voice echoed along the corridor. "It's Ed," Flora lowered her voice to a fierce whisper. "No, sir, I haven't," a low but distinct female voice answered. "She was on her way to the facilities," Ed continued, "but I cannot imagine they are down this way." "No, sir. You'll need to go back the way you came to the lobby and—" "Stay here, and I'll go out and talk to him." Flora gestured William behind the door so as not to be seen from the hallway. "William," she halted with her hand on the doorknob, "if America and Germany want this revolution, where does Britain stand?" Instead of an answer, he planted a swift kiss on her forehead and opened the door just wide enough for her to slip through. "You'd better go." Chapter 29. Flora emerged into the hallway in time to hear Ed thank a woman in a severe black gown for her help. She carried a thick ledger and wore a chain at her waist from which hung several keys. Something about her struck Flora as familiar, but before she could work out what it was, the woman hurried away. Ed must have sensed Flora's presence behind him because he swung round. "There you are!" He stood with his head tilted and arms held out at his sides. "You were gone for so long, I came to look for you. What are you doing back here?" "I took a wrong turning." She cocked her chin at the departing figure. "Who was that woman you were speaking to?" "I've no idea. She must work here, as I heard her giving instructions to a kitchen maid. Why?" "I'm not sure. She looked familiar, but I doubt we've ever met." "You probably saw her when you came here with Bunny." "Possibly. Have you ordered our coffee?" she asked, dismissing the woman from her mind. No, I didn't, sorry. But I haven't been idle. I located a very talkative maid." "The one who gave Leonard his alibi?" She cast a sideways look at the meeting room door, visualizing William pacing back and forth behind it. "Not her. The one Tim spoke to. Libby. She told me the chambermaid who cleaned Leonard's room that day was called Maisie Cook. Libby's going to arrange for me to talk to her." "How much did that cost you?" "If I recall, Tim's paid quite handsomely for Libby's cooperation." "Nothing yet." He revealed his teeth in a sheepish grimace. "I don't have any cash on me, so I said you'd pay her." Flora halted mid-step. "Did you, indeed?" "Oh, come on, what's a few shillings?" He had carried on a few paces and stopped, forced to retrace his steps to where she stood. "You know you would have done the same thing. This is a real chance to clear my name. You can't ask me to pass it up." "All right." Flora sighed and resumed walking. "How do we find Maisie?" "Libby said to meet her by the kitchens, and she'll take us to her." Ed led her through a green baize door into a space more shabbily appointed than the last. The clatter of metal pans and shouts could be heard behind a double door with porthole windows. A savoury smell of cooked meat made her mouth water. A few feet beyond the kitchen door stood a fair-haired girl in a white apron, complete with bib and frilled shoulder straps. She leaned against the wall, her arms folded, and one foot tapping to a rhythm inside her head. When she saw them, she pushed away from the wall with a deep sigh. "Hurry up! I ain't got all day." Flora raised an eyebrow at the girl she assumed must be Libby, but before she got any closer, the kitchen door swung open, sending her a pace backwards. A waiter with a loaded tray balanced on his shoulder crashed through. "Have a care, Reg," Libby tutted, grimacing. Reg gave Flora and Ed a swift, bemused look, and Libby a longer one, before he swept along the corridor and out of sight. "This way." Libby gestured for them to follow her to another double door farther along the hall, which opened on silent hinges, releasing a wave of hot, humid air which could only be the laundry. Two metal vats belched clouds of white steam, where young girls in pinafores and caps heaved dirty linens from waist-high wicker baskets. A row of smoothing irons, strung from leads hung from the ceiling, were being wielded by similar maids over snowy white bedsheets laid out on tables. Libby halted beside the open door of a cupboard lined from floor to ceiling with wooden shelves, where a dark-haired girl crouched on her knees, arranging piles of bedsheets onto the bottom shelves. This is Maisie." Libby's voice held an air of triumph at a job well done. The girl sat back on her knees and stared up at Flora and Ed. Her mob cap spilled black curls onto her forehead above wide green eyes, her angelic features marred by a suspicious scowl. "Who are they?" "No need to get all uppity, Maisie." Libby flicked a look behind her, though no one in the bustling laundry paid them any attention. "The lady and gent just want to talk to you about Mr. Leonard." "What about him?" Maisie rose slowly from her crouch, drawing herself up to her full height, but barely reached Flora's chin. She heaved a pile of dirty linens from the floor and tossed them into the nearest basket. "Good day to you, Maisie," Flora began, unsure how she might question this girl without accusing her of lying. "I believe you spoke to the police the other day." "That's right." Her eyes narrowed. "What of it?" Flora sighed. They had hardly begun, and the girl was already defensive. Would they get anything of use out of her? "You told the police you saw Mr. Leonard on Tuesday," Ed interjected, "that he was asleep in bed when you cleaned his room." Her green gaze slid over Flora and settled on Ed. Her face instantly softened, and she peered up at him through dark lashes. "Might have done?" Flora bit back a sharp retort and left him to do the questioning. Maisie might look sweet and innocent, but she knew exactly what her attractions were and how to use them. "Did you actually see Mr. Leonard in his room on Tuesday?" Ed asked. "He were in bed." She folded her arms across her diminutive chest. "Like I told the copper." "You're sure?" Flora urged. "Did you see his face?" "What you implying?" Maisie's eyes glittered, the look of someone used to being on the defensive. "We're not accusing you," Ed said quickly, "but might someone else have been in the bed pretending to be Mr. Leonard?" She shrugged. "Dunno. I only stayed long enough to clean the washroom and change the towels." She split a hard look between them. "Look, what's this all about? Who are you two, anyway?" "Watch your cheek, Maisie." Libby nudged her with an elbow. "They'll pay you for the truth, long as it is the truth, mind." "Flora." Ed nudged her with an elbow, his hand held out, palm upwards. Flora tutted, resigned, slid a hand inside her bag, and located a handful of silver coins, which she handed to Ed. "I can't change me story." Maisie eyed the coins greedily. "Not now I've told the filth. They'll have me for purging." "I think you mean perjury," Flora corrected her. "They'll do that anyway, if they found out you was lying," Libby said, her voice lowered. "Think about it, Maisie. We get blokes here all the time who drink all night and sleep till tea time. It could easily have been one of them. Well, what you say? Wrong room and a quid? Or right one, and get done for purging?" "Perjury," Ed and Flora said together. Maisie hesitated, her mouth puckered as she thought it over. "Ed, put the money away. We're wasting our time here." Flora started to leave, pulling Ed with her. "No, wait!" Maisie halted them. "Well," Flora prompted, "was Mr. Leonard Hunter Griggs in that room all day on Tuesday, or not?" "He weren't," Maisie mumbled, reddening. "He paid me 5 shillings to say he was, but I didn't know it was the coppers who would be asking. I figured he wanted to keep out the way of one of his gambling friends. I didn't mean no harm. When the constable came asking questions and said I had to make a statement, it scared me rigid." "Then that's what you tell them." Flora plucked the coins from Ed's hand and slipped them into Maisie's apron pocket, where they made a satisfying clink. "That you were too afraid of losing your job to defy Mr. Leonard, so said what he told you to." "I ain't going to no police station." Maisie slid a hand into her pocket and fingered the coins. "If they come back, I'll tell them, but not otherwise." "Then we'll have to ensure they do come back," Flora said. Confident Inspector Maddox was too much the professional to ignore the girl's story. She was willing to bet he had left her questioning to one of his younger officers. Maddox would have seen right through her flimsy lies. "Yeah? What about me?" Libby cocked her chin at Ed. "He promised me 5 shillings. Of course he did. Flora sliced a look at Ed and slid a crown into Libby's hand from her diminishing pile. "And thank you for your help." "Pleasure." Libby pocketed the coin. "I'd show you out, but I'm behind with me work already. Go back the way you came and turn right at the end." Without waiting for a response, she hurried away, leaving Maisie to return to the linen cupboard. "We'll let Maddox know Mr. Leonard's alibi is no good and make sure he comes back to question Maisie." Ed chattered happily as they retraced their steps along the dingy hallway. "If she does what she promised, I'll be safe." "If she does," Flora muttered. "I hope the fact we paid her won't count against us when this gets to court." Entering the lobby felt like stepping from a dark cupboard into a fairyland of bright lights in a grand hall where elegant ladies in large hats and uniformed staff swept by. She half expected the conversations to pause and everyone turned to stare, but no one appeared to notice them. In her eagerness, she almost ran into the woman she had seen talking to Ed earlier. "Oh, do excuse me." Her apologetic smile faded at the woman's hard, penetrating look as she swept past without a backward look. Flora stared after her. If she is staff, then she ought to change her attitude to customers. "Never mind her," Ed said, irritated. "Aren't you pleased we now know Leonard Hunter Griggs wasn't in the hotel the day Leo was killed?" "I am, Ed. Honestly." She didn't like to remind him that Maisie's story didn't put Leonard's imposter on the train, nor could she banish her uneasiness about the woman in the black dress. Where had she seen her before? "Where were you earlier, by the way?" Ed asked her, as they traversed the lobby arm in arm. "The woman I spoke to in the corridor told me the facilities are nowhere near the function rooms. She couldn't think why you were there." "Really, Ed, what an inappropriate question to ask a lady." Flora avoided his gaze. "I've already explained I took a wrong turn." "Don't tell me, then." Ed huffed a breath, but dropped the subject, much to her relief, as they entered the crowded lobby where patrons sat drinking coffee and chatting. "I meant to say hello to Dr. Grace this morning," Ed continued, as they paused beneath the curve of the staircase, complete with its white marble treads and black wrought-iron balusters. "But she had gone by the time I'd finished breakfast. She couldn't stay long. She had a meeting to attend." Flora searched for a recognizable face amongst the crowd. "Did she have anything new to add about what happened to Leo's mother?" "Not so loud, Ed. And no, not really. She confirmed most of what we already knew, although there was one thing. She mentioned Lady Egerton." "I know that name. Her nephew went to school with me. Sebastian, I think his name was." "What about her? Were Leo and Sebastian friends, do you know?" "What? Yes, I suppose so. They were in the same year." "Why do you ask?" "It might mean nothing at all, but the name keeps cropping up." Flora stiffened at the sight of the young man she had seen on her first visit. "Ed." She pulled him into the overhang of the stairs. "Leonard Hunter Griggs is heading for the porter's desk." She nodded to where a young man shoved a guest abruptly aside and took his place. The porter ducked his head in apology to the guest before reluctantly addressing the interloper. "That fellow?" Ed pursed his lips. "I suppose he has a look of Leo, but that garish blue suit is a giveaway. No one educated at Marlborough College would wear their tie like that either. He's giving that porter quite a set down too. No manners, obviously." "He behaved similarly the first time I was here. Take a good look at him." "Have you seen him before?" "No, I haven't. But I didn't see everyone who was on the train that day. He might have been there." The altercation with the porter came to an abrupt halt when Leonard Hunter Griggs pounded the desk with a fist. then swivelled on an angry heel before disappearing through a door on the other side of the lobby. "I wonder what that was about," Ed mused. "I've no idea, but we got what we came for, so perhaps we shouldn't tempt fate and leave now. Inspector Maddox can follow up on Maisie's story." "It's Miss Harrington, isn't it?" a masculine voice said at her elbow. Flora spun round to where a handsome man in a black frock coat and perfectly tied cravat stood. Yes, it is. She swallowed nervously, unsure which of the Hunter-Griggs twins stood before her, and certain she had not given her name on her previous visit. "It's Mrs. Harrington, actually." "Mrs. Harrington." He shook her hand in both of his. "My father described you perfectly. He said a charming lady journalist by the name of Harrington called on him at Albany requesting an interview." "The Colonel, mentioned me?" Flora squirmed. He had not released her hand, and she debated how to withdraw it without offending him. "He did, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to thank you. You brightened up the old boy's day. He isn't in the best of health and doesn't get about as he used to, so he becomes easily bored. Actually," his eyebrows rose into his low hairline, "haven't we met before?" "You have an excellent memory, Mr. Hunter-Griggs." She relaxed, smiling as she realized he must be Mr. Frederick. "On that occasion, you were distracted by an awkward guest." "A good memory for names and faces is an advantage in the hotel business. Is your husband not with you today?" He aimed a vague, inquiring look towards Ed. Not today. However, allow me to introduce my cousin." She tugged her hand firmly from his. "Edward, Viscount Trent. Viscount Trent, Mr. Frederick Hunter-Griggs." "Pleased to meet you." Ed thrust out his hand, which the older man took with a polite but bland inclination of his head, showing the name meant nothing to him. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit today?" "We were on our way to the exhibition at the museum," Ed replied without missing a beat. "We stepped in here for some refreshment beforehand. I'm told it's a fascinating display." "How interesting. I haven't yet seen the exhibition, which is remiss of me, being as it's merely yards away." Mr. Frederick nodded slowly. "Actually, there's someone I would like you to meet. If you aren't in a hurry to get to the museum, of course. Well, we really ought to—" Flora stammered. "Oh, do say you can spare a few moments." He cut across her vague protest. "My sister Frances would love to meet you." "Your sister?" Flora said weakly. "Frances is a woman? Why didn't she think of that before? Frances was also a woman's name, and often spelled the same way." "My twin sister, yes." He stared round the crowded lobby, searching faces as he talked, oblivious to her growing disquiet. "As a woman of business herself, Frances expressed a keen wish to make your acquaintance. She's interested to hear all about your journalistic ambitions. In fact, she should be back from her appointment any moment." His darting gaze finally shifted to a point past her shoulder. "Ah, there she is now." A striking young woman entered the hotel and paused to greet a guest, giving Flora time to study her. Tall, slender, with dark hair swept into a loose arrangement of sausage curls beneath a pert burgundy felt hat with a vertical black feather. Her skin was flawless and porcelain pale, with symmetrical features in a face which drew all eyes towards her, a phenomenon of which she appeared unaware. Her conversation came to an end, and she swept the room with wide, cat-like eyes, finally settling on her brother. Her perfect lips curled into a warm smile as she glided towards them. "Frederick." She greeted him with a brief press of her lips on his cheek before her gaze slid to Flora and Ed with a look of inquiry as she waited for an introduction. Flora's throat dried and found she was staring. However, it wasn't Frances Hunter-Griggs's classic looks which affected her, but the woman's burgundy-red coat with its row of black chevrons encircling the flared skirt below knee level. Frances, my dear." Frederick drew her closer. "This is the lady Father told us about, Mrs. Flora Harrington, and her cousin, Viscount Trent." "How wonderful you should be here." She clasped her gloved hands together, her lips parted, displaying perfect white teeth. "When Papa told me he had been interviewed by a lady journalist, I was entranced. When he mentioned you were an admirer of Mrs. Millicent Fawcett, I begged him to give me your name and address, but he seemed to know very little about you." "Well, I'm not actually a journalist, not yet." Flora summoned a weak smile, while she resisted every nerve ending which told her to run. "Don't be so modest." Frances placed a hand on Flora's forearm. "A journalist and an advocate for women's rights. I'm sure we will have so much to talk about." She gave the room a swift, critical sweep with her startling eyes. "But you don't want to sit here with all these people coming and going. Why don't we adjourn upstairs to my sitting room?" Without waiting for a response, Frances placed a firm hand on Flora's back and guided them both towards the ascending room. "Perhaps we might postpone this visit for another time." Flora halted in front of the gates. "I'm not fond of enclosed spaces, I'm afraid." "I didn't know you were claustrophobic." Ed rubbed his hands together, oblivious to her frantic eyebrow dance. "I'd love to try it out. I've never been in an ascending room, only those escalator things they have at Harrods, which aren't the same at all." Had he not been so far away, Flora would have stamped on his foot. Instead, she groaned inwardly as the gates clanked open and she was ushered inside. That's all she needed, to be trapped in a cage with a possible murderess. Chapter 30. These contraptions have always fascinated me. Ed kept a steady stream of chatter on the short but tense journey inside the metal box up to the 4th floor. Ever since my grandmother told me about the one she saw at the Crystal Palace exhibition when she was a girl. They've been refined somewhat since then. Miss Hunter-Griggs turned the full heat of her beautiful eyes on him. More and more hotels are installing them, which is a shame. I'm sure many of our guests book a room here primarily to enjoy the novelty of our ascending room. The lift jerked slightly. Flora reached for the handrail that ran around 3 sides of the enclosed box. The other pressed against her midriff. "Are you all right, Flora?" Ed ducked his head close to hers to be heard over the loud grinding of gears. "You look a bit pale. Don't you find this exhilarating?" His enthusiastic nudge to her ribs and cheerful smile made her want to slap him. "Please don't be unduly worried, Mrs. Harrington." Miss Hunter-Griggs laid a reassuring hand on Flora's forearm, her eyes darkening in concern. "This is an Otis safety elevator. Should the cable break, which I assure you it will not, a device engages something called knurled rollers which lock the guides." Flora smiled and nodded, refusing to play the nervous female with regards to the lift, although kept a tight grip on her handbag. The sight of grey, blank walls and building struts gliding past on their way up did make her slightly queasy. The lift bounced to a stop, the gates dragged open with a noisy screech by the attendant, releasing them into a semicircular hall with 3 doors leading off a curved wall. Miss Hunter-Griggs approached the left-hand door, which she unlocked with a key attached to a fob in the colours of the hotel. "Welcome to my domain." She stepped to one side and gestured them inside with an expansive wave of her arm. "This is lovely." Flora couldn't help but admire the spacious sitting room, decorated in shades of teal and pale cream. She had not known what to expect, but the use of colours and textures were beautifully combined to make Flora envious. "I'm so glad you like it." Miss Hunter-Griggs tugged off her gloves, revealing slim fingers with oval pink nails. Ed wandered to the window and braced his palms on the sill. "There's quite a view from up here. I could see the entire front of the British Museum." This side of the building faces the street, but is far enough up to be quiet. Miss Hunter-Griggs dropped the gloves on a nearby table. "My bedroom is through there. together with a private bathroom, complete with water closet. She gestured to a set of double doors opposite the window. You'll probably think I'm spoiled, but when Frederick and I were forced to sell our house in Bloomsbury, I insisted everything here be arranged exactly as I wanted it. You were forced to sell? Flora laid her bag carefully down on a champagne-coloured silk couch with spindly gold legs. Yes, and it was such a blow. I loved that house. She sighed. But we needed the funds to complete the hotel renovations. Father had been generous enough, and Frederick and I agreed we had to raise the money ourselves. Flora made no comment, having gleaned a slightly different impression from the Colonel. Either Miss Hunter-Griggs was an accomplished liar, or the twins had accepted their father's decree without resentment. Frederick and I are delighted with the hotel, which is doing well. It's most elegant. Flora's gaze stayed on the coat that she had draped carelessly over a chair. In fact, I hardly miss the house at all now, she went on, the only drawback being the staff call on me at all times of the day and night with problems to sort out, not to mention the odd irate guest. She paused in her journey across the room and tilted her head. Do make yourself comfortable, both of you. Might I offer you some refreshment? Ed looked about to accept, but at a swift glance from Flora, he clamped his mouth shut. That's kind, but no thank you. Ah, well, if you're sure. Their hostess's smile dissolved as she took a chair in the same rich blue velvet. I'm sure Frederick has done so already, Mrs. Harrington, but I wanted to thank you for being so kind to my father. Deprived of an opportunity for food, Ed restored to a slow tour of the room, his hands clasped behind his back, as he examined a display of china ornaments and paintings. I didn't see it as kindness. Flora hoped her lie wasn't too transparent. I genuinely asked him to help me. Not that she was about to explain with what. Miss Hunter-Griggs sighed. He gets few visitors, and after his health upset last winter, he has been ordered to rest more. He's been ill? Flora recalled the Colonel had mentioned some recent trouble with his heart. He appeared quite well during my visit. I hope nothing has changed. Oh, father's as strong as a horse. A cart horse. A light, tinkling laugh filled the room. Frederick doesn't trust doctors, and was convinced he told us father had a heart problem to increase his fee. Ed paused in his examination of a display of china ornaments to bestow a long, admiring look on Miss Hunter-Griggs. Flora suppressed a sigh, although his interest in such an attractive woman was understandable. What was more unnerving was the fact she, too, was beginning to like this woman. Do tell me about your career in journalism, Mrs. Harrington. Miss Hunter-Griggs wiggled back in her seat and arranged her skirts round her as if settling in for a long chat. I so admire you, a married woman and yet determined to follow your own path. You must have a very obliging husband. Ed gave a snort of laughter, which he changed into a cough. Sorry, frog in my throat. The journalism idea is very new and experimental. Flora briefly narrowed her eyes at Ed. I don't know if it will turn into anything, but my husband heartily approves. In his view, if I'm happy and fulfilled, then he can only benefit. How very wise of him. I was engaged once, but I broke it off, much to father's chagrin. I prefer life as a businesswoman to that of a wife. I would love to know how you manage to combine the two. Do you have children? Flora swallowed, her gaze going back to the coat. The less this woman knew about her, the better. No, not yet. Ed aimed a puzzled frown in her direction, but made no attempt to contradict her. Well, I'm sure you'll manage that as efficiently as you obviously do everything else. Miss Hunter-Griggs rose and swept the incriminating coat from the chair. Let me put this away, and then we can have our talk. She disappeared inside the bedroom just as a streak of black shot past her into the room, while emitting a high-pitched wail, and dashed under the sofa where its mistress had sat. I hope you're not averse to animals, she asked, reappearing, minus the coat. No, not as a rule, although I have none of my own. Flora eyed the animal, that looked ready to attack any second. We have gun dogs in the country. Ed replaced an expensive-looking Chinese vase onto its plinth, enabling Flora to breathe again. Cats, too, to keep the rats down, but they're feral, and I never know how many there are. I couldn't be without my Mr. Brodie. Miss Hunter-Griggs bent, hooked an arm under the sofa, and swept the bundle of fluff into her arms. Have you been fighting again, you naughty boy? She pursed her lips and nuzzled the soft fur. I keep him inside most of the time because he tends to battle with the street cats. The animal rubbed its nose along her jaw, mewing gently. My poor darling always comes off worse and suffers so. She resumed her seat and propped the cat on her lap. Mr. Brodie scrunched up an already flat face and kneaded her skirt with its claws, circled twice, stretched a pink mouth in a yawn, and settled on her knee. Your father mentioned you had recently reconciled with your half-brother, Flora ventured. Having unwittingly entered the lion's lair, she might as well find out what she could when she had the chance. He said you hadn't seen him for many years. That's right. Her fingers teased the animal's fur gently. I shouldn't speak ill of the dead, I know, but Frederick and I resent Father's late wife for having kept Leonard from us for so many years. I'm sure she must have poisoned his mind against Papa. Not that we would ever speak disrespectfully of her in Leonard's presence. He's very loyal to his mother's memory. Your father mentioned she had died. Was it recent? Flora asked. Last year, yes. She kept her attention on the cat as she spoke, but seemed quite matter-of-fact. I hadn't seen her since I was a child, so cannot pretend to feel anything more than mild regret. She was our nurse, you see, mine and Frederick's. Between you and me, I think it's why Papa married her. As a widower with 4-year-old twins serving in India, he found himself somewhat at a loss. How did you come to meet Leonard after so long? Your father didn't give me specific details. It was all quite unexpected. The cat stretched its limbs as an invitation to stroke the soft curls on its belly, and she obliged. Leonard visited us and explained who he was. She dimpled prettily and brought a delicate hand to her mouth. Taking the word of a complete stranger sounds naive, doesn't it? I didn't mean to imply— Oh, no, I'm sure you didn't. And we didn't. Take his word for it, I mean. Frederick was diligent and put him through some rigorous questioning. Leonard knew all about Father's service in India, how Sylvia had deserted Father and went running back to her parents in England, taking him with her. She opened a haberdashery shop, of all things. Can you imagine? No wonder Leo couldn't wait to meet his real family. Did Leonard remember anything about you or his father? Flora asked. He claimed to have an unusual intellect and could remember things from when he was about a year old. Since I've got to know him, I've begun to think he fudged it. He's not the smartest person I've met, if you see what I mean. She directed a knowing smile at Flora, which she transferred to Ed, who flushed. He said he had always known who he was, of course, but was reluctant to contact us out of respect for his mother. When she died, he no longer felt the need to keep away. Flora searched for inconsistencies, but the story flowed easily and with unexpected candour. Nor did she appear to suspect why Flora asked so many questions. If Frances Hunter-Griggs were guilty, then she was also a consummate actress. The prosecution would have a difficult time with her. Where had Leonard been all these years? Ed placed one foot on the fender, and his thumbs tucked into his waistcoat. Flora bit her lip to prevent a smile. Bunny often stood just like that when he was pontificating on a point of law or sifting through scenarios. Ed must have studied him to mimic him so accurately. He grew up in Cheltenham, Miss Hunter-Griggs said, which is in Gloucestershire, you know. Not that I've ever been there, but I'm told it's an attractive town. I do know, and it is. I once lived there, Flora said. I still do, Ed added. Really? She stared at first one, then the other, in what appeared genuine surprise. You didn't happen to know Leonard or his mother, did you? Well, Ed began. No, I'm afraid not. Flora cut him off sharply, studying Francis for signs of guilt or anxiety, but saw none. It's quite a large town. Oh, yes, of course. How silly of me. Her girlish giggle was interrupted by a discreet rap at the door, which opened to reveal the woman in the black dress Flora had seen on the ground floor. I'm very sorry to bother you, Miss Francis, she said, in a flat, bored voice with no discernible accent. There's a problem in the kitchens. Can't Mr. Frederick handle it? Still cuddling the cat, Miss Hunter-Griggs stood and drifted towards the door. He's not available. I told the delivery man he must have got the order wrong, but he insists it's correct. As I said, I'm always being interrupted. Miss Hunter-Griggs sighed, placed the cat on the floor, which immediately scampered back under the sofa. I'll have to see to this, I'm afraid, but I won't be long. Don't let us keep you from your work. She gestured to Ed it was time to go. We'll leave you in peace. I wouldn't dream of your going so soon. She strode forward and guided Flora firmly back into her seat. We were having such a nice talk. I wouldn't want it to end so abruptly. She bestowed a bright smile on each of them in turn, the door catch giving a loud click as she closed it behind her. Was it Flora's imagination, or was there a sinister edge to Miss Hunter-Griggs's insistence they stay? Flora waited until their footsteps had receded along the hall, then ran forward and gave the door handle a firm turn. What are you doing? Ed broke off from his contemplation of a semi-nude painting on the wall. I wanted to see if it was locked. And is it? The catch gave, and she released a relieved breath. No. Then what's wrong? You've been jumpy ever since we came up here. Why don't you relax and sit down? She'll be back in a moment. That's what worries me, Ed. Listen, everyone referred to the Colonel's children as the twins. So I assumed Frederick and Francis were both men. It never occurred to me Francis could be a woman. I don't see what the problem is. Ed shrugged. I find her charming and quite beautiful. Which hasn't gone unnoticed. She sliced him a disdainful sideways look. I've been searching for a woman in a red coat, and she's been in front of me all the time. Coat? Yes, of course. She was wearing one with those black embroidered things you spoke about. A bit of a coincidence she should own one like it, don't you think? Don't be dense, Ed. It's hardly a coincidence. Are you sure? I'm afraid I didn't put much store by it since Bunny and the inspector didn't either. You don't have to remind me. She worried a thumbnail between her teeth. They both made me feel stupid even mentioning it. Dr. Grace told us the woman who brought Sylvia Thompson to her surgery was wearing a coat like that. One exactly like it was delivered to this hotel last year. Do you still think it's all pure chance? Are you sure you don't recognize her from the train or on the concourse when you were leaving? I think I would have remembered Miss Francis. Ed shoved his hands in his pockets, his brow furrowed. I don't believe she's a killer, and anyway, she said she's never been to Cheltenham. Oh, well, if she said so... Flora began to lose patience, because a beautiful woman couldn't possibly tell lies or kill anyone. Ed, you're such a man. I can't help that. Ed fidgeted, his neck an uncomfortable red. Are you sure you've got this right, Flora? She's convinced that chap downstairs is Leonard. So if she and Frederick didn't kill Leo, who did? I'm not certain of anything at this point. She had to admit Miss Francis had convinced her, too. Maybe Frederick was the one who was in cahoots with Leonard, or whatever his name was. They might have kept Francis in ignorance as an integral part of their plan. Well, Ed demanded, what do we do now? I'm not sure. But now we're here, you can help me search. You try in here, and I'll take a look in the bedroom. She opened the inner door to an even more opulent room, decorated in deep pink and pale green. A gilt-frame cheval mirror set at an angle across one corner reflected the light from a window with the same view as the sitting room. "Search for what?" Ed jumped back as the cat ran between his feet and scooted under the silk-covered bed. "I need to find something which links Miss Frances to Sylvia, or even Leo. Lady Egerton's diamond bracelet might be a good start. I don't know what it looks like, but I doubt there's more than one." She strode toward a bureau and started pulling out drawers which contained little but handkerchiefs and small boxes of cosmetics. "What does a bracelet have to do with anything?" Ed called through the door from where he crouched in front of a red and gold-lacquered Chinese cabinet and pulled out a row of shallow drawers. "It's complicated, but I have an idea that the Leonard downstairs was one of Lady Egerton's card-playing young men who stole one from her." "I have no idea what you're talking about." Ed poked his head round the cupboard door, a hank of hair flopping over his forehead. "Never mind, just keep looking." Apart from the detritus of cosmetics in delicate pots, a powder puff, and various trinkets on Frances's dressing table, sat a photograph album Flora would have loved to browse through, but resisted. In a shallow drawer below it lay a pile of postcards from seaside towns, a few handkerchiefs and pencils. "It's the only connection I have managed to make between Leo, Marlborough, and the coat." "Sounds a bit thin to me." Ed sat back on his knees. "Should we be doing this?" "Yes, we should. Keep looking. We don't have much time." She bundled everything back where it was before attacking another drawer, her nerves jumping at every noise. "There's no jewellery box here." Ed clambered to his feet and dusted off his trousers. "Not even one of those velvet-lined cases jewellers use." "No, you're right. It doesn't seem to be here." Disappointed, Flora replaced the double drawers she had pulled out of a small desk containing notepaper and pens, but no letters or anything remotely personal. Frances might have sold it. She did say they'd run out of money for the hotel renovations. Then it's probably languishing in a pawn shop somewhere." Ed's voice softened as he wandered to a bureau in a corner of the sitting room. "You're not helping, Ed," Flora muttered to herself, making an unsuccessful attempt to coax the cat from beneath the bed. "Hey, take a look at this. It's just like the one you bought in Cheltenham the other day." "What is?" Flora gave up on the cat and scrambled to her feet. Ed stood at the bedroom door, a rectangular wooden box in both hands, the lid angled to reveal a design of white, painted peonies. She gasped. "Where did you find it?" "On the bureau over there by the door." His face took on an animation that had been lacking up until now. "Are you thinking what I am?" "Possibly. Let me see inside." Her heart thumped as she eased open the lid, revealing a neat row of instruments nestled into grooves in the velvet lining. "There's an empty space where the stiletto should be," Ed pointed, his eyes wide. "Oh, Lord. Miss Frances did kill Leo?" "That settles it. We're leaving." Flora slammed the lid and shoved the box towards him. "Put it back where you found it. We need to find Inspector Maddox." The sooner they got out of there, the better. Chapter 31. Flora checked the drawers had all been replaced as she had found them, replaced the stool under the dressing table, and re-entered the sitting room, where she stared round at the chaos. Drawers had been ransacked and left open, magazines and books pulled haphazardly from the shelves, and piles of embroidered cushions tossed onto the floor. "Ed, what on earth?" "Find a bracelet, you said. Those things are small. You can't expect me to do that tidily. I've put the box back where I found it." He wore a bemused, half-contrite expression, identical to his 13-year-old self when stating the obvious. "We can't leave the room like this." Her horrified gaze skimmed the walls. "You've even moved all the pictures." "I thought there might be a safe behind one of them." He shrugged. sheepish. "Which you wouldn't have been able to open anyway. Come on, help me clear up before someone comes." "No time, Flora. If Miss Francis is involved, we must let the police know." Ed made for the door as he talked. "I saw a sign in the lobby showing the way to a public telephone. I can move faster than you, so I'll take the stairs while you tidy up in here. Use the ascending room when you're finished, and wait for me in the lobby. Lose yourself in the crowd. I'll come and find you." Flora was about to protest, but she could already hear his footfalls receding along the corridor. She had to admit he was right about one thing. He could cover more ground than she could manage in her cumbersome skirts. Sighing, she gathered papers, books, and straightening pictures as fast as she could, amazed at the way he had taken charge of the situation. And of her. Anyone would think coming to the hotel was his idea. Having spent a fruitless few minutes trying to coax the cat back into the sitting room, she gave up, and giving the suite a quick, appraising glance to ensure everything was as they had found it, pulled the door closed behind her, and set off along the hallway Ed had disappeared down minutes before. Where the stairs and lift met at the end, she pressed the button which summoned the lift. A few stressful moments passed, without any mechanical sounds, until finally the elevator appeared in a slow-moving beam of light and creaked to a halt. The gates slid open with a clang of metal to reveal a single occupant. Flora's breath caught at the sight of the man calling himself Leonard Hunter Griggs. "Well?" He leaned a shoulder against the edge of the gate, his voice slow and mocking. "Don't you wish to go down, Mrs. Harrington?" "Where's the attendant?" Flora's thoughts raced, alarmed to be addressed by her name. He stepped away for a moment. "But I'm quite capable of operating the machinery. I've done it 12 times. His manner of speech sounded forced, as if he had spent hours in front of a mirror perfecting it. Flora hesitated. "Miss Hunter Griggs?" "Won't be returning, I'm afraid. She asked me to inform you she's been called away." Before Flora realized what was happening, he had grasped her wrist, gave it a painful twist as he hauled her inside the lift, and closed the gates, which made an ominous clang. The momentum of his push flung her against the velvet-covered bench at the rear, which hit the back of Flora's knees. She bounced off and tumbled to the floor, dropping her bag. "You ought to know. The police are on their way." Panic filled her chest, though she forced herself to sound calm. They might already be here. How long had Ed been gone? Long enough to telephone Maddox? "And yet you're here, and they are not." His upper lip curled as he swung the handle that denoted the floors until the red arrow pointed to the embossed letter B. Grinding gears brought her gaze to the ceiling as the motor above whirred into action and the lift began to move. Bile rose in her throat as they glided downwards, her chances of escape diminishing with each second. "In case you're wondering," his low, menacing tone made her pulse race, "I recognized your companion when you arrived. Frederick told me you've been here twice. Been asking questions about me, haven't you?" Flora swallowed, not daring to deny it, even though she had only suspected him recently. Nor did she ask what, if anything, he had done to Ed. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of pleading with him. "I've done nothing to him," he added, as if reading her thoughts. "It's her he needs to watch out for. She's not in a good mood." He turned his back on her, his fingers laced through the diamond pattern of the closed gates. Slowly, she reached for her bag and slid it out of sight beneath her. What did he mean? And who wasn't in a good mood? Was he talking about Francis? Pushing herself gingerly onto her knees, she started to rise. "Stay where you are," he snapped without looking at her. "She was right." The arrogance seemed to have flowed out of him, leaving uncertainty. Right about what? Flora sank slowly back onto the seat, the solid outline of the gun in her bag pressed against her thigh. When the police turned up and questioned the staff, she said, "We should get out." I should have listened to her. We could have been halfway to Waterford by now. He seemed to be talking to himself, his voice tight. You were there, weren't you? On the train, when Leo Thompson was killed. She couldn't be sure he was responsible for Leo's death, but the man seemed to be unravelling. Perhaps he thought she knew more than she did. That wasn't me, and you can't tell them it was. He leapt for the handle and slammed it into the stop position. The lift screeched and jerked to a halt between floors, sending Flora off the edge of the seat. She righted herself quickly, her bag concealed beneath the folds of her skirt. What did happen to Leo? He swiveled to face her. I was supposed to knock him on the head and push him out of the train when it reached Pangbourne. But I didn't do it. Why there? She didn't really care, but keeping him talking struck her as the right thing to do, while she inched her fingers into the bag's silk lining. There's a steep slope that runs from the rails down to the river. She said everyone would think it was an accident. He snorted again, annoyed with himself. He saw me on the train, didn't he? That young chap with you. Isn't that why you're here? He didn't appear to expect a response, so she didn't give one, her mind racing as she tried to remember the name her mother-in-law mentioned in her letter from Eastbourne. Paget, was it? Payne? No. Page. Eric Page. She told me to do it anyway. He seemed to have forgotten she was there, his focus on the weak light in the lift ceiling, and made a derisive noise, something between a snort and a chuckle. I said no, that it was too risky, but she wouldn't listen. What then? You had to improvise? Flora's fingers closed around the rough surface of the metal grip. You waited until Leo was alone in the compartment. Then you stabbed him with the only thing she had to hand, the needlework stiletto. Isn't that right, Mr. Page? How did you know my... He broke off, his mouth working, but no sound came. Not that it matters. He snarled and swung the handle to the last notch on the wheel. Where are you taking me? She demanded, her panic mounting. The gun now sat, solid and heavy in her hand, but would not be easy to pull free of the bag. Somewhere no one will find you, Page growled. Not until we've gone, anyway. The lift started moving again, and she released the catch on the top of the gun. The bullet entered the chamber with a tiny metallic click. Releasing a slow breath, she slid her finger behind the trigger. A large painted L on the brick wall slid into view, indicating they had almost reached the lobby. With a strangely steady hand, Flora freed the weapon from her bag and pointed it at his back. Stop the lift, Mr. Page. Now. He swung round to face her, his lips curved into an arrogant tilt, ready to deny her. His gaze settled on the gun, and he froze, his eyes widening. You didn't expect that, did you? I said stop the lift. Now. Flora's voice shook as the lobby ceiling came into view through the gates. Her hand tightened on the gun, hoping she wouldn't have to pull the trigger, but she couldn't let him take her into the bowels of the building. The floor dipped a few inches past the lobby, where several eager faces appeared beyond the diamond lattice arrangement of the gates. The lift screeched to an abrupt halt with a jolt that threw Flora off balance. Her grip on the gun loosened as she staggered, but regained her balance as the lift bounced and settled. Just as Flora took aim again, he threw open the gates and leapt into the crowd waiting to go in, yelling, "Everyone get down! She's got a gun!" Page shoved a stocky man with both hands, hard enough to send him staggering backwards into the couple behind him. They stumbled into each other, the three of them blocking the doors and preventing any chance of Flora following. The woman regained her feet, her eyes locked onto the gun in Flora's hand, and she screamed. Flora watched helplessly as Paige took off at a run through the crowd and across the lobby, shoving bystanders aside among gasps of indignation and screeches of alarm. Frustration made her want to scream as she strained on tiptoe, moving her head from side to side in an effort to keep Paige in sight. A young porter eased his way through the cluster of people, arms outstretched and palms held down. "Miss, I think you should put that down." "What? Flora started at him in confusion. Then her gaze went to the gun in her hand, and she groaned. He eased closer, a hand extended. "Give me the weapon, miss." The couple, who had unwittingly helped Paige escape, regained their feet, their eyes wide with alarm. Flora sighed and addressed the eager young porter. "I know you think you're being very brave, but it's not me you should be worried about." By this time, Paige was little more than a glimpse of a blue jacket weaving through the lobby and out of sight. "Oh, for goodness sake, he's gone now." Flora lowered the bulldog, clicked the safety catch on, and returned it to her handbag. "And no, I'm not giving it to you," she snapped at the hovering porter, who couldn't have been much older than Ed. "It's safer where it is." The crowd around the lift backed slowly away, apparently deciding she was no longer a threat, their faces showing more irritation than fear, while one or two scowled at her and tutted in annoyance. Flora debated what to do first. "I need to call the police," she addressed the porter, enunciating each word as if she was speaking to a child. "Where's the hotel telephone?" "Going to turn yourself in, are you?" "No, that isn't... Look!" She pointed her hand at the far end of the lobby, creating a murmur of panic through the small crowd, though her hand was empty. "That man who rushed through here a moment ago is the dangerous one. He's wanted by the police. Now where's the public telephone?" The porter frowned, as her calm request seemed to flummox him. "There's one in the corridor leading to the function rooms for the use of guests." "Thank you. I hope you haven't just helped a murderer escape," she snapped, in a combination of relief and tension. "I fear you are mistaken, madam." The porter recovered himself and peered down at her from his unusual height. "The man you pointed your weapon at is Mr. Leonard Hunter Griggs, a part owner of this hotel." "No, he isn't. I mean, I know who he is, but... Oh, never mind." She had barely gone 3 steps before the main doors crashed open, and several policemen surged through in a wave of navy blue, helmets bobbing as they took up places inside the doors and the front desk. Once in position, they produced guns from their belts, while shocked murmurings went up among the crowd that milled inside the doors, spreading rapidly across the lobby. Inspector Maddox, in his ubiquitous mustard check suit and bowler hat, pushed through to the front desk and addressed a shocked clerk. "I'm looking for a man named Eric Page." Flora exhaled in relief and turned an imperious gaze on the porter. "Now, do you believe me?" She eased sideways through the crowd at the lift, most of whom had stopped staring at her, as if she might grow horns, their attention on the irate man at the front desk. I don't know of such a person," the clerk stammered, his gaze transfixed on the sea of blue invading the lobby. He pulled a large ledger towards him and ran a finger down the list of names. We have no Page in the hotel." "I'll handle this, Reeves." Mr. Jessup, the manager, appeared and shoved the clerk to one side. "There must be a misunderstanding, Inspector. If you'll just wait here a moment, I'll inform my employers." "I'm not going to argue with you. I have a job to do." Maddox glared at Mr. Jessup, then addressed his men, gesturing with both hands to the side and rear of the hotel. "Page is here somewhere. Spread out and guard the doors. No one leaves." "Inspector." Flora eased to his side. He glanced down at her, his glare still in place. "Mrs. Harrington?" His eyebrows took up residence in his hairline. "What are you doing here?" "The same as you. trying to flush out Leo Thompson's killer. I was right, wasn't I? It's Eric Page. She leaned closer, not intimidated by his furious expression. Yes, it is. He lowered his voice to a fierce whisper. But I thought I warned you. Yes, I remember all your warnings, Inspector. But never mind that now. I cannot find Ed. Page said he recognized him from the train, and now I don't know where he is. She stared frantically round the lobby, which was crowded with both anxious and interested guests, several policemen and a few staff. But no sign of Ed. Lord Trent? Maddox's face fell, and he propped both hands on his hips beneath his unfastened overcoat. Don't tell me he's here as well. Isn't that what I just said? Why was he being so slow? Ed went to find a telephone to call you, but it wasn't long ago, and pardon me, Inspector, I doubt you worked that fast, so I assume you were already on your way here. I'll ignore that. Maddox's upper lip curled briefly. He nodded to where his officers had spread out through the ground floor, and one mounted the stairs. This is a carefully planned operation. Then where is Ed? Flora's gaze swept the lobby again, greeted only by fearful and interested faces. And more importantly, where is Page? He took off through the crowd just before you arrived. I didn't see where he went. You've seen him? The policeman gave her his full attention. Which way did he go? I'm not sure. He disappeared beneath the curve of the staircase, and I lost sight of him. But the function rooms are in that direction, and the dining room which leads to the kitchens. You. He tapped the shoulder of an officer beside him. Take 2 men and go where she said. From the corner of her eye, Flora spotted the porter who had demanded she hand over her gun at the lift. Keeping his steady gaze on her, he shoved through the crowd, halting beside Inspector Maddox. I think you ought to be aware, officer. He pointed an arrogant finger at Flora. This lady is armed. Armed? Maddox's penetrating gaze swiveled towards her. Is that true? Flora rolled her eyes. It's only a small revolver, nothing like the ones your men are carrying. She nodded to where at least 3 policemen used their weapons to wave back the crowd in the lobby. Hand it over. Maddox waggled the fingers of one hand, sighing. She was about to refuse, but the combined scrutiny of the clerk and that of Mr. Jessup, as well as the critical stares directed her way, changed her mind. Sighing, she retrieved the bulldog from her bag and slapped it ungraciously into his open palm. You realize you might have scared off Eric Page? Maddox examined the little gun minutely. What were you doing with something like this in a public place? I scared him? Flora gaped. I'll have you know, he trapped me in the ascending room and was taking me goodness knows where. I only got out by producing... She made a vague gesture at his hand, where the gun looked impossibly small and harmless. Really? Maddox raised one eyebrow. But you have no idea as to where Page is now? I told you, he ran off. But he's probably still somewhere in the building, as you got here a few minutes after he left the lift. Let's hope so. For your sake, madam. My men have orders not to let anyone leave the hotel until Page is in custody. Then will you please send someone to find Ed? He stared at her for a tense moment before exhaling in a sigh and signalled to a nearby officer. Tell Hicks to make a search for Lord Trent. 19-year-old, sandy hair, arrogant expression, and a penchant for meddling. Thank you, Inspector. Flora could breathe again. Now, may I have my gun back? I promise I won't use it. Huh, not likely. He clutched at his pocket, as if she might try to retrieve it herself. The last thing I want is a civilian running around the place with a dangerous weapon, especially a woman. Leave this to my men. They're armed and well-trained. He pointed at another of his men. You, stay here, and keep an eye on Mrs. Harrington. She tends to get into trouble if left to wander. He aimed a slow wink in her direction. And move these people back, would you, Constable? I need some space to manoeuvre, and could do without the flapping of idle ears. The officers dashed away in all directions, while alarmed and curious onlookers were ushered to the rear of the lobby, leaving the main doors and the staircase clear. The police presence, with all its frantic activity, should have reassured her, but Flora still felt helpless, with nothing to do but watch. Chapter 32. Guests already inside were ordered to stay where they were, while those attempting to pass through were subjected to close scrutiny before being sent back. Confined to a square yard of carpet by a stern officer who glared at her at intervals, Flora fretted, searching every face for Ed, but there was no sign of him. With her nerves stretched to the limit, she spotted William on the far side of the lobby. The sight of a familiar face made her heart jump almost painfully as she watched him conduct a brief but intense exchange with the policeman who guarded the door. For an anxious moment, she thought he would not be allowed past, but finally the policeman lowered his arm and allowed him through the crowd towards her. Tears welled, her hands twitching as she resisted the need to throw her arms round him. The policeman set to guard her blocked his way just as he reached her, one hand pressed against William's chest. "Excuse me, sir, but you must step back." "Inspector Maddox knows me," he whispered, elbowing the man aside. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked in a falsely bright voice. Then, more urgently, "What happened? There are armed police everywhere." "Miss?" His eyes widened pointedly, and she caught on. "Oh, yes, of course, thank you, sir. Just a little shaken." She wanted to hug him, but resisted, whispering, "Not my doing this time." As if at the sound of his name, Inspector Maddox appeared. His gaze slid over William without interest. Then he did a double take, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "Good God! Mr. Osborne, is that you?" "I would appreciate it if you kept your voice down, Inspector." William's fierce whisper silenced him. "I'm not here, if you get my drift." He tapped the side of his nose with a finger. "My, associates observed your arrival and were understandably concerned. I volunteered to investigate. This young lady appeared distressed. Is everything all right?" "I assume your associates," Maddox put mocking emphasis on the word, "are most likely holed up in a back room expecting to be rounded up at any moment. I imagine that happens a lot where they came from." He chuckled at his own joke, then in a stage whisper said, "You can inform Mr. Lenin he's quite safe. I've not come for him or his Bolshevik friends." "His Thank you, Inspector. I'll let him know. How did you know they were here?" "In this hotel? Or this country?" Maddox chuckled again at William's obvious bewilderment. "You don't think a group of socialists would be on my patch without my knowledge? They were here 2 years ago, and we had to keep an eye on them then." "I meant the hotel, and you're quite right, Inspector. Your intelligence is obviously as extensive as ours at the Foreign Office." William's gaze swung to a point over their heads, to where Vladimir Lenin and 6 swarthy men pushed their way through the crowd towards them. "Oh, blast!" he muttered under his breath. "I told him to stay in the meeting room. Flora, make yourself scarce, would you?" "Do I have to? He doesn't know me, and I'd be interested to meet him." She raised herself onto her toes to get a good look in the pressing crowd. "Yes, you do. Now go." He gave her a firm shove. Sighing, she eased beneath the curve of the cantilevered staircase, taking care to stay close enough to observe the exchange between Maddox and the Russians. "Mr. Lenin, sir." Maddox grasped the Russian's hand and gave it a hearty shake, forestalling whatever apology William had been about to offer. "Welcome back to London." The Russian's cat-like eyes narrowed even further. "I had no idea the British police were so interested in my travels," Lenin said, in surprisingly good, though heavily accented English. "The Metropolitan Police are aware of everything, sir. As guests in our country, your welfare is important to us." He waved an arm at the chaotic room. I apologise for the disruption, but I'm in pursuit of a murderer at present. Therefore, I would ask you to remain here while we apprehend him." "Are you referring to the man who killed a member of my delegation a few days ago?" Mr. Lennon withdrew his hand slowly from the policeman's grip, his steady gaze fixed on Maddox's face. "Yes, sir. Mr. Thompson. Found stabbed on a train," Maddox replied. "Mr. Osborne told me of this." He nodded first at William, then approached his fellow Russians, who immediately closed into a tight circle and began talking loudly over each other in their own language. A young policeman arrived at a run and halted beside the inspector. "Sir, one of our men thinks he saw Page near the owner's suites on the 4th floor 10 minutes ago." The low murmur escalated into a muted roar as this news spread rapidly throughout the lobby, including the Russians who, if anything, talked faster and louder. Maddox gestured to 2 policemen. "You two, get up there and see if you can flush him out. I'll have men standing by down here." Flora emerged from under the stairs and crept back to where the inspector stood. "It was the newspaper that brought you here, wasn't it, Inspector?" she whispered at his elbow. "The one Mr. Thompson had in his suitcase?" "Still here, Mrs. Harrington?" Maddox's narrow-eyed stare told her he would have preferred otherwise. "Where else would I be? You have all the doors locked and guarded." She nudged him gently. "I'm right, aren't I? The paper was a copy of Iskra." It was, although not the most taxing part of the investigation. He sighed, resigned. Once we established the connection between that publication, this hotel, and the Hunter Griggs, it wasn't too difficult to put together. At first, I was unhappy about those Bolsheviks. I wanted to round up the whole bunch and drag them down to Cannon Row, but my superiors instructed me to abandon that idea. He nodded to where William stood with Mr. Lennon, their heads close together in urgent discussion. "And you don't have to look so worried." I obeyed the order. His upper lip curled into a ghost of a smile. "Wouldn't want to upset Whitehall, now would we? And it turns out the Russians had nothing to do with it." That was my conclusion as well. Not that he would give her any credit. "I don't mean to tell you your job, Inspector, but are you aware he isn't working alone? There's also a woman who—" She broke off as Frederick Hunter Griggs pushed his way through the cordon of police. "What's the meaning of all this?" he demanded. "Some flatfoot just told me there's a murderer on the premises." The manager, Jessup, appeared from another direction, his hands clasped tightly in front of him. "It's all most irregular, sir. The inspector appears to think Mr. Leonard is a person of interest to the constabulary." "There must be some misunderstanding," Mr. Frederick insisted. "My brother can be headstrong at times, even reckless, but surely you cannot suspect him of murder. If you'll allow me to send for him, I'm sure this can all be cleared up in a matter of moments." "Our information says otherwise, sir," Maddox said. "Besides, it appears your brother has made a run for it. If you would allow us to do our job, everything will become clear." Frederick's confused gaze slid from Maddox to Flora. "My dear Mrs. Harrington, how did you get caught up in this fiasco? Weren't you upstairs with my sister?" His gaze swept the crowded lobby. "Incidentally, where is Frances?" The quick, nervous movements of his hands showed discomfort at having lost control of the situation. I haven't seen her since the police arrived." Flora hesitated, unsure if he was complicit in the deception or not. His agitation certainly seemed genuine, as did an involuntary tick beside his left eye. "I assure you, Mr. Hunter Griggs," Maddox replied, "I have everything under control." "I beg to differ, Inspector. What with your men dashing about in all directions with guns? Most upsetting for my guests." There was still no sign of Ed among the worried guests, harassed hotel staff, and the half-dozen serious-faced policemen. Her stomach knotted with worry, and she debated what to do next when a loud crack echoed round the lobby, followed by the tinkle and whoosh as the beveled glass in the dining-room door shattered. Instinctively, Flora covered her head with her arms and dropped into a crouch behind a pillar. Heads swiveled towards the source of the noise. Women screamed. Men threw themselves upon their female companions, who cried out in alarm as a wave of shining crystals rained over them. Slivers of glass speared arms and faces, the scene magnified and reflected by the array of mirrors on the walls. From among the chaos, a figure dived through the empty space where the glass had been, arms braced over his head to protect his face. Revolver in hand, he landed with a crunch of glass, staggered but stayed on his feet, then let off another shot, which punctured the pillar beside Flora. More screams sounded, and he waved the gun wildly in case anyone was reckless enough to approach him as he headed for the main doors. Page. One of the policemen let off a shot from near the stairs, which missed its mark, but pinged off a metal urn, while the next exploded a vase of flowers into a colourful rainbow, showering purple irises and pink chrysanthemums in all directions. "Don't they practice with those things?" Flora muttered, more annoyed at how chaotic everything had become, and yet no one seemed concerned for Ed. Guests, staff, and policemen dived to the floor. A man hit by flying glass toppled into a pedestal, dislodging a 5-foot-high plaque on the wall that crashed heavily onto the floor and disintegrated into chunks of jagged plaster. Still on her knees, Flora poked her head up from behind the pillar just as Page reached the entrance. One of the still-standing policemen was about to raise his revolver, but it barely skimmed his waist before Page punched him squarely in the face. The officer crumpled to the floor, dropping his gun, which discharged, shattering a plate-glass window that overlooked the street, the destruction greeted by more panic screams from inside the lobby and the road outside. Page's own gun had also been knocked from his hand by the falling policeman. It sailed through the broken window and skittered across the pavement into the road. An urgent car horn sounded, while passing pedestrians visible through the broken front window scattered as Page leapt through the jagged edges of the glass that still clung to the frame. "Don't just lie there, go after him!" Maddox yelled from his hiding place behind the front desk. "I thought he was upstairs." "Apparently not, sir." An officer scrambled to his feet and brushed off his jacket with both hands. "He came from the corridor where the public telephone is located." "The telephone?" Flora planted her feet squarely in front of him. "Did you see a young man with sandy hair in that corridor? He's a little taller than me and wearing a dark blue suit with a mustard tie." "No, miss. I saw no one of that description, and there's no one there now. The hallway's empty and it's a dead end, which is probably why Page ran through the lobby. There's no way out back there." "I see. Thank you." Disappointed, she backed away, leaving him to set off after the other officers, who had all scrambled to their feet and dashed into the street. The policeman who had been punched in the face hunted for his gun, which he found under a chair, and took off after his comrades. Another pulled himself into a sitting position, a hand to his neck, where he had been hit by flying glass. "See to that man, someone!" Maddox waved vaguely at the injured man. A distressed woman helped her middle-aged companion to his feet, his hat knocked askew and a line of blood on his cheek. Though shocked, he seemed relatively uninjured. In fact, other than a few superficial cuts on shocked and bewildered faces, no one appeared badly hurt. And still there was no sign of Ed. Had he made it to the telephone, or had Page told Frances about Ed, and she had done something to him? Was he lying somewhere hurt? Or worse? With the lobby devoid of blue uniforms, frightened and blood-splattered guests either demanded help for the injured or explanations for the ensuing chaos. Hotel staff, maids and bellboys darted in between with bags, or delivered messages in response to the barrage of questions thrown at them. The Russians had joined the exodus towards the main doors, apparently bent on joining the chase when Maddox's outstretched arms held them back. "Please remain here, sirs, where it is safer." "We should do as the inspector says, Vladimir." William tried to coax him back the way he had come. "I suggest we return to the meeting room until the police have done their job." "Niet." Lenin shrugged off William's hand and raised his fist. "In my country, we never leave anything to the police." He shouted something in Russian, which was greeted with firm nods of assent before they headed for the entrance. William tried to block their way, but they surged round him and hurtled across the lobby out into the street. "Oh, hell! Now what do I do?" William tipped his shapeless leather cap farther back on his head and blew a breath between his lips. "There's nothing you can do, unless you plan on going with them." Flora watched. As coats flying, they disappeared across the road. "Suppose they find Paige first. They're not armed, are they?" Possibly." William grimaced, lifted his hat and scratched his scalp before replacing it. "William, forget the Russians for a moment. I don't know where Ed is. Maddox sent 2 policemen to look for him, but they haven't come back. If he's still in the building, they'll find him." He reached a hand towards her shoulder, but thought better of it. "I doubt even Ed is impetuous enough to show himself with bullets flying about." "Paige recognized him from the train, and I'm worried." William's perplexed frown hardened. "Tell me exactly what happened." "He had me trapped in the lift earlier, which is why I pointed the gun at him, and—" "You brought a gun with you?" This time his hand came down hard on her shoulder, his eyes narrowed. "I don't have it now, so it's irrelevant." She shrugged off his hand. "Are you really going to stand here and tell me off, or are you going to help me find Ed? He could be hurt." "Or worse." "Of course I am." He inhaled a deep breath. "Now, where was Ed the last time you saw him?" He pulled her to one side to make room for 2 porters who attempted to right an upturned sofa. "He left me upstairs while he went to telephone the police. Maddox claimed he received no such call and was on his way here anyway. Ed was supposed to meet me down here, but then the shooting started, and I haven't seen him at all." "Wait here. I'll go and find out if the police have located Ed first. Then we'll decide what to do next." He lifted his arms as if to give her a hug, but changed his mind and instead went to talk to the nearest policeman. "I wish everyone would stop telling me to wait," Flora muttered. Feeling abandoned among chaos, Flora stared round at the porters who swept broken glass into manageable piles and righted overturned furniture. Chambermaids in black and white uniforms bobbed about like penguins, collecting shards of broken china and scattered flowers. The matron Flora remembered from her first visit sat on a sofa, a hand to her head, her eyes closed, being comforted by a maid who held a bottle of smelling salts to her nose. The woman's ferret-like dog had discovered something interesting in a tall pot plant and frantically dug earth onto the floor with its front paws. Frederick had regained his composure enough to command attention in the centre of the lobby. His hands spread wide to encompass the room, he apologized for the inconvenience to all the hotel's guests, assured them there was no longer any cause for alarm, and that complimentary tea and coffee would be served directly. That he had remained to restore order indicated he was either an innocent man or confident his impostor had escaped. Then there was Frances, who had still not made an appearance. Would she emerge when it was all over and tearfully claim to know nothing? Or had she too escaped with her partner in crime? "Think, Flora," she muttered to herself. Paige was in the rear hall, so had he seen Ed there when he was making the call to Maddox? Or had he warned Frances the police had arrived and she intercepted Ed? As she tried to work out where the most likely place to search would be, the porter who had drawn attention to her when she emerged from the lift appeared to have appointed himself her unofficial guardian in the absence of the police. His gaze left her as he was accosted by an irate elderly gentleman who waved a knotted cane in his face, demanding he be allowed to use the ascending room as his legs weren't strong enough to climb to the 2nd floor. The porter patiently explained the lift was out of service, and as the discussion grew more heated, Flora took her chance and slipped past them and up the stairs. She reached the 2nd landing with relative ease, but her steps slowed on her way up to the 4th floor, her corset not designed for such exertion. She paused at the top to catch her breath, One hand braced on the balustrade, the other pressed to her midriff, where a whalebone dug into a rib. The signs of a struggle were laid out in the hallway, a toppled aspidistra plant, a rucked-up carpet, and a bullet hole gouged into the wall. She cocked her head to listen, but could hear no sound. Straightening, she crept along the thick carpet to Francis's suite. If Ed had been taken there, perhaps Francis had not thought to lock it. A door, halfway along the corridor, stood ajar. Pressing her back against the wall, she poked her head round the jamb and froze at the sight of Francis, perched on the end of an unmade brass bed, Mr. Brodie curled on her lap. Was she aware Paige was being chased by the police? Or was this his room, and he had packed his things and had bolted without her? If so, it explained why she looked so bewildered. Mrs. Harrington. Francis glanced up from stroking the cat's silky fur. I didn't realize you were still here. Have you seen Miss Sharp, by any chance? No, I don't think... The question came out of nowhere, leaving her flummoxed. Flora entered a room not merely empty, but abandoned. The wardrobe stood open, with nothing but wooden hangers and disarranged shelf liners. A sheet of old newspaper lay on the bottom. Each drawer in the dresser had been pulled open, all bare but for similar paper liners, as if someone had packed in a hurry. Agnes Sharp, my housekeeper, Francis said. She's packed all her belongings and gone. There's nothing left of her here. She gestured vaguely at her surroundings. I don't understand it. Why would she just leave? Her abrupt movements disturbed the cat that leapt to the floor with a barely discernible thump and ran off down the hallway. She's gone, Flora asked, confused. Then the pieces of the puzzle she had struggled to put together over the last week shifted in her head. Agnes Sharp was the woman in the black dress she had seen talking to Ed in the hallway. The same one in Arnold Baines's photograph, which contained Lady Egerton and her companion. We were friends. Francis's voice developed a slight whine. Why would she leave without explanation or even a goodbye? Has she taken all her things? The answer was blindingly obvious, but it was all Flora could think of to say. Apart from the needlework case she left in my sitting room, Agnes is a marvellous seamstress and never went anywhere without some mending or embroidery to keep her occupied. She must have forgotten it. Or left it there to implicate you. It must have been Agnes who went to Cheltenham and injured Sylvia Thompson. Miss Hunter-Griggs. Flora tamped down her growing urgency and slid onto the bed beside her. This might sound like an odd question, but did Agnes ever borrow your coat? The one with the chevrons? That is an odd question. Francis's eyes widened, mainly because I cannot imagine how you would know such a thing. Flora's impatience grew at her languorous way of speaking, but chose not to prompt her. She expressed a particular liking for it, even though it was only a copy I had made by a tailor in Fulham. Why are you asking questions about my coat? Or does it have something to do with the police van parked outside the front doors? Her eyes swiveled towards the window. Flora chose not to answer. If she knew the police were crawling through her hotel, why was she up here on her own and not demanding to know what was going on? In case you're wondering, Francis seemed to guess what she was thinking. When I returned to my suite, you and your cousin had gone. I saw the police van arrive through the window and was on my way when I saw Agnes's door was open and her room like this. Then I heard this strange noise, like a crack and a whistling sound. I entered the hall to see what it was, when I was almost mown down by a policeman who came running out of Leonard's room at full pelt. He had a revolver in his hand. I was so shocked. I ran back in here. Then you arrived. What is happening? Her clear, intelligent eyes met Flora's with both confusion and fear, but no guilt. Francis Hunter-Griggs was no killer. Flora slid from the bed, I'll explain later, but I need to find Viscount Trent. At her deepened frown, Flora added, I mean Ed, my cousin. We got separated before the furore downstairs happened, and I've no idea where he is. I'm horribly afraid he might be in trouble, so please excuse me. I must find him. Mrs. Harrington. Francis's raised voice halted her. We don't know each other well, which I sincerely hope will change in time. However, I can see you're frightened. Why is it so urgent you find your cousin? He's not a child, and quite able to stay out of harm's way. She rose from the bed and smoothed down her skirt. Calmer now. When Flora hesitated, she added, You can tell me. I'm good with secrets. Are you both in trouble with the police? Definitely not. A laugh bubbled up in Flora's chest at the idea, as ludicrous as that seemed in this situation. At least not in the way you think. I see. Well, I haven't seen your cousin, but before the policeman ran by, I heard noises. I assumed were workmen moving furniture. After a few shouts and bangs, everything went quiet. Could you tell where these sounds came from? Not really. We could search the guest rooms if you wish. The master key is kept downstairs in the lobby. That will take too long. Flora's thoughts whirled until an idea came to her. Miss Hunter-Griggs, apart from this room, is there anyone else in the hotel where Agnes spent her time? Agnes? Well, there's her office. It's 3 floors down off the rear staircase, practically in the basement. Where Paige had intended to take Flora in the lift. Thank you, I'll try there. Wait. Francis halted her again. It might be locked. You'll need the key. She delved into a pocket of her gown and withdrew 3 small keys held together by a metal ring. I keep all the office keys with me. You never know when I might need them. Flora made to take the keys, when Francis clutched them to her chest. I'm coming with you. It isn't easy to find, and besides, I want to know why you're so interested in Agnes. She brushed past Flora and set off towards the main stairs, past an aspidistra that lay on its side, a trail of earth on the carpet. She paused to run a hand across a ragged end of wallpaper. Goodness, is that a bullet hole? Her eyes widened. Exactly how much excitement did I miss? Quite a bit. You should see the lobby, Flora murmured. Did you hear nothing? Apart from the noises I told you about, no, nothing. Mind you, these walls are thick, so sound doesn't travel well. She paused beside an alcove tucked into one side of the galleried landing. These are the old servant stairs. She gestured Flora through. We don't use them much, but they come in useful on occasion. Flora peered over a plain banister to where narrow wooden steps twisted away to a lower level, narrowed and disappeared into the dark. The smell of damp and ancient dust irritated her nostrils as she picked her way down the narrow treads. What's that strange sound? Francis paused a few steps down, her head cocked, listening. It sounds like banging. Flora descended to join her, and the sound came again. Once, twice, 3 times in succession. It stopped for a few seconds, then resumed in the same rhythm. It's not a mechanical sound. The ascending room has been locked open on the ground floor, so it's not coming from there. It could be a pipe or... Their eyes met. Ed, they said together. Chapter 33. Flora clattered down the wooden steps, at the bottom of which an arched hallway ran off to one side, the gloom barely lifted by a row of gaslights on one wall. This building is a lot older than it looks. Francis led the way to a door at the far end, her steps slowing as she spoke over her shoulder. This section juts into the building next door. The facade was rebuilt about 80 years ago, but the foundations were still sturdy, so we didn't change anything. At first glance, these hallways look like dead ends, but there's a rear staircase that connects them. That might explain a few things, Flora muttered, straining to locate where the banging was coming from. The sounds grew more insistent, but farther apart, as if whoever made them was tiring. It's a strange place for an office. Flora wished she would hurry. She rubbed her upper arms as she walked to warm them from the chill that leached from the stone walls. Agnes chose this room. Francis located a key on the metal ring and inserted it into the lock. She liked to be away from the bustle and chaos of the kitchens and cellars. "I'll bet she did," Flora muttered under her breath. Then another thought struck her. Suppose she had miscalculated, and Agnes waited on the other side, ready to pounce. She took a step backwards, debating with herself. "Is there something wrong?" Francis's hand stilled on the key. "Mrs. Harrington, you can trust me. If Agnes has harmed your cousin, I'll never be able to forgive myself." Flora hesitated, searching her expression for signs of deceit, but saw only sympathy. "All right, open it." The lock clicked gently, and the door swung inwards on well-oiled hinges. Flora barely took in the room, her gaze going straight to where Ed was tied to a spindly wooden chair, which leaned against one wall, his hands secured behind him, and his ankles tied to the front legs with hemp ropes. A strip of cloth had been jammed into his mouth and knotted behind his head. The stark fear in his eyes changed to relief when he saw her. Flora crouched beside him, hooked her fingers beneath the cloth, and tugged it down over his chin. "Thank God it's you, Flora." He hunched forward, setting the front legs back on the floor, dislodging a hank of hair that tumbled across his forehead. "Who did this to you?" Francis rushed to his other side. Flora stared round in search of something to release the ropes. The office contained only a square desk set in front of an inset fireplace, a pile of ledgers strewn across the scarred surface. "Your brother did." Ed's voice became a furious growl as he continued to struggle uselessly against his bonds. "At least, that's what he's calling himself." "I assume you mean Leonard, because Frederick would never do something like this," Francis protested. "What exactly has he done?" "I will explain, but first we have to get Ed free." Flora was surprised. She had made no attempt to defend the man she thought was her younger brother. "I'll need something to cut these ropes. Is there anything in that desk I could use?" "I'll look." Francis left her side, but after a good deal of rummaging, shook her head. "There's nothing sharp enough, only a useless pair of scissors and a butter knife. You'll have to wait until I fetch someone or try and untie them yourself." "Hurry." Ed tossed back his head and wriggled. "Get me free before Paige comes back." "Keep still, Ed," Flora snapped. "You're making it worse. The more you pull, the tighter the knots become. You don't have to worry about Paige. He's either languishing in a police van or halfway along the Ratcliffe Highway by now." "I don't understand." Francis paced the room. "Who is this Paige person, and why would Leonard tie you up and leave you down here?" Flora sighed as she wrestled with the bindings, wishing she could defer the explanations to another time. But Francis was evidently not going to give up, a sentiment Flora understood perfectly. "All right, I'll give you an edited version. Eric Page has been impersonating your half-brother for months. I'm afraid the real Leonard was murdered." "Murdered?" She halted, her eyes welling with tears. "No, it cannot be true. You must be mistaken." "It gets worse, I'm afraid." Flora tugged at an especially tight knot. "Agnes is involved too." "How? How did my brother die?" Francis's voice hitched in genuine distress. "Perhaps this isn't the time." Flora gritted her teeth as the rope fibres scratched her skin like tiny needles. "There'll be time for all that later." "I want to know everything." Francis loomed over them. "Please tell me what happened." "Leonard was murdered on a train to Paddington," Ed gabbled, ignoring Flora's frantic eyebrow signals. "On a train, you say?" Francis's gaze slid off into the distance. "I think I read it in the newspapers." Her eyes darted round the room as she fought to compose herself, her mouth working soundlessly. I'll need some time to think about this. Not that I think you're lying. I mean, why would you? But I just—" "Look, Miss Hunter-Griggs." Flora spoke firmly, but grimaced as the ropes chafed her fingers. "Why don't you go and inform the police that Viscount Trent has been found? Having something to do might help her focus. Ask for an Inspector Maddox." She hoped he would still be there, and had not called his men off and returned to the police station. "Frederick will be devastated about Leonard." Francis drifted off again. He was so thrilled to have him back in the family again. Poor Papa! She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she seemed calmer. What was I doing? Oh, yes. She paused at the door and turned back. I'll be back as soon as I can rouse someone. And Lord Trent, I'm so sorry about what Leonard has done. It wasn't your fault, Ed mumbled, then louder. Miss Hunter-Griggs, do you think you might call me Ed? Ed, then. Frances smiled at him over her shoulder as she left. She's too old for you, Flora said, once the door closed. I know. His sigh held regret. How are you doing with those knots? My wrists are sore and my head really hurts. I'd work quicker if you'd stop squirming. The more he struggled, the tighter the knots became. What happened exactly, Ed? Flora tried to distract him. How did you end up here? I reached the telephone cubicle when that chap stuck a gun in my back and forced me down the back stairs. Did you say his name was Page? Yes, Eric Page. His shoulders relaxed, and she managed to loosen the rope that held his hands together. What then? When he was tying me up, he said he was going back for you, so I brought the chair leg down on his foot and grabbed the gun. Only he was much stronger than me, and he took it back easily. I should have stopped him, but, well, I froze. That's when he hit me across the head with the hand grip. There's no need to be ashamed. It's probably a good thing you didn't struggle with him. You would probably have come off worse. I was a bit groggy, so I didn't put up much of a fight. Then something must have spooked him because he left. A noise on the street, I think. Shouting and such. I cannot believe I had that gun in my hand and did nothing. I was completely useless. Mine didn't get me anywhere either, she muttered under her breath. Then what happened? I managed to scoot the chair over to the wall. He nodded to where a long dent in the plaster showed where he had made contact. I banged it for ages, but wasn't sure anyone could hear me. It was good thinking, because Francis and I both heard it. Did I hear you tell Francis he'd got away? Page? Don't worry, the police went after him, assisted by a group of Russians. She smiled at an image this created in her head. I doubt he'll get far. Russians? Where did they come from? I'm not entirely sure. Gritting her teeth, she tugged at a particularly stubborn knot. Ah, I've got it. The bindings fell away, pooling onto the floor in a continuous brown snake. That's a relief. I was getting cramp in my arms. He flexed his shoulders, leaned his forearms on his knees, and rubbed each wrist in turn. By the way, I told you Miss Frances wasn't guilty. He angled his head towards her, grinning. All right, I admit I got it wrong. Flora sighed. The most important thing is you're the exonerated, and I haven't publicly accused 2 innocent people. 2? I assumed Frederick was complicit, but I've changed my mind about that as well. She reached to brush dust from his chair, revealing a 2-inch wound on his forehead that oozed red. Ed, you're bleeding. Am I? He brought a hand to his head and frowned. When he brought his fingers away, they were stained with red. Flora got to her feet and started round the room. A half-sized butler sink occupied a corner, above which sat an old-fashioned pump. On the wall above was a row of hooks, each with a neatly labelled fob. It took a moment for Flora to register the room had no window, only a glass-covered metal grille set above shoulder height, which threw a rectangle of daylight onto the floorboards. The click of footsteps and rumble of wheels beyond told her the main street lay on the other side. She approached a brass-bound trunk in a corner, which to her relief wasn't locked. Though heavy, the lid came up easily. Inside were piles of sheets and blankets, most of which were darned and frayed, most likely intended for sewing or tearing up into dusters. She grabbed a faded pillowcase, tore it deftly in half, and carried it to the sink, where she pumped the metal lever a few times. Now hold still. This will be cold. She tilted his chin up and dabbed at the drying blood on his forehead. Ouch! That hurts! He ducked away from her touch like a schoolboy avoiding a wet hanky. Keep still. Flora, Ed submitted, wincing while she cleaned the blood away. "Was it my imagination? Or did you say you had brought a gun with you?" "Yes, I did," she replied, refusing to apologize. "It's a Webley Bulldog. Small, but effective." "Not for you, evidently." Ed probed the lump on his forehead with his fingers. "Leave the cut alone, or you'll make it bleed again." Flora slapped his hand away. "I always rush into these situations without thinking of the consequences, so this time I wanted to be better prepared." "Where is this gun, then? Did you lose it?" "I did not lose it. Inspector Maddox took it from me." She rose and threw the blood-stained cloth into the sink, annoyed with herself. "Now, could we please drop the subject?" She had never harboured a desire to shoot someone, but for a moment in the lift, she had felt in control. The raw fear on Paige's face when she had pointed the gun at him had given her confidence. "Can you stand on your own, or are you still giddy?" "I ache a bit, but I think I can get up." She tucked her arm beneath his and eased him to his feet. "Your eyes look a bit cloudy." He stretched each leg in turn and rolled his shoulders. "Good. Now let's get out of here and see what's happening upstairs." Placing a hand on Ed's shoulder, she approached the door, which opened with a creak before they got there. "You weren't very long. Did you manage to find William?" Flora asked, her smile fading as Agnes Sharp appeared, her expression as cold as her eyes. "I've no idea who William is," Agnes said from the doorway, "but I couldn't leave without ensuring you get what you deserve." In her right hand sat a revolver, somewhat larger than the Webley Bulldog. Flora groaned inwardly. "You know who I am, don't you?" Agnes adjusted her grip on the revolver, raising it higher. "Me? No, I don't think we've met." Ed stammered. "Not you," she snapped, her aim swinging to Flora. "Her." "Not until about half an hour ago, no." Flora's voice rose, and she found she could barely breathe. The hole at the end of the barrel seemed to grow and recede. "I've seen your photograph, though." "What are you talking about?" Agnes tilted her head, her eyes narrowed. "An acquaintance of ours took it during a sports event at Marlborough College 3 years ago. You were there that day with Lady Egerton." "I wondered why you were so interested in that photograph," Ed murmured, shifting from foot to foot. "But what's it got to do—" "That's where you met Eric Page," Flora said, ignoring him, her gaze fixed on Agnes. "He was one of her young men. Lady Egerton sacked you for stealing her bracelet." "You think you're so clever, don't you?" The gun trembled in Agnes's hand. "My bad luck about the bracelet. I thought her ladyship had forgotten she had it, let alone noticed it was missing." A voice in her head told her to be quiet, but her need for the truth overruled her common sense. "Either it was a coincidence, or you went looking for the Hunter Griggs family. You took the position as housekeeper and befriended Francis. It didn't take long for you to discover the shy boy you had met at the Marlborough Sports Day with Lady Egerton 2 years ago was Colonel Hunter Griggs's estranged son, Leo. You persuaded Eric to pretend to be Leonard Hunter Griggs. For some reason, you decided to dispose of Leo Thompson. I doubt Eric would have used a needlework tool to kill him, so I assume it was you." "Well, you're quite the little busybody, aren't you? I might admire your skills of deduction, had you not brought the police here." "And yet you managed to avoid them. Where was Francis, and more importantly, the police?" Belatedly, Flora remembered most of the policemen had rushed off after Paige. She didn't even have a scary Russian she could call upon. "I know all this building's secrets." Agnes administered a swift kick to the door, which sent it back into its frame with barely a sound. "I told Eric we should leave days ago, but he didn't listen. He wasn't going to give this life up easily. Always was greedy, that man. As for me, I don't intend to wait and see if he'll keep quiet about me to the police." "You're abandoning Eric?" Flora swallowed, and her stomach clenched. If she had no one to protect, it made her more dangerous. "Why not? I expect he'll say those killings were all my doing in any case. If you have a way out of here the police don't know about, just go." Ed pointed to the door. "We'll give you a head start, won't we, Flora?" "Of course." Flora admired Ed's quick thinking. Unfortunately, Agnes didn't look willing to take advantage of the offer. "How obliging of you." Her eyes narrowed, giving them the cat-like quality Dr. Grace had mentioned as she jerked the gun at Flora. "I'll bet it was you who told the Russian downstairs to call the blue bottles. Why were you talking to him anyway? He didn't know Thompson." "What's she talking about, Flora?" Ed whispered. "What Russian?" "Hush." Flora nudged him into silence. Actually, Leo did know him. He came here to take part in the Russian Socialist Congress. Leo knew nothing about you or Eric. He didn't even know he was the Colonel's son. "He didn't come here to meet his father?" Her gaze shifted to the middle distance, as if she were talking to herself. "Then we messed everything up for nothing. Eric and me, we would have made a good life in this place. He knows how to fleece the rich who lose more on the turn of a car than I ever earned in a year. Now everything is ruined, and it's all his fault." She levelled the revolver at Ed's chest. "Now stand aside." "Oh, cripes, Flora. I think she means it." Ed's face paled. What good would killing him do? She wanted to say Agnes wasn't lost, that there was a way out for her, but it would be a lie. She had killed 2 people. "Look, why don't you do what Ed suggested and just go?" She stepped sideways, partly blocking him. "No one knows you're involved except us." "Liar." The gun shook in Agnes's hand. "You'll yell for the coppers as soon as I'm out of the door." Why did you kill Sylvia Thompson? Flora couldn't curb her curiosity any longer, despite the danger she was in. She and her husband hadn't spoken for years, and Leo thought his father was dead. "I hadn't bargained for the Colonel living beyond New Year. When he was ill last winter, he rewrote his will, leaving the hotel to his 3 children. When Frederick said they didn't know where Leonard was, well, the twins trusted you to help find him, didn't they?" Flora said, marvelling at the woman's duplicity, though if she hoped to appeal to the woman's better nature, she was wasting her time. Agnes had planned everything to the last detail, except the part that meant killing Leo. Why wouldn't they? I often sat with the twins in Miss Frances's sitting room of an evening when Frederick would join us. They stopped noticing little me sewing away quietly in the corner. They wanted to put things right before the old man died. Couldn't have that, could I? That's when you went to Sylvia's shop in Cheltenham, and made sure Sylvia wouldn't be in any fit state to accept an invitation to London. Worked better than I thought. I knew it would make her ill, but I didn't count on her dying. Bit of luck, that was. Not for Sylvia, Ed snorted. Flora nudged him into silence, though Agnes seemed not to notice as she appeared to enjoy her chance at self-congratulation. Is that when you had the idea of Eric pretending to be his son, Leonard, even though Leo was alive and living in Cheltenham? You said yourself, Leo had no idea his father was alive. He didn't even know his real name. Sylvia made certain of that. The plan was, when the old man died, Eric would inherit part of the hotel. Then, in a few months, Leonard would announce he didn't like hotel work and get the twins to buy him out. Then he and I would be off, and no one would be the wiser. Ah, now I see. But Leo wrote a letter saying he was coming to the Dahlia, and you panicked, thinking he had found out about his family. Why else would he come here? There are hundreds of hotels in London. but only one in which the Russian Labour Party Congress was being held. "What's that got to do with anything?" Agnes's features twisted with frustration and anger. But what happened to Frederick's letter, the one he wrote to invite Sylvia to London? Was it possible Leo found it after his mother died, which was the real reason he chose the Dahlia for his stay in London? My luck held there. He had only just begun looking for Sylvia when he received a notice from the bank saying she had died. "That wasn't luck. You killed her," Ed blurted. All you had to do then was handle Leo, who had no idea his half-brother and sister wanted to see him. Eric did a great job of playing the grieving son who had always wanted to see his father again, but Sylvia would never allow it. That he even wanted to take his real name again as a tribute to his old dad. Nice little drama that was. You should have seen it. Eric gave a fine performance. Agnes's upper lip curled into a parody of a smile that made Flora shudder. "You appear to have thought of everything, Miss Sharp." Flora tried to work out how long they had kept the woman talking. Surely long enough for Francis to have found someone and told them where they were. But then Francis thought they weren't in any danger, so might have simply waited for them to join her. Forcing herself not to stare at the gun still pointed at Ed, Flora asked, "What about the real Leo? Why wait until now to kill him if he hadn't contacted the twins or the Colonel since Sylvia's death? Didn't that tell you he knew nothing about them?" "That's what I thought, but then that letter came. Why would he come here if it wasn't to see his father and the twins again? I couldn't take that risk." "What's she talking about, Flora?" Ed fidgeted, his gaze darting the room. "She's not making any sense. How did she know about Leo and his father?" "Yes, she is," Flora whispered, then louder for Agnes's benefit. "You were Lady Egerton's companion when Sylvia pretended not to know her that day in Bath. She told you she had known Sylvia in India. Then, at the cross-country race, you saw Leo and remembered what she had said about the family rift. Couldn't you and Eric make enough at her card parties? So you had to think of something else?" "You're better than the coppers, aren't you?" Agnes's harsh laugh matched the sheer fury in her eyes. "It was a sweet deal, that one, until Eric stole that bracelet. He had to disappear, and I found the Hunter Griggs and got the job here. Took me over 2 years to plan all this, and now you come along. And once Sylvia was out of the way, you sent Leo the train ticket. It wasn't only Eric on that train, but you were too, which explains why you had to kill him with a stiletto." "She put that thing in my pocket." Ed's voice was a hushed whisper. "You're too clever for your own good," Agnes said before Flora could answer. "Not clever enough," Flora murmured, "which is why I'm down here looking into the barrel of your gun." It was a perfect plan. No one would have put it all together if it weren't for you two. Agnes's arm wavered, her eyes losing focus, as if she had forgotten where she was. "What are you going to do, Agnes?" Flora's voice sharpened, hating the fact they were at this woman's mercy. "The police will have caught Eric by now, and we'll be back here for you before long. We can't stand here all day. Make a decision." "Flora?" Ed's voice rose in panic. "She didn't mean it, Miss Sharp. Take all the time you need to make up your mind." "Stop talking, both of you." Agnes raised her arm and took aim at Ed. "I should have done this the minute I first saw you." Flora had no time for thought. It was as if she watched herself from above as she lunged for Agnes. "Flora, no!" Ed shouted as she flung up her arm to knock the weapon away. At the same instant, a sharp crack erupted into the room. Chapter 34. A roaring expanded inside Flora's head as a sharp, stinging sensation exploded beneath her left breast. She brought a hand to the spot where a burning intensified and hot wetness welled. She glanced down to where a trickle of red squeezed between her fingers. "My God, no!" Ed's surprisingly strong arms encircled her tightly, his warm breath on her cheek. Her vision blurred. Weakness flooded her legs, which refused to support her weight. She crumpled to the floor, taking him with her. He held her head on his knees, one arm beneath her shoulders, the other hand cradling her face. "What do I do?" Ed pleaded. "Tell me what to do." "Agnes," she whispered through rapidly drying lips. "Where?" She ran out. His voice hitched. "My God, Flora, I was convinced she was going to kill us both." "Still here, Ed." She tried to laugh, but it hurt as much as talking. I'll go and get help." He released her hand, which collapsed to the floor as if boneless. "No, don't leave me." Panic filled her at the thought of being alone, even for a moment. "I have to get something to stop the bleeding until help arrives." He eased her head down onto the floor and scrambled to his feet. Her throat constricted at the void he left, though the click of the trunk lid told her he had not gone far. In seconds, he was a dark shape above her again. "You have blood all over your skirt, though I expect Sally will be able to get it out for you. Not that you care much right now. Oh, what am I saying?" His voice came rapid and jerky, so she had to concentrate to understand him. "I'll wad up this sheet and press it onto the wound. This might hurt. Well, it's bound to, but I can't help it. Forgive me." A crushing weight made her cry out as pain exploded into her side and spread upwards into her chest, so she could hardly breathe. Sorry. Ed swiped a hand across his face, drawing a streak of red across his cheek, the crumpled, blood-soaked sheet in his other hand. "It's not working." The room darkened round her, as pain forced her to take short, shallow breaths that made her giddy. She tried to raise her hand to the square of light behind his head, but her arm felt too heavy and flopped back onto the floor. "What is it, Flora?" Ed asked, his breathing fast and shallow as her own. "What are you trying to say?" "Grill. Police. Call through it." "Right, yes, of course. What am I thinking?" He ran to the grill and rapped on the glass covering. "Hey, is anyone up there? We need help. Someone is hurt." The murmur of distant voices responded, which he answered in panicked monosyllables. In seconds he loomed above her again, his face blurry but intense. "They're coming. Hold on, Flora. Stay with me." "Bunny." Cold enveloped her and she started to shiver. She tried to lift her head, but her vision darkened and her head spun, bringing panic. "Please, fetch Bunny." She strained upwards to push her urgency home, but could barely raise her shoulders from the floor and flopped back down. "Keep still, Flora." Ed grasped her hand again, his finger slick. With the other he refolded the sheet and applied it to her side again. "Each time you move, the wound spurts more blood." Craning her neck, she glanced down and to the side, where her left arm lay in a pool of something shiny and dark. "Is that—" "Don't look." Ed's voice cracked. "Oh, hell, where are they? Hold on, please. They'll be here soon. Flora, can you hear me?" "I'm sorry, Ed," she said on a sigh. "You're sorry?" His voice was strangled and high. "I'm the one who insisted on coming. I let that thug Paige catch me and bring me down here, so you had to come and rescue me. It was my fault. What have I done?" "No, Ed. It was me. I shouldn't have goaded Agnes." The room dimmed as she fought the pull of oblivion. "I treated it all like a game. Bunny warned me. I wouldn't listen." "Flora, listen." He gripped her hand harder. "I can hear footsteps. They're coming." The London sky beyond the grill above Ed's head had darkened since she first looked. How long had she lain there? Minutes? Hours? The shivers quickly worsened into uncontrollable shuddering. Why did she feel so cold? The light shimmered and flickered out as she sank into oblivion. A voice was calling her name, over and over. A woman's voice. Familiar. Alice? No, not Alice. Someone else. Someone she knew. The cadence and volume became intrusive, which sent her burrowing into the cocoon of softness that surrounded her. Flora! The voice became louder and more persistent, accompanied by a firm shake of her shoulder. Reluctantly, she prized her eyelids open, an arm raised against blinding daylight, but froze as agony lanced through her back and side. A face loomed into view, indistinct features that sharpened into those of Dr. Grace Billings. Her hair swept into a soft bun, a crisp white blouse buttoned to the neck, worn with a plain black skirt. "How are you feeling, Flora? No, don't try to move." Dr. Grace? Blinking awake, she stared round what was clearly a hospital room. She lay in a half-sitting position, supported by a stack of pillows in a metal bed. A plain electric bulb and shade hung from the ceiling directly above her. A small table with metal legs on her right side held a pitcher and an empty glass. A plain wooden chair and a window half covered with a translucent blind gave the room a sterile feel. The only spot of bright colour was a small glass vase on the windowsill, bursting with tiny, pastel blue flowers. The click of rapid footsteps, hushed voices, and the rumble of trolley wheels sounded from somewhere beyond a half-glazed door, about 15 feet from the bottom rail of the bed. "I'm not sure how I feel. What are you doing here?" Wherever here was. Her voice came out croaky, her lips dry and cracked. "You're at the Royal Free Hospital." Dr. Grace poured water from the pitcher into the glass. "I was giving a lecture to medical students when you were brought in, this being the only hospital willing to train female doctors." Her feelings on the matter clear in her clipped speech as she held the glass to Flora's lips. Flora's eyes slid closed again as she let the cool, soothing liquid slide down her throat. Never before did water taste so good. "I admit to a certain excitement when I discovered it was a female with a gunshot wound," Dr. Grace went on, enthused with what she evidently saw as a professional opportunity. "When I found out your name, I said you were a patient of mine, so your surgeon was kind enough to let me assist in your operation." Flora's eyes snapped open again. "Operation? Do you remember what happened?" Dr. Grace's penetrating gaze searched her face. "I was shot, wasn't I?" Memory returned in a series of stark images, each one more distressing than the last, followed by questions that swirled in her head until one took prominence. She tried to sit up, but winced as pain flooded through her. "Ed, is he all right?" "Viscount Trent is fine." She took the glass from her hand, then eased Flora gently back against the pile of pillows. "And your husband is here. He's been making a nuisance of himself, demanding hourly reports from any member of staff he encounters." Her indulgent smile conveyed more sympathy than complaint. "However, I want to know how much pain you are in before I allow anyone through that door. Even him." "I'm not sure. Yet." She took inventory of the discomfort between her knees and shoulders, which ranged from being stiff and sore to agony each time she moved. "What happened at the hotel? Has Agnes Sharp been found?" An image of the woman's vengeful face made her shudder. "I'm afraid not." Dr. Grace sighed. "Miss Sharp disappeared from the hotel within minutes of the shooting. As far as I know, she hasn't been seen since." "Did they catch Page?" "He was apprehended, yes. In fact, his pursuit through the British Museum by the police and several irate Russian gentlemen was headline news in the Morning Post, although it only made page 5 of the Times. He was finally cornered amongst a display case of Nelson's uniforms, which was in danger of being toppled at one point, much to the chagrin of the curator. Bunny has kept a copy of both articles for you to read. An artist drew some suitably dramatic sketches of the incident, which were included in the report. I'm glad they caught him. Flora straightened. Wait a moment. Newspaper? How long have I been here? 2 days. What? She jerked upright, then halted, releasing a groan as her body violently protested. Try to keep still. Dr. Grace gently eased her down against the soft pillows. The incision is still raw, and you don't want the sutures breaking. Are they likely to? Flora stared down at herself in an effort to visualize what had happened to her. I've never been stitched before. How do they work? Similar to sewing, but clumsier. Short lengths of catgut are soaked in iodine to avoid infection. We'll keep a close eye on them as catgut dissolves unpredictably in some patients. Which ones? Flora was not reassured. Don't worry about it. Hopefully, they'll hold until the wound has healed. Dr. Grace plumped up her pillows unnecessarily. You've been unconscious for most of the time, and there are anxious people outside eager to know you're awake. Really? Who? Flora asked, distracted, her mind still on the sutures. Besides your husband? Your parents are here. Also, a young woman with a lot to say for herself who goes by the name of Sally Pond. Dear Sally, I imagine she's been very worried about me. Not to mention vociferous. I wouldn't let her in, so she planted herself on a bench in the visitors' hall and refused to move. She was complaining about a stiff neck the last time I saw her. She nodded to the lonely vase of tiny blue flowers. The myosotis were her gift to you. I disapprove of flowers in sick rooms, but she was insistent. Forget-me-nots. My favourite. Flora smiled. She must have bought them herself, as there were none in the garden at home. I suppose such devotion should be acknowledged. Dr. Grace's mouth lifted at one corner, but failed to develop into a smile. I'll allow her to come in, if you wish. I don't suppose my husband brought Arthur with him. If he hasn't seen me for 2 days, he must be fretting. He's too young to understand why I'm not there. It's against rules to bring infants into the hospital, I'm afraid. Flora bit her lip as tears threatened, prompting Dr. Grace to squeeze her shoulder gently. However, I'm not without influence here. I'll see what I can do. Oh, thank you. Emotion clogged her throat. I would appreciate it. Miss Frances Hunter-Griggs also made an appearance yesterday, Dr. Grace went on. She says she'll return when you're strong enough for visitors. That was kind of her, especially when I feel so terrible about suspecting her of being a murderess. She doesn't strike me as the sort to bear a grudge. No, I don't think she would. Flora squeezed her eyes shut, but opened them again quickly when Agnes's face appeared behind her eyelids. How could she forget the raw hatred in the woman's eyes? Dr. Grace, is it possible the cut on Sylvia Thompson's hand was deliberately contaminated? It's plausible, but difficult to prove after all this time. Why do you ask? I had this really vivid dream, which keeps coming back to me. That's not unusual after an anaesthetic. Was it disturbing? Dr. Grace looked up from where she draped a blanket on the bed. More strange than disturbing. There was a cat staring at me. Then Sally arrived with a bloodied cloth talking about shovels. That sounds disturbing to me. Dr. Grace straightened. Now, is there anything else you need? Lots of things, including a more comfortable bed and something to stop every inch of me from hurting. She wiggled backwards into the stack of pillows, grimacing as the bindings across her ribs pulled. Dr. Grace moved around the room, a silent shadow in Flora's peripheral vision, as pieces of the puzzle of what Flora would always think of as the Bloomsbury affair swirled in her head. Fragments came together to form a whole, and suddenly it all made sense. Wearing Frances's red coat, Agnes had contrived to cut Sylvia's hand, then insisted on taking her to the surgery and remaining, where, in the ensuing chaos of Sylvia's hysteria, she contaminated the wound, possibly with something Frances's cat had brought home from one of its fights. It wouldn't have surprised Flora if Agnes had let the creature out on purpose, knowing it would get into a fight with the obvious result. A cat bite that would inevitably turn into an abscess. Had Agnes channeled her intellect into something less evil, the woman could have made a success of her life, not ended up a murderess. But then she hadn't yet been caught, and who knew if she would be? Flora shuddered at the thought Agnes Sharp might at this moment be looking for another opportunity to improve her life at the expense of some unwary soul. "Are you cold, Flora?" Dr. Grace loomed above her. No, not at all." "Then you rest a while. I hope you'll be kind to your inspector." "Maddox, is it?" He was mortified that he had failed to protect you. When his men reported Agnes Sharp's room had been cleared out, he never imagined she might still be in the hotel. He blamed himself for sending all his men after Paige, leaving a lone officer outside the front of the hotel. Your husband threatened to report him to the commissioner for incompetence. Poor Inspector Maddox, though in fairness, what happened was largely my own fault. There will be time to dissect the details later. Now, Dr. Grace squeezed Flora's hand, I expect you'll want to see your husband? Oh, yes, please. Flora's eyes welled, her heart thumping, as Dr. Grace strode to the door and ushered Bunny into the room. Relief, frustration, and love each took a turn on Bunny's face as he approached the bed, his face blurred through her tears. Don't move. You mustn't move. He spread his hands, hesitating as he reached her, as if terrified to touch her. From what Dr. Grace said, I expected to see a distraught lover in a rumpled suit with 2 days' growth of stubble. Flora observed his immaculate dark suit, his slicked-back hair darkened by pomade, and sharp white cuffs, fastened with the diamond cufflinks she gave him on his last birthday. She liked to think he had chosen them specifically. I've been here since you were brought in, up until 2 hours ago anyway, when Dr. Grace insisted I go home and change. Just as well, I suppose. I'm sure the porters must have thought I was some sort of vagrant. He gazed down at himself and up again with a sheepish shrug. And now I look as if I've just had luncheon at my club. Is that where you've come from? Luncheon at your club? No, of course not. His features crumpled like a child wrongly accused of a crime. How could you think such a thing? And how can you still not tell when I'm teasing you? A laugh bubbled into her chest, abruptly halted by a wave of agony that cramped her side. Gritting her teeth, she took a shallow breath in an effort to control it. Are you very angry with me? I should be. And I was. But not now. Well, he chewed his bottom lip, maybe a little. He slid onto the bed and took Flora's hand in both of his, massaging her fingers. I don't understand why you went to the Dahlia without telling me, and to take Ed with you. What were you thinking? I didn't exactly take him, she replied, but chose not to explain and risk getting Ed into trouble. I had no idea it would turn out the way it did. She took a deep, shuddering breath. Once we persuaded Maisie to change her story, we were about to leave. Then Mr. Frederick spotted us and introduced us to Frances. She was wearing the coat, the one with the chevrons, so I assumed she was Paige's accomplice. She insisted we go to her suite, and although I wanted to refuse, I thought it might have alerted her. Then Ed was whittering on about the ascending room, and after that everything happened so fast. Ed and I split up so he could call the police, and the firing started, and... Her breath caught in her throat as memory flooded back for the second time since waking. She tried to inhale, but her chest contracted with pain, and she couldn't breathe. It's all right. Bunny shifted higher on the bed and wrapped his arms round her, his lips against her hair. It's over now. You're safe. I keep hearing those awful cracks. She pressed her head into his shoulder. Her fingers latched onto his upper arm. The way the window shattered was like an explosion, showering everyone in the lobby with shards of glass like tiny arrows. I froze and ducked, hoping for the best, but some people were hurt. Sudden dizziness made her feel sick, and she couldn't get enough air into her chest, her breaths coming fast and shallow. Dr. Grace appeared above Bunny's shoulder and pressed the fingers of one hand against her wrist. Look at me, Flora. Breathe in gently. Now hold it for 5 seconds. That's right. Now exhale slowly. And again. Flora obeyed, relieved to find her panic slowly receding. Her rapid heartbeat settled into a less frightening rhythm, and the room stopped spinning. What's wrong with her? Bunny's eyes filled with anxiety. A moment of panic, that's all. Perfectly normal after what she has experienced. Dr. Grace patted his shoulder on her way to the door. I'll leave you two alone. If you need me, I'll be right outside. Are you sure you're all right? Bunny asked when she had gone. Sorry, that was a stupid thing to say. He raised her palm to his cheek and held it there. No, but I'm much happier now you're here. How did you find out what happened? Did Inspector Maddox send for you? He shook his head. William telephoned me at the office to say you were at the hotel and that the police were searching for Ed. He had put a policeman to watch you, which is why I thought you were safe and everything was under control. For a while, that was true. Then I'm afraid I gave him the slip. Which is what I was told when I arrived at the Dahlia, fully intending to give you a stern talking to before bringing you straight home. When did that ever work? Her short laugh developed rapidly into a cough that made her gasp with sudden pain. I have to keep up the pretense I have my wife under control. He planted a kiss on the back of her hand to show he didn't mean it. Hush, I haven't finished. When I arrived at the hotel, it was to be greeted by William, who informed me you had been shot and were being brought here. I'm sorry to say I became quite upset, but I didn't mean to tear his suit. Wait. You tore William's suit. Not his. Maddox's. He kept telling me to calm down, which made me furious, so I grabbed his lapels and shook him. I demanded he explain how he could have allowed it to happen, and, well, one of them came off in my hand. Shoddy workmanship, if you ask me. He's on a policeman's salary. What can you expect? Did he, tell you everything? The Webley bulldog sprang to her mind. He explained how Francis told him you and Ed were in the basement. He and William went straight down there, but didn't know you had been hurt until they got there. Then how did he miss running into Agnes? Maddox is still trying to work that part out. It appears that basement is a maze of old tunnels dating back to the 1600s. He shrugged. While they were loading you onto a makeshift stretcher to bring you here, Timms comes rushing in, brandishing Ed's note and looking terrified. Ah. Flora licked her dry lips. I know what that was about. Precisely. Did Ed actually drive the Burlier there? Yes, and although I take responsibility for everything else that happened, I had no idea he would take the motor car. I assume you found it. She had forgotten all about Ed taking the motor. Timms must have been frantic to have turned up at the hotel looking for it. Do you honestly think I would go looking for the blasted motor when you were... Bunny flushed, sheepish. No, I left Timms to find it and came with you in the ambulance. In case you're wondering, the manager located the Burlier for me. It was exactly where Ed had left it. In an alley down the side of the hotel, undamaged. Thank goodness. Unlike your wife, Flora added, taking a minor triumph from his embarrassment. Did William tell you what happened? I got most of it from Ed, but as he was euphoric and concussed at the same time, it took a while to get the story straight. Did you really stop Agnes shooting him? I don't remember it being quite like that, but she was quite determined to make him pay for having ruined her nice little scheme. It was courageous of you, but jolly reckless. Naturally, I'm relieved Ed is safe, but my God, Flora. His voice caught with emotion, his grip on her hand tightening. I almost lost you. But you didn't. She returned the pressure of his hand, the only part of her which did not hurt, her eyes tightly closed against the memory of lying on the floor of Agnes's office in agony, terrified at the thought of leaving everything she knew. Are you in a lot of pain? And don't say no, because you wince every time you move. As a comparison, I would have to say being shot wasn't quite as bad as having Arthur. My goodness, really? His voice choked again, and he turned his lips into her hand, his breath hot on her skin. How is Ed? The whole thing must have been a terrible shock for him. Is he all right? As I said, he suffered a concussion, but he's on the mend. Or he will be when Jocasta stops ranting at him for getting both of you into this mess. She only draws breath long enough to burst into noisy tears, then hugs him until he complains he can't breathe. She is pregnant, so you have to make allowances. Ed's pretty proud of himself for having helped you foil a double murderer's escape. But we didn't. If Paige is to be believed, it was Agnes who killed Leo and Sylvia, and she's still out there somewhere. Semantics. Paige conspired with her, so he'll certainly hang. It's only a matter of time before they catch up with Miss Sharp. I hope you're right. I feel so sorry for Colonel Hunter Griggs. He was so pleased to have reconciled with Leonard after all these years. Miss Frances was also worried about how the news would affect him, but after the initial shock, she said he's been remarkably stoic. Dr. Grace reappeared at the door. Your parents are outside. Shall I explain that you need to rest and ask them to come back tomorrow? No, please, I want to see them, Flora said, but you'll have to give me a moment or two to make myself respectable. I must look a fright. She disentangled herself from Bunny's arm and slowly, carefully, eased upright. Is there a mirror here? No. Dr. Grace threw Bunny an oblique look. But I could brush out your hair. Their combined uneasiness told Flora all she needed to know about her appearance. Let me do that. Bunny took the hairbrush from Dr. Grace and applied it to Flora's hair. I passed Sally dozing on a bench in the visitors' room. I doubt she'll leave either until she's reassured you're all right. That's what Dr. Grace said. Flora bit her lip as tears threatened, this time from the harsh treatment to her scalp. She's been helping with Arthur while you've been here, although I don't think Millie is impressed to have her role usurped. He leaned closer, his breath on her cheek. I would have brought flowers, but Dr. Grace disapproves. You don't need to bring me anything. After you, the only thing I need is Arthur. How is he? Does he miss our after-breakfast playtimes and bedtime stories? She hoped Bunny would say yes, but at the same time didn't want Arthur to fret. Not when there wasn't anything she could do about it. Children weren't allowed in hospitals unless they were ill. He cannot voice his displeasure yet in anything more than Grizzles, which tell me he wants his mamma back. He's being thoroughly spoiled too, as my mother has been calling in every day to fuss over him. Your mother's home from Eastbourne. If a visit from Beatrice was imminent, she ought to warn the hospital staff. She says April is too cold for a coastal holiday, Bunny said. I could have told her that. Had she asked? Flora murmured, her teeth gritted as another knot came away. Not bad, even if I do say so myself. Bunny stepped back to admire his work as Dr. Grace finished bathing Flora's face with a cool cloth. By the time William and Alice were ushered in, she felt almost human again. Chapter 35. Flora, I've been frantic. Alice hugged Flora gently but awkwardly, tipping her pert hat further over one eye. Flora returned her embrace as she inhaled jasmine and starch, a fragrance she now associated with her mother. When they brought you down from surgery, you were still unconscious, and I was only allowed in the room as a professional courtesy. Since then, Dr. Grace has kept me at bay." She shot a hard look at her fellow medic, which did not make so much as a dent in the doctor's composure. "As a nurse, you of all people shouldn't complain about hospital rules." She pressed a hand against her midriff to hold down a laugh that threatened. "I know, but it's different when it's your own flesh and blood. I had no idea how terrifying the waiting could be." "You gave me a fright when I returned to the lobby to find you gone, Flora." William reached across Alice and tenderly smoothed hair from Flora's forehead. "I'm sorry. I know I should have stayed where you told me, but—" "Never mind all that now." Alice flapped her hand at him. "What matters is that Flora is going to be fine. Also, while we awaited news, I've had the opportunity to catch up on what's been going on in the Trent family during the years I have been away. Jocasta came to visit us at Prince Edward Mansions last night and stayed for supper." William replied to Flora's unasked question. "The two of them gossiped for hours." "She hasn't changed at all," Alice said, laughing. "Jocasta is as spirited and outspoken as she was as a child, and hasn't she turned out lovely? I cannot believe she's a mother and about to have a second child." "She told you?" Flora asked, surprised. "Well, don't say anything. She hasn't made an announcement to the family yet." "No, she didn't. But as you said yourself, I'm a nurse. I have an instinct for these things." Inspector Maddox sends his apologies. The bed dipped as William perched level with her knees. "He had to go back to Cannon Row, but wanted you to know he's delighted you're making a good recovery. He also said he has something of yours, which he'll return later. I asked him what he meant, but he wouldn't explain." "I'm sure it's something and nothing." She waved him off, hoping Maddox would keep quiet about the Webley bulldog. The way her body felt right then, she hoped never to see the thing again. "Do Lord and Lady Trent know what happened?" Flora rapidly changed the subject. "I wired the ship, explaining briefly what had occurred." Bunny nodded. "Couldn't have them walking into this without any warning, not when they're bringing Lady Amelia and the children back with them. I'll warn you now, Jocasta is likely to invite you both to the house party, if she hasn't done so already," Flora said. "By which time Alice and I will be married." William grasped Alice's hand on the coverlet and brought it to his lips. "We can all go to Gloucestershire together." "William," Alice nudged him, indignant. "You promised I could tell her." "You were taking too long and I couldn't wait." He pinched her chin gently between his thumb and forefinger. "And I kept my mouth firmly shut, as instructed," Bunny added, hands spread in surrender. "You knew?" Flora stared at him, blinking away welling tears. "Don't be cross with him, Flora. We swore him to secrecy," Alice said. "I'm not cross. I'm delighted. But it's happening much faster than I imagined." Flora smiled up at them. "I will be able to attend the wedding, won't I?" "It's to be a civil ceremony at Caxton Hall on May the 16th. You have just over 3 weeks to recover." "Then I'll book my bath chair now," Flora said, determined not to miss something as momentous as her parents' wedding. "I'm also giving up the Foreign Office," William added. "Secret government work is beginning to pall." "I shan't pretend I'm not thrilled about that." Flora wondered if her remark about the government funding foreign revolutions had struck home. "What will you do instead?" "I'm considering buying an estate near George and Venetia in Gloucestershire. Cirencester, perhaps, or Tewkesbury. Not as large as Cleeve Abbey, of course, but somewhere you and Bunny can bring Arthur to stay for the holidays. Anyway, there's no rush. I want to get used to being a married man first." He pulled a reluctant Alice to her feet. "We should go. Leave Flora to rest." "We'll call again tomorrow." Alice threw her a kiss over her shoulder from the door. They had barely quit the room before a commanding female voice sounded from the hallway. "Indeed." I did hear you say Mrs. Harrington isn't receiving visitors, but I very much doubt she meant me." Lady Jocasta Fitzhugh glided into the room, her still slender figure draped in a layered sapphire-blue coat over an amber-coloured gown and a matching wide-brimmed hat, which trailed amber ribbons artfully arranged on her abundant sausage curls. She not only looked, but sounded so much like her mother, Lady Trent, Flora was quite taken aback. "How are you, Flora, darling?" She bussed Flora's cheek, the smell of face powder and perfume subsuming the antiseptic smell that overpowered the room. "What a dreadful thing to happen! I nearly fainted when that charming inspector told me you'd been shot. And when you were saving my wretch of a brother, too," she said, as if it were a daily occurrence. "Oh, darling, you have horrible purple bruises beneath your eyes." She bent and traced a line on Flora's face with the gloved finger. Dr. Grace appeared with a glass of something pale amber which bubbled, her face a picture of disapproval which was lost on Jocasta. "No, thank you." Jocasta airily waved her away. "I'm about to have luncheon." Dr. Grace rolled her eyes behind Jocasta's back, and Bunny hid a smile behind his hand. It wasn't Ed's fault. Flora grimaced at the bitterness of the liquid on her tongue. The situation evolved out of a set of unfortunate circumstances. She was feeling sleepy again, but knew at the first sign of a yawn, Dr. Grace would dismiss them all. "When Papa hears the full story, he'll be livid you took a bullet for a Trent. How will he hold his head up at White's after this?" "I hope that was a joke." Jocasta's coy smile left an element of doubt. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you at the beginning, but Ed didn't want anyone to know." "Just as well you did. I would have been worried sick if I wasn't sick enough already." Jocasta hunched her shoulders and giggled, a protective hand on her abdomen. "You must convalesce at the Abbey. Alice has agreed to come after the wedding, so between them, she and Dr. Grace can oversee your return to health." She grimaced as she realised what she had said. "Oh dear. There I go again, when William asked me not to mention it. Sorry. He told me about the wedding a little while ago, so you haven't spoiled the surprise." Flora's voice hitched as a wave of emotion combined with weariness overwhelmed her. "Why are you crying? You never cry. Aren't you pleased?" Jocasta pouted again. "Of course I am. It's the best news I've heard for days." Flora dashed a hand across her wet cheek. "That's all right, then." Jocasta's eyes brightened. "I'll travel down to the Abbey at the same time with Mabel. Jeremy can join me later when the house rises for the summer recess. I'm longing to see Amelia again. It's been 5 years since she went off to America to get married. I've missed her terribly." She stared off for a moment. "You don't think my big sister will have become too grand, do you? What with living with all those wealthy Americans at their summer cottages the size of Buckingham Palace?" "Whatever gives you that idea." Flora blinked back welling tears, fighting to remain calm. "Emerald does. She said a title was an asset, but no one can compete with that sort of wealth." She sniffed delicately. "I'm fortunate in that marriage has mellowed me." Flora exchanged a swift look with Bunny, who backed away a step, hands held up in surrender. "Oh, I almost forgot." Jocasta's pensive frown transformed into childish delight. "I met Miss Frances Hunter-Griggs. What a charming woman, and certainly the newest advocate to the Flora Harrington Appreciation Society." "Don't be flippant, Jo. She's recently discovered her family has been cruelly duped." "Yes, and what a scandal!" Jocasta ignored Dr. Grace's admonishing sigh. "Now, I must go." She began to adjust her hat, gave the room a sweeping glance, but finding no mirror, abandoned the idea. "I'm having luncheon with Millie Soames and her sister-in-law, whose name I can never remember. Marianne Apsley will be there, and that insipid friend of hers, Liza something or other. I can't wait to see their faces when I tell them my cousin was shot apprehending a killer." "It wasn't quite like that, Jocasta." Flora's eyelids began to feel heavy, but she forced herself to stay awake. Though she knew she was safe, she dreaded the thought of being left alone. The sound of Agnes's gun discharging still echoed inside her head. "Oh, darling, no one really cares about the tiny details. It's close enough." Jocasta blew her a kiss from her fingertips before floating out of the room on a cloud of joy. "She's right. You do look tired," Bunny said when she had gone. "It must be those nasty bruises under my eyes," Flora muttered dryly. "I'm exhausted, but cannot sleep until I'm sure Ed is all right. Please let him in, even if it's only a minute or so." 5 minutes only. Bunny nodded curtly towards Dr. Grace, who offered no further protest as she disappeared into the hallway. She returned in seconds with Ed, his face wan, but smiling, and a rumpled white bandage encircling his forehead. "Gosh, Flora, you look terrible." Ed pressed a kiss on her cheek, the smell of antiseptic and lemon verbena from his cologne bringing fresh tears to her eyes. "Thank you, although it looks worse than it is, and Dr. Grace says I'm healing well. How's your head?" "No one's taking my injury very seriously." Ed fingered the bandage as he slid onto the edge of the thin mattress, making the bed dip slightly. "Not after all the drama over yours, anyway." "Now that's untrue." Bunny cuffed him lightly. "Concussion is nothing to be dismissive about." "The doctor says I wouldn't even have a scar when the swelling goes down." He gestured vaguely at the space between her throat and her waist. "I'll bet you'll have something to show for all this excitement." "Gunshots are no joke, Ed." Bunny snapped. "Flora almost died." "Sorry, didn't mean to make it sound trivial." His eyes rounded. "I thought for a while there she had died." "It's Leo's death I regret most of all," Flora said, forestalling Bunny's protest. Ed's way of dealing with upsetting situations was to make light of them. "So do I." Ed's smile faded. "In the end, he died for nothing." "Most of us do, Ed." Flora sighed, a heaviness settling onto her chest, which had little to do with the tight bindings. "You know, Flora, I've been thinking." He shifted position on the bed, sending shockwaves into her hip she did her best to hide. "We're really good at this detective stuff. Why don't we open a private agency in Mayfair with Viscount Trent, Fighter of Crime, etched in gold on the door? I'll hire a secretary and buy one of those typewriting machines. What do you say, Flora?" "I think I prefer Harrington and Trent." Flora suppressed a smile. "Although what would you tell your father?" "Ah, didn't think of that." Ed stroked his chin with one hand, thoughtful, but not at all discouraged. "I could still sit in the house when the time comes." "That's enough now, Ed. Flora's getting tired." Dr. Grace eased him firmly into the hallway, directing a swift but firm nod at Bunny in a silent signal Flora didn't understand. Following Ed from the room, she pulled the door closed behind her, leaving them alone. Bunny dragged the chair closer to the bed and sat, plucked Flora's hand from the coverlet, and laced his fingers with hers. "I need to talk to you." Her stomach flipped as she looked into his eyes, unable to discern what she saw there. "Do you recall the last thing Inspector Maddox said to you before he left Eaton Place?" "I should. It's his favourite litany where I'm concerned, that I should forget chasing villains and stay at home to look after my husband and baby." "In light of what has happened, is it such an unreasonable expectation? When there are so many bad people ruining lives, someone has to stop them." Barney's jaw went slack, and he opened his mouth to speak, but Flora forestalled him. "I'm joking, silly. Although, without us, Ed could be facing murder charges, although Maddox did solve this one pretty much on his own." She ran a finger along his clean-shaven cheek, waiting for him to broach what was really on his mind. Barney was a master of deflection. "You've had close shaves before," he said softly. "This time it could have been the end for both of us. I cannot risk such a thing happening again. It's my duty to look after you, which I cannot do if you're running around town chasing criminals. I need you. Arthur needs you, and suppose I do stay at home. Won't that spoil everything? What do you mean? What could possibly be spoiled? Us. She ran her thumb over his palm, avoiding looking at him as her throat constricted. When we met, it was over a dead body on a steamship, which set the pattern of our lives together in a chain of murder, robbery, spies, and fraud. We enjoyed those cases, didn't we? Finding out who killed Reardon when everyone said it was a riding accident. And then there was the Evangeline Lang case, where we exposed that Serbian spy. What will happen to you and me when we have no mysteries to solve? There are always crossword puzzles. He tucked in his chin, his lips pursed, as he peered at her over the top of his spectacles. I'm being serious. She would have nudged him, but the threat of more pain prevented her. If all I had to discuss with you over dinner was Mrs. Cope's beef being tough, or Arthur having learned a new word, wouldn't you get bored with me? What a strange girl you are. He left the chair and slid onto the mattress, his arm round her shoulders. You've never bored me in the entire time I've known you. She started to contradict him, but he silenced her with a finger to her lips. Which has nothing to do with your crime-solving skills. I rather think it's despite them. Are you sure? You won't start dining at your club every night and going off for shooting weekends without me? That will never happen. He leaned against the mountain of pillows supporting her shoulders, his lips against her hair. Flora, he whispered, I have to tell you something. What is it? A frisson of alarm ran through her, aware he had been working up to whatever it was he planned to say since he arrived. It couldn't be Arthur, or he would have mentioned that immediately. Dr. Grace told me the bullet has done some damage. I know, I can feel it. She summoned a smile, which he did not return. But don't worry, the surgery was a success, and I'm a quick healer. I shall have a wonderful story to tell about my battle scars when I'm your mother's age. Flora? He tilted her chin with his finger, so she was looking straight into his eyes. Her gaze focused on a speck of dirt on his spectacles. She reached to brush it away when he said, There will be no more children. Her hand dropped, nerveless, onto the coverlet, a heavy silence stretching between them as she waited for the surge of denial, shock, and rage at fate's unfairness to rise up inside her in a maelstrom of despair. Nothing happened. Had Dr. Brace's potion addled her brain so she couldn't think straight? Flora, did you hear what I said? His brow furrowed as he searched her face. I know this is awful news for you, but you'll get over it. I'll get over it? What about you? Her voice cracked slightly. Aren't you horribly disappointed? In you? He shook his head, incredulous. No. How could I possibly be? I know we've never discussed it, but I always imagined we would have a big family someday. Flora, my love, I had a wonderful childhood, not having to compete for attention. You were a singleton too. Did you feel you suffered from not having siblings? She shook her head. It was true. She had always loved the fact it was only her and Reardon in their cosy apartment on the top floor of Cleve Abbey. Being able to command his exclusive attention had always made her feel special. Arthur is all I could have imagined in a child, Bunny whispered. I'm more than content to be a father of one. How do you feel about it? I don't know yet. A little sad, maybe? Where was the grief and regret for what might have been? A bit like a present I always look forward to but will never have. Fast on these thoughts came the one she had never admitted aloud. that she doubted her ability to love another child the way she did their beautiful little boy. Now she would be spared the guilt of having a favourite. Get some rest. I'll be right here when you wake up. Bunny brought her hand up to his lips, his breath warm on her fingertips. And before you say it's not allowed, I defy even Dr. Grace to try and stop me. He tenderly adjusted the coverlet over her and smoothed the pillow behind her head. Her eyelids fluttered closed as fatigue engulfed her, lulled by the touch of his hand holding hers. Had he suppressed his own disappointment to spare her a sense of inadequacy? Would the subject be forever avoided to spare them pain? Or would they have the courage to broach it again sometime in the future? In the place between wakefulness and oblivion, she recalled something Eric Page had said about being halfway to Waterford. Wasn't Holyhead where the ferry to Ireland left from? She must remember to tell Inspector Maddox to alert the Garda Síochána in the morning.